हाँ हमको सब बता रहे हैं।
हाँ कर दीजिए भरत जी।
कर दो।
हाँ भरत जी 1 सेकंड, जब मैं बताऊं तब सर को बोल दीजिएगा कि स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं।
अच्छा ठीक।
हाँ भरत जी कर दीजिए स्टार्ट।
आवाज कैसी आ रही है?
हाँ आ रही है।
कार्यक्रम के प्रारंभ में सबसे पहले मैं अनुरोध करूंगा हमारे माननीय उपाध्यक्ष बनस्थली विद्यापीठ हेतु वो आए, और साथ ही मैं
हाँ
निवेदन
भरत जी
करूंगा
ठीक है।
आपके श्री लक्ष्मी सिंह राणा जी और श्री अभिषेक पारिक जी से कि वो भी एक प्रज्वलन करें। अदिति और पायल आप कृपया सरस्वती वंदना करें।
हाँ आ रही है।
कार्यक्रम So, welcome everyone for the inaugural program of the National Webinar on Corporate Governance. As possibly you might be aware that today is also celebrated as the World Happiness Day, and I was very happy in the morning to see on Twitter one of our well-wishers and the renowned policy writers, Anurag Saxena ji. He had a very interesting quote that the problem is people are looking for happiness outside. So I think that sums up as far as our Indian culture and Vedic values are concerned, that we should look at happiness from inside. So in this backdrop, welcome everyone in the national webinar on corporate governance, supported by the National Foundation of Corporate Governance, established by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. And this webinar seeks to have the perspectives both from the East and the West on the corporate governance. And we believe that the knowledge that is created out of the deliberations in the webinar would be of immense use for the stakeholders. In the inaugural program, we have two special guests who would address us. Ms. Monica Hanand, columnist at Bloomberg and former director in the board of FMS-WISDOM India, and Banasthali's daughter, Dr. Sagarika Ghoshal, who is a well-known HR professional. In this webinar, we have the fortune of experts like Mr. Jos de Blok, CEO and founder of Bootsog, Netherlands, Professor Sharda Nandaram, Vijay University, Netherlands, who will be joining us. Then we also have Sri Arun Anantaji, Director, INC Value and former CEO of the Hindu. We also have the fortune to have with us Sri Sampath Iyengarji, Chairman, IGA Meta Value Advisors. And we will also hear Ms. Nandini Shekhawat, Founder and Director, Ascent Business Technology Canada. She is also of Right Banasthali. Professor Ratan Sharma, Professor Emeritus, Delhi School of Business. Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Director Personnel, Western Coalfields. Ms. Shivani Wadhwa, another Right Banasthali Director at the board of World Wildlife Fund for Nature, Switzerland. We would also have the fortune that Ms. N.S. Nappinai, Advocate, Supreme Court of India and founder Cyber Sati would address us, and also Ms. Anukriti Parikh, Advocate, Supreme Court of India, and Sri Amitav Banerjee, CS and visiting faculty, Tezpur University, Assam, a well-wisher of Banasthali, would also address us. Sri Vikas Balia, lawyer and founder, Legal Sphere, would also be with us. Then we would also hear Dr. Baba Yera, consultant and fellow of Royal Aeronautical Society, UK, an aviation expert. Then we have famous expert in Indian ethos and member of Executive Council of Banasthali Vidyapith, Professor Subhash Sharma, Director IBA Bangalore, who would also be with us. Then we are extremely fortunate that Dr. Chinmay Pandya ji, Pro VC of Dev Sanskriti Vishwavidyalaya, Haridwar, and member of governing body ICCR, would also be with us. Dr. Priyanka Dutt, who researched on Bhagavad Gita and leadership, and she is an academician and researcher, NCCGBV at Switzerland. She would also be with us. And we are very happy that some of the research scholars and other alumna. We have Dr. Arunima Haldar from SP Jain Institute, a bright Banasthali, and she would also be presenting her research journey in corporate governance. Then we have a JRF, Ms. Ritu Purohit, doctoral scholar. So she also would be with us. Ms. Shweta Duggal is also doctoral scholar in corporate governance. And then we also have Dr. Kapil Sharma, associate professor with IMS DAV Indore. So there is a galaxy of speakers that we have today. And we would be beginning with the inaugural address by Sagarika Ghoshalji very shortly. But prior to that, I would request my colleague, Dr. Ankur Joshi, who is the organizing secretary of this program, to please play a video about this NCCG and showcasing the National Foundation for Corporate Governance. Welcome, everyone. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Namaskar. Banasthali Vidyapith, an institution deemed to be university located in village Banasthali, about 70 kilometers from Pink City, Jaipur, is a spontaneous creation. Pandit Hiralal Shastri, freedom fighter and a close ally of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, along with Srimati Ratan Shastri, Padma Bhushan, lost their daughter Shantabai at the tender age of 12 years. And decided to train others' daughters in the very same way they would have trained their own daughter.
Banasthali Vidyapith, the largest fully residential women's university in the world, nurturing leaders in all the walks of life. A legacy of 80 years. Banasthali Vidyapith, university for women, university with a difference.
As you can see in the backdrop, Banasthali Vidyapith has nurtured leaders in all the spheres of life. So we have our daughters who are doing so well in corporate, in politics, in nation building, in social work, and so many spheres. In view of the fact that when we talk about women in the corporate boardrooms, the number is still less. But having said this, over the last 2 decades, the number of women in the corporate boardrooms has indeed gone up. We decided in 2016 to establish a Center for Corporate Governance. And when we started this, we reached out to the National Foundation of Corporate Governance. And the National Foundation for Corporate Governance, which is supported by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, was very kind to establish a National Center for Corporate Governance at Banasthali Vidyapith in the year 2016. And this center has been housed in the State Bank of India School of Commerce and Banking, which has the support of State Bank of India. And also the faculty members of the Jamnalal Bajaj School of Legal Studies are a part of the working team of the National Center for Corporate Governance. And here our endeavor is to do some training program so that the women may be encouraged to come up more at the middle level and the senior level roles, and also give leadership in the corporate. And apart from that, we also want to do knowledge creation, because India's ancient literature is full of knowledge regarding how to lead and govern. So synthesizing the best of East and the West has been always the philosophy of Banasthali Vidyapith, and in line with that, we want to do research and create new knowledge. In our journey, we have organized one national conference already, did one project recently, and the report and the book have also been released. And apart from that, we are organizing this national webinar, and in this journey, as I was telling you, we are forming an advisory board, and we are very happy to mention that this advisory board has the support of Ms. Monica Hallan, who is columnist in Bloomberg and has been the consulting editor at the Mint, and she was also director in the FMS-WISDOM India and very well known in the world of finance, and an inspiration for all the women and others who want to excel in life. Also, we have Dr. Sagarika Ghoshal, Banasthali's daughter, and the first women ever to be director in the German multinational Metro Cash and Carry. So she is also a member in our advisory board. And also we have the well wishes of several industry people who would like that the National Center for Corporate Governance at Banasthali Vidyapith is a success.
Corporate governance has been the keystone to successful economies. To align with these global ethos of good governance, to ensure transparency, to boost confidence amongst investors, and build trust in the stakeholders, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, MCA, in the year 2003, partnered with Confederation of Indian Industry, Institute of Company Secretaries of India, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, set up the National Foundation for Corporate Governance. With a vision to be a key facilitator and reference point for the highest standards of good corporate governance in India and its mission, NFCG further made a significant difference to Indian corporate sector. Post-2010, other stakeholders also came forward to join NFCG in fostering a culture of good corporate governance practices. For more than a decade, NFCG as a catalyst has been successful in sensitizing industry on the implementation of corporate governance practices through seminars, conferences, workshops, and directors' orientation programs, thus contributing to the society at large. Developing a framework for corporate governance reforms, the Foundation not only facilitates the effective participation of diverse stakeholders, but also deepens links with national organizations for collaborative actions, promoting voluntary adoption of corporate governance practices as the key to sustainable wealth creation. With this continuous endeavor to strive for excellence, NFCG is changing the regulatory landscape in the country by gaining a momentum for better corporate governance in every way possible. NFCG is continuing its initiatives towards achieving this goal and thus fostering the economic progress of India.
Now, I take the pleasure to introduce Banasthali's daughter, Dr. Sagarika Ghoshalji, who is a well-known HR professional, a writer, and one of the leading management thinkers in India. She is also a member of the advisory board of the National Center for Corporate Governance at Banasthali Vidyapith. She is the first women director on the board of Metro Cash and Carry India. She has been listed as one of the 50 most influential HR leaders in Asia and was covered by Business Today as one of the 30 most powerful women in Indian business. She is a diversity expert, an international speaker, trainer, and a practitioner with an impressive HR track record spanning more than 2 decades across a spectrum of industry sectors that include telecom, financial services, aviation, media and entertainment, and retail. She is an alumna of Banasthali Vidyapith, as I told you, but also of Stanford University and Narsi Monji Institute of Management Studies. So, Sagarika Didi, what I say, I should not say welcome to the program. You are a member of Banasthali Vidyapith, but indeed, all of us are delighted that you kindly accepted our invitation to deliver the inaugural address. We request you to please share your views.
Oh, well, I think good morning, everybody, and namaskar to all my seniors. And like you said, that my first lessons of corporate governance, the baby steps have been taken from the Institute of Banasthali. And like you said, that I have really born in Banasthali. And I'm very proud of the fact that I'm part of this institution. And whatever lessons I have learned of honesty, integrity, and being truthful is from the kind of upbringing I have had in the school. So with that, I think again, I don't want to feminize anything, because I think men and women today stand on the equal footing, and no woman in her own mettle would ever want to have a quota to reach a position. We all successful, confident women will want to be there on the board or anywhere else in a successful position on our merit, and not because merely we are a lady. So I think with that pretext, although I say that women still bring in a lot to the table, and the feminization of the board has a potential to be the vector of change, bringing added value to the organization through gender diversity, and thus creating a greater efficiency in the businesses. And to start with, the corporate governance bit is a concept which goes much beyond the written code of company, annual report, and the procedures. The principles of corporate governance are neither written anywhere nor printed in the books of the company. Hence, it is all the more important to make sure that what we do is very important. So while we are talking of women, and I think I want to put a little bit of a context to the entire thing. And I'm talking. I just heard a story somewhere from 1969. A lady who was handling the agricultural business of her husband in a remote 69. I think most of the audience must not have been even born, but there's a story from there when where she lost her husband, and hence she had to handle all the part of the agricultural land holding which they had in a remote village in Kerala, Ramakalli or something like that. Now, when she had no gadgets, there was no computer, there was no iPad, there was no, probably she must not have been even educated. But what she was doing is putting all the elements of economic modeling of land, labor, capital, and organization in the most productive use. She was actually putting a lot of it in use, and she was commanding respect from from her associates. She was generating revenue. She was also making sure that she was an intuitive entrepreneur to make sure that the village was prospering. And I think that's the story where is the story of a lot of grandmothers you all must have heard, that who have taken the mantle of the families and have run. So what I mean to say is that women don't have a issue of capability, multitasking, speaking, And I think I heard one of the honorable ministers saying that women don't have a problem of speaking, they have a problem of getting heard. And I think that has been the problem. So it wasn't the problem of multitasking or handling things. It was largely to regulate the entire thing and being successful in that kind of environment. So from 1969 to fast forward to 2020, what has changed? I think historically women have been strong. Women have managed a lot of things. In India especially, we have had matriarchal societies. So we have strong women. We have the first woman prime minister in the country. But yet we don't have really a great story to tell. So what has changed? The laws have changed, the regulators have changed, and a lot of it has also changed globally. So I don't think so. It's only the story of India. Universally, I think there is an issue as far as women is concerned. I think Europe set the tone as long as 2008, but I think Norway is the country who kind of really took it ahead in 2008. Mandated to have women on board, and I think today they not only have the woman prime minister, but they have a record of 40% women on the boards in the country. And I think so EU saw a little bit of I would say a large bit of a change from 2008 to 2021, because it was legislated. The Western world actually saw a lot of change and difference because the entire thing was legislated, and we actually not only got into what was very important of having women on board, but I think the right women on board was very, very important. So Fortune 200 companies saw 21% increase, and so on and so forth. So the statistics can keep going on. I think India's story has, although not been very glamorous, but I have been tracking since I had become an independent director or a director on board way back in 2008, and we had minuscule number of women on board. But from 17, I think we maintained a steady 7%, and I think last which I saw was 15% in 2019. I would say that we must have made a little bit of a shift from there where we were then. So 2013 to 21, I think a lot of women have not only showed interest, but also making that move to reach to the board level and making that effort. And of course, legislation has helped a lot in that case. Coming back to women, I think there is no rocket science that women have had it difficult in the men's world. Women, no matter what you say or do, I think it's very important that women representation on the boards and the companies around the world remains uneven even today. So today, no matter what Westerners say or do, but I think there is still a lot what we need to learn. So the business case of which a growing body of research actually came up with shows that a range of business benefits are associated with gender diversity on the boards, and in senior leadership with robust pipeline of female management talent. Benefits include the improving financial performance, and I would always say there is an exception to men or women, so not necessarily generalizing that you will have better financial performance, especially in today's date and time. You can't say that. The shareholder value, reduced risk of fraud and corruption, increased customer and employee satisfaction, greater investor confidence, and enhanced market knowledge and reputation. Studies also point that there is a positive influence of gender diverse management and boards on a company has a greater sustainability profile. And I think that is not only with women. I think diverse boards always give. I really liked one idea which one of the stock exchanges in Norway only had said that they started something called ring the bell for gender equality. So I think that kind of movement which was done across 80, 90 stock exchanges, and I think that helped women to kind of wake up from from where they were. So, as women directors, while legislation has done a lot and doing a lot, I think opening up new opportunities to women, I think quotas alone are not going to help. A lot of companies have now started to say, even on diversity, I see that there is a certain number of quota which you need to bring in the corporate world. So is not enough, and I think one way of bringing or creating more awareness is, especially in the country like us, on the importance of letting the old stereotypes go and allowing the women full rights to govern companies, is to highlight the benefits of doing so, and to make sure that the business case is a no-brainer. I think there is a business case for engaging women on the boards. So what do the researchers say? And I think I'll just like to mention broad 3 points. The gender diversification on the board mitigates the dangers of having a uniform vision with the uniform boards when you have all similar kind of people on the board. Second point is that there is an increased institutional investor demands for the board diversity, so you will have to bring in more women. Women's participation on the board is linked to good corporate citizenship as well, and I think that is where all of us come from. In today's world, I think we are witnessing an unsavory situation in the corporate world. Too many scams, too many wrongdoings, siphoning of funds, etc., etc. And the corporate wrongdoings are universal. I think it's not only about India, but I think it's universal. And human brain is like that. That we are so agile and vigile and vigilant that we do want to keep doing things, and the common element in everything, all the whether it was in what was the first fraud which came in place, and I think as children you heard Canara Bank and all the banks, what the kind of stories we have been hearing and growing up with. I think the common element, which isn't a common person at that time, a girl in the corporate world, understood that the common element was the greed. I think greed of the investors, greed of the promoters, or wherever it come from. So I think at the board level, what we as women need to do is to arrest the greed. And I think that is what is very important. So what do you do as women directors when you reach on the board level? I think the number one, priority in my mind, is preparation. Prepare, and prepare. So what does preparation mean? They all say that women are a little worried about the numbers. Although I think that there is always this ghost of the numbers which comes in your mind, but I think what is important is that you not only have the agenda. Agenda means agenda has a lot of information. So it takes two to 3 days to actually go through each and every agenda in a normal size company. If you are in a company like Reliance, then it's so huge that you really need to go into details and really go through it and prepare with the numbers. And talking of the numbers, I think women need to look at 3 things if you are at the director level. One is the capital bit, and I think that is what is extremely critical. So the basics, and I think codifying it in absolute basics is that capital, net worth. So what is the net worth? If you at least know what of the company, the basic things to start with. What are the borrowings? Even at home, we know that, how much money you have, how much can you spend, how much have you taken a loan, and whether you can repay or not. And these are commonsensical things. If women can keep their hands on, I think they will be far better prepared to hold the board meetings and value add to what they bring in. So seeing the profit and loss, I think these are something which is very, very, it comes naturally to women. As far as the attention span is concerned, worldwide it is proven that women have more attention focus than our counterparts. And I think that is what you bring to table. That's the value add what you do. That's how you control the greed of the board. And I think there is no unfortunately, as far as corporate governance is concerned, there's no cast in stone. There is nothing written. You don't know what's right and what's wrong. But when something actually goes wrong, it's very important that you have already highlighted something which is which has been there. So whether it's inflated profit or it's or anything, any wrongdoings, what have you done? So the first thing I said is preparation. Preparation is extremely important, and I think that's what all women should remember, whether director or no director, that wherever you are going at your workplace, you should be better prepared with what the business is, the numbers are, and hence you should know where you are heading as a business and what's your role in it. And especially when you are a director, you should know what are your liabilities, how are you held accountable for something. And I think that is the key and the critical part of being in business. Then if you have time, I think it's very important, instead of being an independent director from outside, it's very important to move out and see what you have actually done. And I think that is what is very important, to know the senior management, to see what they are doing, to understand what they are. And there is two words, lastly, there's two words which I say: watchdog and speed breaker. So you should be a watchdog. That means you should see every agenda, every bit of it, and at the same time, you should not be a speed breaker. So keeping the balance in the board of being, so you cannot suspect everything, but at the same time, you cannot let loose. And you cannot be a speed breaker on everything. So you should not be seen on the board as, putting a question mark for everything what you do. So in my mind, summing up the whole thing, and I like this this statement which somebody has made, is good corporate governance is about being proper to prosper. So if the company really intends to do something, something good and something nice, it's not only about what they do in terms of, in terms of keeping right things or doing right things or fudging the accounts to make sure that it looks good. I think what's most important in all this is to make sure that what you're doing in the entire process, you are making sure that you're not losing your feminine side of it. You are not going and doing something which is which doesn't go with your personality. You should be making sure that what you're doing is enough. So we as women, we cannot be, and I want to end because I can see the time is already done, and that's what I wanted to see. What's the watch? So I like the quote which I heard Rohini Nilamkani once mentioned about women directors, that we cannot be a mere customers of good governance. So we cannot always say that we want good governance in the company where we work for. We must be the participants and we must be the co-creators. We cannot stand on the fence and say this should be done. We have to take the mantle in the hand. We have to come forward and we have to take the risk. And with that, I will request all the girls out there to make it a point to be heard, to be prepared, and to make sure that you conquer the world wherever you are, whether it's a corporate world, whether it's a medical world, whether it's a law world, or wherever you are, I think, or entertainment media world. I think you should conquer the world with three things what women should have. We are known for. We are good multitaskers. We should never forget that. We are known for our integrity and honesty. We should never forget that. And we are known for making sure that things are all in a balanced format. And I think we keep the balance. We are the yin factor in the business, and we should never forget that. So we are the ones who should keep the balance in the world we are in. And I think with that, I would like to say thank you, Banasthali, for giving me this opportunity. And thank you for making me what I am today. And I think a lot of it goes to Banasthali, Dada and Bhabhi, where who are my second parents, and of course to my greetings to all the seniors, and love to all the juniors who are there. I can see Ankurji, Harshji, and I'm sorry I'm not taking all the names. Thank you so much.
Dhanyawad Sagarika Didi. That's very nice to know your views about women in corporate governance. I just would like to ask you one question that there are many women who are at the middle level management today, and they aspire to become leaders and come into the corporate boards one day. So, since you have seen the industry for so many years, what do you feel are those gap areas which training can fill? So,
Harshi, I'm so tempted to give a very long answer, but I think I'll stick to the brief one. Especially in post-pandemic, I think it's very important, because the entire governance system has to be put in place. IT plays a very, very important role. AI plays, so not only technology, AI, etc., plays a very, very important role as of today. And 80% of women are at the lead of consumer spendings. That means they take all the shopping decisions. Can we take a lead also on our business decisions, on what we want to do in our lives? So, I have seen, and it's a no-brainer that, you have this double-edged sword of, being a mother, handling a home versus balancing your career. I think you are the one who is the leader of your own life. We need to do our own career goal paths. Make sure that if we do want to reach there is no glass ceiling. I think we are the only barrier. So I am the barrier for myself. First, we have to clear that. Second is you have to find mentors who can show you the right path. There's no harm understanding where, and I have always been saying network. Women, please network. Talk about yourself. What do you do? And you cannot network on when you need the job. So you cannot call up somebody and say that, I need a job. That's not called networking. Networking is much beyond that. And I think you need to take a half a day session on how do you network nicely with people who are going to mentor you and who are going to give you right kind of advice. It's very important to keep that. And for the girls who aspire to become there, I think prepare yourself. Prepare yourself with education, prepare yourself with knowledge, and prepare yourself your personal life, because nobody else is going to come and do that for you. You have to manage your personal life, get yourself prepared, and I think there's nobody who can stop you.
Yes, I can make out that you wanted to speak more and more about it, but I think this also provides us a theme. Maybe next time when we interact with you, we can try that on this theme. Maybe you conduct a day of workshop for the sales and others, and
I would love to.
Working in corporate.
Oh, I get so, it's such a favorite subject, because when you meet a lot of women who are aspiring, but I think when you actually start working with them, you realize that the problem is not outside. Problem is not so much outside. I'm not saying there's no problems outside. Problem is not so much outside. It's also much, much more within, because, if you have decided to work on something, I think women have the power, the strength, and the wit to go ahead in life. And I think we can only help ourselves if we want to.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sagarika Didi. And in this program, which we are all on the Google Meet, there are very limited people who have joined, but there is a live streaming going on the YouTube, and I'm told that over 200 people are already there. And this anyway would be put on the social media, the entire recording later on. So I'm very sure that your ideas will be benefiting thousands in the time to come.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So with that, now I come to the next speaker. Please allow me to introduce Ms. Monica Halanji, who is columnist at Bloomberg and former director in the board of FPSB India. Ms. Monica ji is also the member of the advisory board of our National Center for Corporate Governance, just like Sagarika Didi is. And she was a consulting editor with Mint and is well-known finance journalist. In fact, personally, I believe She is the #1 personal finance educator in India. And I trust most of you are aware, but let me also show you, this is the latest Hindi translation of her book, famous book, Let's Talk Money, one of the best sellers. So welcome Ms. Monica Halanji to this program. We are indeed grateful to you for kindly consenting to deliver the keynote address here. And for the benefit of all the audience, I would also like to mention that she has worked across several media organizations in India and has run many successful TV series around personal finance advice in NDTV, Z, and Bloomberg. She is a regular speaker on financial literacy, regulation, inclusion, and consumer issues in retail finance. She has public policy experience working with the Government of India as an advisor and member in various committees and task force set up by Government of India. She was chosen as a Yale World Fellow in 2011 and has a Master in Economics from the Delhi School of Economics and a Master's in Journalism Studies from College of Cardiff, University of Wales, UK. So I request Ms. Monica Halanji to please deliver the keynote address for this national webinar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Purohit. It's always a pleasure to speak with the Banasthalians and interact with all the young ladies who are destined to have a fantastic career ahead. Corporate governance is an issue, and you can look at it through different facets, through different windows. We've just had a fantastic session about women and joining boards and then governance. I want to stay with the area of retail finance, and if I'm allowed to share my slides, can I just share my screen? One minute. Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, great. So I'm going to spend, I have 15 minutes, I'm going to just spend a little bit of time on corporate governance in retail finance. And what this means essentially is that we are talking of the market for financial products. And these are invisible products, and the moment of truth is far away. And we have understood from policymakers that it is a demand side problem which has to be solved through financial literacy. And I am saying that no, the governance here, the corporate governance can only take it so far. You need policymakers and regulators to move us towards a seller beware market, because there is market failure, and even corporate governance within the financial sector, within banks, mutual funds, insurance companies, pension companies, can only go so far. And I will give you examples of how conflict of interest arises and how difficult it is for even for corporate governance to actually be the industry standard. So you can have 1 or 2 firms who do that, but they usually cannot sustain because there are others who are far more aggressive and are bending the rules. So the first premise is that household behavior actually is rational. Households take the best decisions. It isn't as if the households are buying gold because they don't know better. It is just that they don't trust the market. And trust is really a function of the way that the market has been structured. It's a fragmented marketplace. There are multiple regulators. And the reason is that the current market structure is on a version of the economic agent, which is completely non-practical. So the current market, the current structure looks at every economic agent as a utility maximizing person who will take the best decision. And you solve the problem of information asymmetry by doing financial disclosure. Right? So this is the way the market is set up, that firms will disclose and rational economic agents will then take those decisions. But do the disclosures actually work? And these are all issues of corporate governance within the financial sector. And it's a matter of governance even for regulators, because remember, we have moved from state control to a market economy, and the one entity, the one institution which gives you order in the market is the regulator. Now, if the regulator's own corporate governance in terms of what is it that it is trying to ensure in the market is suspect, then you have market failure. So one of the main tools of a regulator is to say mandate disclosures. And I'm asking the question that have disclosures worked in India? And I will give you evidence to say that no, they have not. Disclosure is fuzzy and obfuscating. And I will take the case of the life insurance industry. It's a 35 trillion assets under management industry. And I'm going to take a particular case of this HDFC Life pension plan. And if you see that it's promising an annuity return, which means an annual income return of 9.10 and a 12.54. Now, I did the data, I've got this particular data from Capital Mind. And when you actually do the IRR, when you do the calculations, the return is actually not 12.54, it is 6.4. What the company did, and the regulator passed this ad, is that it did not take time value of money into account. So you pay money in year X, and they start counting the money in X plus 10. For this 10 years, they don't take any rate of return. So starting from X plus 10, then yes, the return is 12.54. But in these 10 years, they've not taken any value for that return. So this is not good disclosure at all. And it's a matter of corporate governance, even for the firm who did it. Again, coming back to the initial argument that financial products are invisible. You can hide costs like this within the structure. Another disclosure, even again in life insurance, it says that you get 396%. But of what? It is of a third number, not your investment, of a third number called sum assured. The policy actually is returning only 4.2. Take another example. Now, when you see this ad, you think my return is going to be 11, 12 or 13%. And they look like very attractive ads. This is, of course, an example of 10 years ago. But when you actually read the document, you realize that this 13% is not on your investment, but it is on a third number, which actually the return on your investment is about 3%. Right? So there is a problem of the way disclosure is done. Similarly, with Mediclaim policy, I'm not going to go into deep details, but I worked on a research paper. We got it published in an international journal where we mystery shopped banks to see how good their disclosures were. And our data we were really stunned to see that we mystery shopped 400 bank branches in Delhi. And we found that on key metrics, finally, on an invisible product, what is it that matters? Returns, guarantees, costs, lock-in, optimal holding period. These are material disclosures which must be made. We found that the percentage of incorrect disclosures was stunningly high. Look at the costs. In life insurance, they lied about costs 100% of the times. And to be generous, we can say that the bank officers themselves didn't know what really those costs were because it is so complicated. Again, a matter of corporate governance within the insurance industry, within the mutual fund industry, within the financial sector to say, is the business model built on cheating retail investors? Or is it built in telling them the real story and then getting people to invest? Look at the way the Yes Bank 81 bond issue was handled. People lost their life savings because the 81 bond was sold as a fixed deposit with a higher return. Again, corporate governance issues, and bank management can take recourse and say that we have broken no law. RBI doesn't explicitly put in regulation to prevent us from doing this. But isn't this a matter of corporate governance of boards, especially of financial sector firms dealing with retail investors who really cannot have a degree in finance, law, prophesizing the future, inflation, global trends, and then hiding behind the fact that there is no law which prevents us from actually cheating retail investors. So we need we need corporate governance to be taken very seriously. In favor of retail investors, you need a mindset change from the way it is right now. So when we think of corporate governance, we can think of very high regulatory costs, but by moving the product structure in a certain way and aligning incentives, finally it's about finance. So if you align incentives, would we have a better product which would lead to better outcomes, putting less pressure on boards and management to run after every case of missale? So essentially what I'm saying, can you hard code consumer protection into the product? And then the corporate governance issues are really about the firms who break this. And I'll give you two examples very quickly. You've had 15 years of reform in the mutual fund market. I have been a large part of this reform working with SEBI. And the idea is that because front commissions influence choice and the agent will sell the product which benefits him and not the retail buyer, there should be no front loads. There's no upfronting of trail commission. And 15 years of reform tells us that SEBI has essentially taken the monkey out of the product. And we've seen a whole upgrade in the way that the product is sold. You have systematic investment plans are now pure retail money, 7,500 crore a month of retail money is coming. And look at this. This is the way retail investors have responded when you get a product structure which is clean, right? So this is, I would say, cleaning up the product structure is a matter of corporate governance, both for regulators and firms. And then look at the story of insurance industry. 2006 onwards, they started manufacturing ULIPs along with traditional, but there was a whole lot of missale. Look at the data. The orange line is traditional plans and the blue line is ULIP. In 2010, the IRDA changes the rules, makes ULIP a much better product, and traditional plans remain with the old structure. And the industry immediately flips the product mix and begins to sell more traditional because that is the more opaque. That is the place where they can actually cheat investors more. So initially the industry fell back and said, well, markets are like this, therefore people are preferring traditional, but my goodness, markets now are on a roll and we don't see any sharp change in investor preferences between ULIPs and traditional policies. So this is really a bogey to say that investors make these sort of very complicated choices. They are just responding to the products which are out there. And then so I'm going to skip over these. I'm going to be running out of time. So essentially what we have is that we have a supply side problem and we need very urgent regulatory oversight to have a consumer first mindset. We need a market which is actually seller beware and not buyer beware. Investor education can help to a certain point, but not that much. And yes, so essentially what I wanted to show through the slides was this spectrum of governance issues in retail finance. And I constantly go back to my first premise, which is that financial products are invisible. They cannot be consumed, they cannot be tasted, they cannot be sat and you can't see the color. Therefore, they are created when they are described. And it is in the description that the image of what the product can do emerges in the mind of the buyer. Now, if that description is flawed, if the disclosures are flawed, and they only talk about the benefits and not the problems. For example, when Yes Bank sold 81 bonds, and I have emails sent by Yes Bank to their retail clients where they have actually said that this is better than a fixed deposit, it is safe. In no part of that email does the bank tell the investor that there is a danger of the entire money going to zero because this bond was junior to equity and you may not even get interest and not even your principal. So the risks are not talked about. They only talk about the benefits of the product. And this is the unique situation of a financial product where unless the description is talks about the good and the bad, you will have an issue of market failure. when so again, coming back to the first point, is that when we think of corporate governance in retail finance, it'll have to be a two-step way. Regulators have to think about corporate governance with the mindset that it is consumer protection which is paramount. I mean, the regulator has to understand why it is there. It is not a market development entity. It is not an industry association. It is there to prevent market failure. It's there to prevent bad, poor outcomes, unsuitable sales for people who cannot understand complicated financial products. And at the second level, corporate governance within firms should at least do no harm. So we are not even saying that give good returns. We are just saying at least do no harm, which is don't sell life insurance to a 70-year-old person, or don't sell 81 bonds to a person taking their entire retirement corpus and putting their livelihoods at risk. So at least bank boards, mutual fund boards, insurance company boards should have corporate governance metrics in place which at least do no harm. And only when this is done will we see financialization of India at a pace which is larger than what we have today. People are rightly afraid to come to the market because they smell tricks and traps. And good corporate governance measures would actually help the country harness household savings. And India is a very good saver. It is when saving turns to investment that we put it into real estate and gold for good reason, rather than allowing it to work long term in the financial sector. I'll stop here and I'm happy to take some questions if there are any, Dr. Purohit.
Yes, ma'am. What should I say? It's an eye-opener and very insightful talk. And the supply side of the retail finance, which you have touched and mentioned that what way the corporate governance has a key role to play over here. I think very few people have thought over it. So, so nice of you for touching this aspect. And I think since this webinar is live on the YouTube right now, joined by several hundreds of people, and then later on it will be there on the media. I think it will definitely be thought-provoking for everyone. I have just one question. You have mentioned that if there is good corporate governance in the retail finance side, then the huge money that people park in the real estate and gold may come into the financial products. You have already mentioned the graph in which you have shown that how the SIPs have gone up, and it's a kind of hockey stick rise which we can see in that. So, ma'am, would you like to suggest one or two things which can be done so that the similar kind of hockey stick graph we can witness in the insurance as well? Though we have some insights in your book on Let's Talk Money. So you have some views?
Right, Dr. Purohit. One is that there's an artificial wall between asset management in the life insurance and asset management industry. The world over, the insurance industry stays with risk covers management and annuity provision, and asset management, market-linked asset management, is left to asset managers. So the insurance becomes a wrap around the the market-linked asset managers product, units of a mutual fund. In India, in the early years of insurance, for whatever reasons, there was a wall put in between the insurance and the mutual fund market, where the regulator then mandated insurance industry to do their own market-linked asset management, with the result that the standards between the two industries in terms of disclosure, in terms of benchmarks, in terms of governance within asset management are very different. So were insurance companies allowed to choose a mutual fund and then wrap the insurance product around it, I think that immediately would open up the ULIP market much more. And again, ULIPs are far more investor friendly today than a traditional, but ULIPs in their own disclosures and the way that they benchmark the products are far, far behind mutual funds. So that would be just the first one. The second is, I think the regulator needs to disclose what the return is on an insurance policy. With respect to what you invest, the disclosures are very, very poor. And I think there is still a market for guaranteed returns in India. So should the regulator allow insurance companies or force insurance companies to say, look, it's a guaranteed 4% and that's it, but it's tax free. And I'm sure there's a market at the very rich and the very poor end of the market. So I think they just need to disclose better, not fool investors. And that, as a very first step, would allow at least people not to be cheated. You have persistency levels of 51%, which means after 5 years, more than half the policies, about half the policies die of life insurance, which means that in the first 5 years, all the costs are really counted and the investor gets back only half the money invested. So these are very big problems, and for a variety of reasons, we've not had either the Ministry of Finance or the regulator look at the problem from the investor point of view.
Right, ma'am. Right. Ma'am, one question has come from the participants, though that is not very directly related to your talk, but if you allow, we can. Thank you, ma'am. That globally there are so many companies. Which could be some of the companies you feel whose corporate governance practices could be a benchmark for the other companies?
I think let me not mention any names in terms of individual companies, but I think one of the metrics would be to see where the assets are also going. That would probably give an indication of where, at least in the developed part of the world, where some of the large institutions are also placing their money. So, but again, I'm just reiterating that corporate governance is really about doing no harm and doing disclosures which are meaningful, and thinking about suitable sales rather than commissions to distributors and profits for companies. So can we think of a game where all three win? There are three parts of this market: the manufacturer, the distributor, and the investor. Today, the manufacturer and the distributors gain at the cost of the investor. I'm saying, can there be a way that all three win? I'm not saying that there are no profits to be made. Of course, make your profits. But can we do the game in a way that all three win? Can it be a win-win?
Very nice, ma'am. So I think, companies ought to be good global citizens.
Yes.
So if they take it up in the perspective, and as we say in our Indian culture, Sarve Sukhina Santu, I think, they have a start as to what they should be doing. So, ma'am, thank you so much for a very good talk. And I'm pretty sure that our all audience have enjoyed this talk, and very, very much beneficial to some of our doctoral research students and people from industry who are there on the live YouTube streaming right now. So now after this, we would move to release a report on corporate governance, which has come up after a project that we carried on the corporate governance. And before releasing the report, I would request for an oral consent by Ms. Monica Halanji and Dr. Sagarika Ghoshalji, please.
Yes, please go ahead. Looking forward for the report.
Thank you, ma'am. Sagarika Didi, if you are there, maybe have your consent. But I can presume so. She being Banasthali, I presume so. I request Dr. Ankur Joshi, my colleague, to please release the report after the consent. So this is the report, and it will come up shortly on the portal of National Foundation for Corporate Governance. And in this, one of the contributors has also mentioned some role models, women role models. And there she has presented a brief profile of some people, including Ms. Monica Halanji, Dr. Sagarika Goshalji, Srimati Arundhati Bhattacharya ji. So it will be up on the portal of NFCG very soon. Now I request Shri Abhishek Parikh ji, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Atal Incubation Center, which is creating so many women startups, and we see on the social media the new startups and the awards and the grants that they have been receiving. So he has been spearheading the Atal Incubation Center at Banasthali Vidyapith. So I request Abhishek Parikh ji to please present the vote of thanks of this inaugural program.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Namaskar, everyone. So I think it's a very good day to talk about corporate governance. First of all, I would like to thank Honorable Vice President of Banasthali Vidyapith, Professor Siddharth Shastri ji, Professor Harsh Purohit ji. Special thanks to Sagarika Didi. Special thanks to Monica Halan ji, Ankur ji, participants, Amitav ji, and Sampath ji are there, and my dear students. I think overall corporate governance has been widely discussed over the last couple of years. I also thank NFCG to collaborate with Banasthali in setting up National Center of Corporate Governance at Banasthali, at the world's largest residential university for women. And I would specifically talk about women entrepreneurs because that's where my specialization is. And I would like to share some interesting insights. There was a report from Google and Byron Company 2019, which talks about segmenting women entrepreneurs in different categories. So 6 categories they have created. The first category was called Scaler. Right? So typically in India, you have some 14 million women entrepreneurs, big and small all put together. So this report segments these women entrepreneurs in 6 segments. So the first one was called Scaler, which is women entrepreneurs who generate more than 50 lakh rupees turnover in a year, which is close to 1% of the total population of women entrepreneurs. The second segment was called Urban Small Businesses, which is like 66% of the total population, which generate less than 50 lakhs turnover, which have a separate office, have staff, they're based in urban areas. The third category is Rural Small Businesses, which is close to 8% of the total women entrepreneur population. This again has less than 50 lakhs in turnover in a year and operates from home. Typically, you have boutiques, you have beauty parlors in the houses. The fourth category is urban solopreneurs, where the total population is close to 31% and the turnover is less than 50 lakhs. They might have an office space, a separate office space, might be working at home. The fourth category is rural solopreneurs. So there is one urban solopreneur, which is 31%, and the fifth one is rural solopreneurs, which is close to 38% of the total women entrepreneur population. There, these women are based at rural, non-farm, home-based businesses, right? And the last category is rural agripreneurs, which is 16% of the total population, which are farm-based, typically based in rural areas. See, out of these 14 million enterprises, 75% or more are single founder-driven organizations, right? They don't have access to technology, they don't have access to capital, finances, but are profitable and sustainable. Corporate governance, I'm not sure whether it fits into this category or not, but one thing is very much sure that governance fits it, right? These enterprises are, I mean, there are a lot of research papers being written which talks about governance in women entrepreneurs, their trust, their loyalty, whatever they do, they have a sustainable plan, even if they're not growing, but they have a sustainable plan. So the point is that I'm not sure about whether corporate governance fits into this criteria, but given these women entrepreneurs have a very defined legacy of driving organizations on a sustainable plan, I am sure governance is almost there. So governance has been there. The 1% population, which is the scalar category, which is typically 1,40,000 or so of the total women entrepreneur population, is the one where they have enterprises, they have access to capital, access to deep technology. And I'm sure corporate governance is something which is very much required there, because our experience with working with entrepreneurs, they're always crushed with resources. And governance is something which takes a backseat, which is not on priority, because the focus is to scale the organization, the focus is to bring more people, more money, and grow as fast as possible, because that's what startups are known for. But I think one thing for the participants, for the students who are budding entrepreneurs, one thing is very much which is interesting is to see how corporate governance can also become as a priority for startups, because end of the day, this is part of a culture. If you start well, if you start bringing that culture, corporate governance culture, in as a DNA of the organization can go long miles. Otherwise, it becomes tough once you start and the culture goes bad, and it takes time for the culture to revive. So that is something which I would like to stress upon. Also, I think entrepreneurs are custodians of their enterprises, not owners. They are custodians, right? So being custodians, I think these days social media, everyone wishes to become a business leader on social media, and that influence might become a barrier for enterprises to look at corporate governance as a larger goal. But I think if you want to create a long lasting organization, this is something which you have to marry, and have to get away that illusion of social media and bring real impact into the business. So with that, I think with that thought, I thank all the participants once again. Special thanks to Monica Halanji. I think the wonderful point you made, customer centricity, which we always try to imbibe in the startup DNA. That organizations which are successful across the world are the ones who have been customer centric, and you have to also, I think you also mentioned a very good point that it should be a seller beware market compared to a buyer beware market. I think हम तो यही पढ़ाते हैं क्लासेस के अंदर कि buyer beware होना चाहिए, buyer beware होना चाहिए, but I think that's a wonderful point that the government should also look at seller beware market. Thanks to Sagarika ji also, you also mentioned about bringing the confidence. I think again, as an organization which promote women entrepreneurship, the incubation center, we always imbibe into the startups to believe in themselves. I think the social structure of the country is such that that whole confidence and trust and something is missing. So we try to bring that kind of confidence, that kind of vision to startups, so that they can also think of scale. They can also think that we can also become global organizations in years to come. So with that, I once again thank Siddharth sir, Harsh sir, Sagarika Diri, Monica ji, and all the participants for the wonderful session. I think we have a long day today and more interesting sessions lined up for the day. And we look forward to more such sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Namaskar.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, ma'am. But just before we close the inaugural program, we are also joined by Professor Sharda Nandaram ji, who is a professor of Hindu spirituality and society at the Faculty of Religion and Theology at the Vrije University, Amsterdam, the Netherlands. I highly appreciate that she has joined us in the webinar today. She has a talk a little later. Through this forum and everyone here at Banasthali, pay Shraddhanjali to her father, who is no more. Just a few days back, we lost him, and still, though since she has already conveyed her consent to deliver a talk here, I was a little worried whether it will be possible for her, but she very kindly has ensured that she could make it. And I draw a similarity over here that Miss Monica Halanji, her mother passed away some time before, and a few days after she had a committed webinar for the benefit of students on personal finance at Banasthali, so she didn't reschedule it. So I can draw the similarity, the parallel. So once again, thank you very much, Monica Halanji and Professor Sharda ji. Once again, Shraddhanjali for the noble soul of your father. So with this, we end the inaugural program, and now very shortly we will be starting with the talks by two renowned people from the Netherlands, beginning with Mr. Jos de Blok and then Professor Sharda Nandaram ji. So just stay tuned in. We will be shortly be starting. Now, with utmost pleasure, I would like to introduce the next speaker, Mr. Jos de Blok, who is a globally recognized keynote speaker changemaker, visionary, and founder and CEO of Bulldog, the Netherlands. His keynote presentations have led him in the past years to countries like China, Germany, India, Japan, Sweden, the United Kingdom, and years to countries and the United States as well. Mr. Block has turned home care in the Netherlands completely upside down. With Bulldog Netherlands, he has reintroduced the work of the district nurse. Recently, he has won the prestigious Peter Drucker Purpose Award and Thinkers 50 Award. So once again, congratulations to him from all of us at Banasthali. We consider him as a member of the Banasthali family. He has a charismatic personality and very kind-hearted person and has visited Banasthali twice. And all credit to Professor Sharda Nandaramji for that. And we cherish fond memories of his visit. So I request my colleague Dr. Ankur Joshi ji to please play the talk of Mr. Yosde Block.
Dear friends of Banasthali, I speak to you from a very beautiful place in France where I stay once in a while, and to talk with you about governance and other issues in the world. As probably you know, we wanted to build Buurtzorg on trust and on trustful relationships and a purpose. And from the start, we try to simplify things and to find out how can we avoid a lot of command and control by just making things very, very simple for everybody. And that's what we did. So we built an organization now with 15,000 people, and the back office is still around 50 people. Of course, we had to deal with a lot of laws and a lot of systems in the outside world. So we need to think about how can we do our governance, take care for the legal things and so on. So we started to develop a model based on soft controls. So as you know, the world of accountants and lawyers, they want to avoid risk and they want to control everything, and that's not possible, of course. But we said, okay, let's try to find ways to show you what we are doing in a transparent way and how it works. And the accountant and the lawyers more and more agreed with the way we were developing our own view on soft controls and on trust, and even wanted to learn from it. Also with the health insurance, we had a development that, because we are paid by the health insurance in Holland, that we started to make conscious contracts together. For the last 3-4 years, we developed conscious contracts with all the health insurers. So not having big contracts based on legal things, but just what are we doing? How can we work together instead of being kind of enemies? And I have to say, all this inspiration also comes partly from India. So it was Professor Sharda Nandaram who introduced me to Kautilya. She wrote books about him, and he lived 300 years before Christ in India. And his main purpose was, how can we serve people? And that's as easy as it is. How can we serve people? How can we serve each other? How can we do useful things for people, for the planet, for the future? And how can we learn from what we are doing? So I can't be in Banasthali now. I would be. I'd love to come again when it's possible. And for the young people, I would say, follow your heart. And when I was young, 18, I had these ideas that I'm already now practicing. And you don't have all this, what can I say? All this pressure of the world on your shoulders. But be open and stay open, and think in a way that you say, okay, I can do something for myself, but I can also do something for others and for the world. And these kind of things are so important. I have to change my hand. It's quite cold here, as you can perhaps see. It's a bit snowing even. And that's what it's about, I think. It's keeping nature as it is. Be careful with all the waste in the world, and be careful for each other. So I hope you will have some wonderful days at this conference. I'll be there with my soul and mind. And I hope we will meet again. The coming years, I will be there. And for now, I say goodbye, and I hope you have a wonderful day together. Bye.
So, indeed, a very wonderful talk. And I would again say that we cherish the fond memories of his visit to Banasthali, and all credit to Professor Shardaji for this. And as we could hear him, he mentioned that everyone wants that whatever process one is a part of, or whatever product one receives, whatever service one receives, it should be as simple as possible, and of highest of the quality. So keeping things simple is what is the ultimate objective. But I recall that when he was here in Banasthali and I was discussing with him, then he emphasized that doing this is not simple. So for making the things simple for others, you have to do so much of work, and then only this can be possible. So that's very true, and very good insights we could get about governance from him. And indeed, in the time to come, look forward to meeting him at Banasthali, and also appreciate what he has mentioned, that the insights from India has also helped him to shape up the things at WISDOM and others. So after this, we come to our next special speaker of this national webinar, supported by National Foundation of Corporate Governance, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. And the special speaker is Professor Sharda Nandaramji. Although a lot of people who have joined today from Banasthali are very much aware about her, some of you might have attended the workshops which she very kindly consented on our request at Banasthali. And but for the benefit of the members of industry and the Government of India who have joined on the live YouTube streaming today, Professor Shardaji is a full professor of Hindu spirituality and society at the Faculty of Religion and Theology at the Vrije University of Amsterdam. She is also associate professor at Nindrode Business University within the Center for Entrepreneurship, Governance and Stewardship. She holds a position as adjunct professor at Banasthali as well, and is also non-executive director of WISDOM Edu-Green Neighborhood Care India. She is a member of the steering committee of the European SPES, that is Spirituality Economics Society Institute, and co-founder of Pran Group. Professor Shardaji has published more than 70 articles in academic and professional journals, and authored about 30 book chapters, 21 books, 40 reviewed papers, 40 research reports, and is mentioned in more than 70 newspaper articles and magazines. She is the founder of the concept of integrating simplification and the co-founder of the concept of integrative intelligence. And she is well traveled with diverse cross-cultural experience gained through education, consulting, research, and teaching engagements across Europe, South America, North America, Asia, South Africa, and Australia. And we consider ourselves extremely fortunate that she has visited Banasthali on our request several times. And also on a personal note, grateful on the behalf of the university that she has also supported and donated for the women's education here at Banasthali. So I welcome Professor Sharda Nandramji once again, and once again express the gratitude from the university that despite the personal constraint, she has still stick to her schedule and her promise of delivering a special talk for us. It's over to you, ma'am.
Pranam, namaskar everyone. It's always very much a pleasure to be connected to Banasthali, and unfortunately I can't be there live. And of course, everyone these days are connecting online. So I was doubting whether I could make a recording and send, or whether I should be live there. So my son arranged everything for the recording yesterday. And then I said, no, but then I won't be able to see the people and connect the way I would like to connect, even if it's online. So then I thought, let me just have this speech in this way. I have prepared slides, which I would like to show. Basically, it is about governance. But to me, governance is a very huge concept where you can focus on different angles, on compliance. You can look at leadership concepts. You can look at organizing. And what I'm trying to do is especially how things in organizations are organized to give space to the employees. And as you have heard a speech of Mr. Joske Blok, CEO of Buurtzorg, it is moving towards integrating simplification. And it sounds very simple indeed, but it is not that simple. Why it is not simple is because we are usually so conditioned in traditional models of controlling people and organizing that we forget the natural way of relating to each other. And integrating simplification, in essence, is about becoming more natural in building relationships, where it is about serving, trusting, and having an open mind. And in one of my recent articles, which has to be published, I'm talking about serving, attuning, and trusting. Basically, because that is the worldview, the basic worldview, and that's why it is complicated for people. Although it is a natural way of organizing, the whole world has been organized in a more mechanical way, a mechanical worldview, where we want to control people, where we think of everyone has self-interest. So to break that conditioning, which has been happening in many organizations, where many reward systems are built upon, it is indeed difficult. We have seen around in the Netherlands, many other companies are happily copying the Buurtzorg approach, but copying a worldview is a hard task. Because Buurtzorg works with small teams of nurses, and they have a lot of freedom for organizing their work. They know their target, they know what are the boundaries, they know that they have to find their own clients, so they are very much entrepreneurial. Some of these aspects of organizing are being applied by other organizations, but the basic worldview of really trusting people, attuning to their needs, and serving is not happening as an integrative part of their way of putting their vision and mission outside. So that's what has been happening. Buurtzorg exists now for 14 years. And we have seen that across the globe, many people have been inspired by Buurtzorg. And recently, or actually 3 years ago already, we have started pilot projects in India. In India, being a totally different type of country than the Netherlands, here we have health insurances there also, but it is privately done mainly. So we had to adjust the model. We are, busy with different parts of applications of the Buurtzorg approach in Taiwan, in China, and we have noticed that the more the context is similar to the Netherlands in respect to the role of insurance companies and governments, the more it is applicable. So that's one of our findings, because all over the world people want the same thing. They want good care. The employees want to have a happy workplace. So that's the same. So the only thing is different is the context. So how can you easily work on the context so that people indeed feel that their needs are addressed and that the employees become more happy at the workplace? So that's one of the basic questions I'm always thinking about. As Professor Hershey already said, I'm associated at Buurtzorg. Also, my research, we have set up this OMRISE research group together with Banasthali. And from those perspectives, I have always tried to look at what are the concepts from India, what are the concepts from the West. So my talk will be kind of trying, in my talk I will try to synthesize those views, because I think we can learn from both. And what I'm going to present, there are many slides. I will not go to detail when presenting each slide, but generally you can say my focus is to say, okay, there are some more economic-based views on organizing. Then we see some movements towards more social worldviews. And then I bring in the work of Kautilya, for you known as Chanakya, where Professor Joost de Blok also referred to in his speech, because serving as one of the main things we have taken up as a concept from his work. And then I will say, okay, inspired by Chanakya's work, we have built up, including, of course, some more other aspects of Indian ethos, a more integrative worldview. So this is what I will do in my talk. Since it is, of course, partly for faculty here, the conference, I will also share those references at the end so that you can also read more about it. Let me go to the slides now, and I will see how I can share that, because that would be one of the main things to do. Where am I? I need to see where I am. A moment. Okay. I have to share, present now. Going to. Are you able to see?
Not yet.
Okay. So I have to, because here we use MS Teams and we use Zoom. These are two of the programs that we use. I have to do present.
So, you have to click on the present now and then try to go to share your screen.
Yes.
And when this share your screen comes, then there is a window that opens. You have to click on the window and then click on share. This is how it works now.
Can you see it now?
Oh, unfortunately, no.
Because it says Google Meet is.
Yeah. Now it is showing. Now it is
okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to start a presentation, and probably you see it now, Vic.
Yes, we can start now very well.
Good. So the topic is integrating simplification for good governance in a post-COVID, synthesis of Western and Indian ethos. Why I'm talking about post-COVID is because at the moment, of course, many organizations are going to rethink how to do things in the next years differently. The content, I will highlight the context of FUCA, and then immediately I will go to the models for organizing and governance and some more details with some explanations. We feel that there is a need for rethinking governance, and there is a high level of FUCA, and many of you who have been here in my workshops know about FUCA. We have written books. FUCA is the abbreviation for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And of course, during the COVID times, we notice how much FUCA is there. Each country, sometimes each day, you may get some different news of how things should be done. Government is leading it. From your workplace, you will get different notes from your deans, how to make things differently for the students, how teaching should be done, how about meetings. So FUCA is there, of course, in high intensity here in organizations, but also in the whole, you can say globe across the world, a big part of the world. Currently, we are having a curfew here because we had a second wave of COVID, and it means that we are always looking at what is the next step. So we are here in high FUCA context. Then what is the message today is that we need to think about integrating simplification inspired by the work of Widsor. Going to the models. Actually, I've arranged it around the three models. There are several authors who have talked about the economic man model. It's not always mentioned as the economic man model, but this is done here because what is the main thing is that we think things should be organized purely rationally. And rationally for them is that every actor may have their own interests. So they are looking for their realizing their self-interest, and that means that any way of governing should be addressing those self-interests, which means that there are several entities not working together. They have their own competitive interests, as Jos de Blok was referring to, that you are each other's enemies in a way, and that's how the economic man model is trying to build governance. Then we see a shift towards the stewardship model, where the focus is more on what is a common good and how can we connect to those common goods. Then I introduced Kautilya's governance model, where there is this stress upon actions that should be beneficial for all. And at the same time, there is coercive authority, known as Danda policy. And then there is a place for fulfillment of all types of purposes. So if some people may have self-interest, of course, there is space for that, but there is also space for the common good. In the case of Buurtzorg Nederland, some of you may think of, okay, what's the difference between Nederland and Holland? It's the same, basically. So if Jos de Blok in his video talks about Holland, it's about the Netherlands. It has been inspired by the integrative paradigm and by integrative intelligence. And the key thing at Buurtzorg is integrating simplification and three principles: needing principle, rethinking, and common sensing principle. And I will go into details when I'm talking about those slides. There are different types of bureaucracies and rationalities, and at Buurtzorg it is all about practical bureaucracy, and it is about substantive bureaucracy, which gives place to trying to improvise when things are different than expected. So it is not that all the rules and regulations are already put into stones. It is open, an open architecture, you can say, where there is space for improvising and making changes when the context asks for it. The main characteristics of the economic worldview is that it is about compliance and obedience, and it is still the dominating worldview across the globe. The assumption is that employees' performance is driven by negative or survival motivations. It is expressed as self-serving needs of employees, of the managers and leaders. So each of them have their own views on the interest. Managers seen as control-focused, and it is all about the work-life. We don't care about the private dimension of people. It's mainly looking at the work-life dimension. Whereas when we talk about the more social worldview, there are many authors talking about stewardship theory. Some say it is based on Christian worldviews. Others will say it's not that much rooted in the Christianity, but it is coming from a more social need to innovate and to contribute to the welfare of society. So I'm not going to the details of the root of this worldview. It is about leadership by inspiration and upliftment. Employees are inspired to become self-actualizing beings, and they have their ideals, they have their values. Sometimes it is labeled under the concepts of transformational or purposeful leadership. Here, it acknowledges the self-serving aspect, but it is also about serving the organization. There is focus on work-life and private domain. The focus is on striving for universal values, and one of them is that people want to have happy workplaces. They think about even if there is a common good which is not totally aligned with their own interests, they have to subjugate their self-interest. The organization's impact is on mainly social responsibility, and there are models built around philanthropy. Not often the spiritual domain is explicitly mentioned, but sometimes you will see the link which is made, and where authors will say people are spiritual beings, they have certain needs, so you can't split a person's life into work and private, because both are equally important. Then Kautilya's worldview. I've studied some of, the Arthashastra, the translations by Kangle, for example. So the English text, and I have picked up some insights. So and mainly the insights of what is the worldview behind it. And of course, it was so many years ago when Kautilya, gave his teachings, but still we can see that some of them are applicable nowadays. The interesting thing I found is that when I was looking at the economic man model, then the social worldview model, and then the Kautilyan worldview, I said, okay, well, the first one was more about self-serving. The other one, the stewardship model, was about self and organization serving. And Kautilya's worldview is, of course, enlarging it with society serving. Another additional things which I found in his work is that natural human focus is on different kinds of goals. It's more about holistic attainment of the goals, and of course we can find it back in our Hindu scriptures, where we find the concepts of dharma, artha, kama, and here in his work saying that artha is the main base which balances all the other needs, purposes that we have in life. Coercive authority, the danda aspect, is a very important aspect in governance, and that we have to focus on the welfare of people, which is the ultimate goal of leaders, and it can be expressed in happiness, prosperity, peace, and bliss. And that actually leaders, or you can say, if we build governance, we have to think about how can we do the things, organize the things. And Joseph Bloch was talking about soft controls, and here we talk about how can we build the governance around, you can say, policy which is beneficial to all in the community. Then, as I mentioned in the beginning, that the Kautilyan model is very much close to, of course, the way we try to organize things at Butsar. And I introduced with some of my colleagues, Dr. Binlish and Dr. Ankur Joshi, this integrative worldview, where we say, it is about inspiration, upliftment, but example is as much as important. It is about human and spiritual needs integratively. So here again, you will find a lot of similarities from the previous slides, where I talked about Kautilyan worldview, but here we have added the idea that you have to do and use what is needed, the resources. And here we go back to how we practice this at Butsar, where we say there is the needing principle, which is leading. So where we say we have to reduce wastage. This model encourages to work for the benefit for all and enjoying doing this intrinsically, because I sometimes feel that although the stewardship models talk about the benefit of all for all, still it's not always stressing upon doing this intrinsically, where I understand that Lok Samgraha, the model of integrative worldview, can be based on that concept, is much more about intrinsically serving for the well-being of everyone. So when we talk about serving, serving is done intrinsically. Here in the integrative worldview, we say people strive for coherency, for the harmony. So we believe in a coherent existence. So that's why we say the intent itself is integrative. by saying that, we take into account perspectives of people, all different stakeholders. We take into account their different purposes, and we try to see, okay, what is the approach that follows these different purposes and perspectives. This worldview inspires people to be detached from the success of or fruits of the action, and so this can be brought back to the concept from Indian ethos of Nishkam Karma. Again, we can link it to our own work on integrative intelligence, integrative worldview, integrative paradigm, where we have mentioned these 5 principles: integral unity, holistic attainment of goals, embodied knowing, our connectedness, and surrendering of the ego. You see that these all are somehow connected to also the work of Chanakya. It can be connected to the stewardship model. So in a way, that's why if we say it's an integrative worldview, we have been trying to include the different perspectives. It inspires us to facilitate beyond the normative value systems for one size fits all, but for many expressions. So if we make governance models, then we have to take into account this integral unity. It invites for the focus on the natural tendency of human beings, where we say we have different goals in life. One of the main things which we don't find in the Western models is that embodied knowing, and I think this is something we have taken from largely from the Indian ethos, where we say things should be lived and embodied, otherwise it doesn't make any sense. And that's also, if we talk about trusting relationships, like Joost de Blok was talking about, then that trusting relationship is some of the things which is so soft. You can't make models, you can't make rules and say you have to behave like this. It has to come intrinsically, and only by doing it and practicing and learning from it, it will be embodied. And so trust is one of the concepts which has to be embodied, otherwise it doesn't work. Another one, also very much coming from the Indian ethos, is the assumption that everything is connected. And although the stewardship model will try to say that we have to work towards a common goal, and so you have to subjugate your interest for the bigger interest, it doesn't give any base for why we should do that. While if we look at the Indian ethos, we have several scriptures referring to this all connectedness. So we have a base, we have a rational base for doing that, you may say. The idea that we are not the doer, that there is a doer, a creator of all that exists. In several models, you can express it in different ways. Like I said in the beginning, the stewardship model. Some will say we base this on Christianity. Others will say it is just a way to connect to the higher goals and our task to work towards that common goal. So all of them are trying to do something where they say that the problems that needs to be solved, they may be bigger, and we have to surrender the ego and see how we can build that serving attitude, that attitude of trusting relationships and an open mind. Those 3 things that we need. Again, just this in this picture to say that we have to be aware of the existence and that we can see it from different perspectives, and that's why it requires a more detached observation of what is needed. So that detached view is drawn from Indian ethos. So we can go into the more details of comparing stewardship economic model, just briefly saying that if you look at the economic model where self-serving is main driving force, also the short-term opportunistic behavior is a focus. And in the stewardship, we think about the long term, and we think about a focus towards the other. So it's not only the self-interest, but it's mainly towards the other. So this leads to pro-social behavior of actors in organizations. So this creates a base for trusting relationships. In the economic model, there is usually this idea of asymmetry of information, so that some actors may have more information than others. And while in the stewardship model, we say, no, the focus is on relationships. So we have to collaborate. And this also, again, leads to pro-organizational and trustworthy behaviors. In the economic model, we may put a lot of stress on extrinsic factors of employees, and while in the stewardship model, we will move towards more the idea that we have to build autonomy, and we have to give responsibility to the employees. So all kinds of governance that we build, we can take into account these two concepts of autonomy and responsibility. Then again, more detail about the Cartelian model in addition. So we say that if you compare it with the others here, serving the society is an inherent part of the model of governance, while sometimes unnaturally organizations have experienced pressure that they have to serve society because then only you are doing good governance. Here in the Cartelian view, of course, it's intrinsically already built in that serving the society is an inherent part of it. Connected to relationships I mean, in nature and living beings is, of course, one of the more basic foundations in the Cartelian model, where if we compare it with the others, we will not find those over there. Although I may say stewardship model, more and more authors are saying that we have to include the coming generations in our thinking. So if we talk about bigger questions in society, it is not about only the generations now, but also including possible impact for future generations. In Cartelian model, of course, strict governance, the coercive power is very much present. But interestingly, it says that it is required for those who are not on the righteous path. Focus on activities intrinsically beneficial to all. Welfare of the citizen is the main. So, and we work towards realizing all types of needs. I have to skip some of the slides, but basically, because I know some of your faculty members may be interested in the slides, which I can share later on, because many of you are working on governance, and maybe this will give some new views. And I know that Dr. Ankur Joshi is also an expert on the work of Chanakya, so we can discuss this later on in more detail. But interestingly is to see that it's in a way Cartelian ancient worldview have incorporated many more dimensions than the other existing models, and it gives place to a universal outlook. So it can be applied in India, but also outside India. Okay. Here, I want to just bring back that integrative paradigm which we have talked about. We talk about it in terms of there is a holistic attainment of life goals, and Swadharma, Swarth, Swavalamban, Swaraj are main Indian ethos concepts, which helps us to arrange these goals, to say how then will we be able to holistically attain those goals. One of the main things that probably we are adding to the all these models, the economic man model, the stewardship model, Cartesian model, is that the focus on decentralized power. And I think that's one of the things which will be seen post-COVID. That will be one of the main models where we have to look at the decentralized power. And this is what we are bringing here as concepts to enrich current thinking of governance. And another one is that we have to reduce the split between thinkers and those who are doing the things. So usually in organizations we have a group of thinkers and those who are going to do the things at the operational level. These are different people. And as you know, as you may have remembered from the Buurtzorg model, nurses are organizing the things themselves. There are broad guidelines, but they have to constantly think about how to put those guidelines into practice. And if those things do not work, they have space to make some changes. So while in Cartesian model, of course, there is a lot on centralized planning to coordinate the vision of building community and welfare for all. We think in the coming time decentralized power, and of course it has been influenced by technology. A lot of technology is allowing that decentralized power for organizing things. Again, embodied knowing is very important, and we see that people are able to do more things if there is an emergency case. If we recall when the pandemic started, I mean, everyone was asked to work from home. Of course, not on day one things went smooth, but I don't hear people are complaining. So sometimes we make too much a point that there should be certain rules and regulations, and things should be put on record every time to control. But if you see, how can you control the people working at home? So we have to let go that control, and at the same time we encourage the people to see what works well and what does not work, so they improvise, and embodied knowing will become more of maybe a norm due to the situation currently, that we have to let go a lot of control. Okay. If I present Buurtzorg's integrating simplification, I say it is about trusting, thinking, and actions. You can say that there is this needing principle, and for the needing principle you can build different techniques. So if we talk about governance, you can think of different techniques around what do people need, what do the clients need, what do the employees need, what do other stakeholders need. So it is about mainly facilitating the organization structure. At Buurtzorg, we say it is about facilitating autonomy, mainly in this dimension. When we talk about thoughts-driven, it's about empowering the natural mindset mainly. We call it rethinking principle at Butzorg. So you build actually confidence, or you empower people to build confidence so that they can innovate, because you don't prescribe how they should do things. They get the space for innovation. We talk about trust-driven, then it is mainly about leading a higher purpose. And their wisdom comes in, and we talk about common sense principle, where we say you can draw from your natural way of thinking about things, maybe even your intuition. So here we have to nurture trust, building trust. And so this is in a way a summary of the Butzorg's integrating simplification model. And of course, it looks very simple, but there is a lot of thinking behind. But mainly, we can say it's also very close to how people would like to organize themselves. And I think if you look at your own household, things would be very much towards that integrating simplification. But if we go to organizations, all of a sudden we use a different mindset, and we go so easily towards that control mindset, while in your household you will have a more open architecture of governance. Just to wrap up, Butzorg's worldview, I say the needing principle is related to the why question. So you have to rethink all the time, okay, why are we doing this? And then you will get the answer. So it is very closely related to serving and looking at the different perspectives of people. And it is not about you, it is about the other. So have that in mind. I link it to the Indian concept of SWART, which is then looking at the process of systematically identifying what is needed and asking the questions of what are the needs of the clients? Why do we do things as we always do? How does it help the client? So it's constantly linking to the needs, and then looking at what are the practices and how do we have to change our actions. The rethinking part is the how part. There is no fixed normal, no fixed pattern of working. The concept of how things are done are left to the persons in practice. So it means that people can become very adaptive to the context. This gives a lot of space to them. Rethinking principle, I connect to the Indian ethos concept of Swaraj, and saying that, okay, continuously connecting to the different types and sources of information and cues, and reconstructing the perception of reality. So questions like, what is really going on in this context? Are we doing the right things? Is there a simpler way of doing things? These are the type of questions you may ask. So this means also resetting the mindset constantly, because otherwise you will not allow novel ideas to be born. The common sense is actually looking at what is the impact. So because sometimes it is misunderstood, people will say, oh, Butzorg gives a lot of autonomy and freedom and people just do the work they want to do. No, of course, there's also governance there. We know the productivity level of each team. So common sense principle, you have to think about what is the impact of what I'm doing. So it gives space for the natural flow in the behavior, but constantly also not only thinking of the why and how, but also relating it to the impact, which is about efficiency, effectiveness of your behavior. As a common sensing principle, I've related to Swavlamban, the Indian ethos concept. And here we talk about questions, what do I require for the novel approach? Because by rethinking, you will come to a novel approach. And you may not have clear, rational answers for it, but you have to actually look at your own confidence, your own sankalp, you can say, your own conviction, that's the word, of let me try it. And here comes in the entrepreneurial spirit. You have to give that space to people, because only then they can then try and learn and create solutions and come up with new ways of working, which has impact. So this was my presentation from here, from Amsterdam. It's almost 8:45 now, so there is, in the meantime, I was sitting in the dark. In the meantime, there is the sunshine here. So I'm going to close my presentation. Is that all right? I close my presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm coming back to you. Okay.
So very insightful talk, very insightful talk from your side. And I think you have taken up in-depth perspective of what way the corporate governance can become better in wake of the Western approach and the Eastern values that we come across. That just marks me to ask you a question that the corporate governance right now is facing challenges, particularly because of what you have summed up initially as VUCA. So given the fact that VUCA is high, ma'am, do you feel that it is the human qualities which are the key for ensuring that we have the right way to govern the organizations of future?
Okay, yeah. I always say FUCA is there. It was there always. It will be there. It's your perception. And in one of our books, Integrative Intelligence, we have explained it that it is depending on your own perception of, okay, and your own consciousness level, how you feel easily connected to your natural self, of how you cope with that FUCA. Because you have seen it in COVID times, people have to work from home, they have to connect from home and take the classes. That was a highly FUCA context. But no one came with a rule book. Sometimes they may have given some rule book, but it was your natural way of connecting to, okay, what is really needed. And you rethought your patterns of working. And you use a lot of your common sense. And what is that common sense? Some people will say that's intuition. And so if you talk about intuition, people will say, but that's impulsive behavior. Intuition, the way I talk about relating it to common sense, it is much more towards wisdom, because we believe in the strength of embodied knowing. So you have to give that space to that common sense. Otherwise, even the government will not come with solutions. We have seen it across the globe. So FUCA is very, very high. And by going to our natural capabilities of coping with FUCA as human beings in our daily lives, I think those will be giving us the main confidence that we are able to do it and bring those insights to the workplace. So there may be much more a move from what we know as human beings in our own households towards the workplace than the other way around. Usually we have to have experiments at the workplace and we say, okay, this is the way we have to organize things for efficiency and effectiveness. Maybe a corporate world need to learn from how human beings naturally cope with FUCA, because I really believe that everyone is able to cope with FUCA. Some people learn it by getting a crisis in their personal lives, just learn it by imitating other people's behavior. You have to learn it by doing, learning and changing things and again learning. But our life is about learning. So FUCA is really certainly a hot topic at the moment, and our natural instinct will be the main guide, I believe, in solving that FUCA context, also in a corporate governance context.
Any other member currently who has joined would like to ask any question to Professor Sharda ji? May please ask. So thank you so much, Professor Sharda ji, for a very inspiring talk, and the hundreds of people who have joined the live YouTube streaming, and later on who will be viewing this recorded program would be benefited. So once again, thank you from all of us at Banasthali, and our high gratitude for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Namaskar. Namaste. Thank you.
So now we come to our next speaker, Shri Arun Anandji, who is also very much a part of Banasthali family, has visited the Vidyapith campus in the past and appreciated and supported our women's education efforts. He is currently director of INC Value Consulting, also ex-CEO of The Hindu. He has around 35 years of corporate experience in well-known organizations like HPCL, Economic Times, The Hindu, HT Media, where he held senior level positions. His deep interest and conviction in Indian values and ethos is something that connects him with Banasthali. And one of the most significant points of his affection and understanding of Indian ethos is visible on his LinkedIn profile. He mentions first education experience to be his home, parents, and grandparents. This is an act in itself, an inspiration that even when person scales up heights in the professional career, remains connected to the roots, and which is the most essential thing. He also regularly mentors our students and incubatees at the Atal Incubation Center. And with this, we request Shri Arun Anandji for his talk.
Thank you, Professor. It is indeed my pleasure. And it is always a pleasure to be addressing an audience at Banasthali. I am, of course, missing coming to the campus over the last 1 year. And I hope things will change soon, because coming there and feeling the environment, feeling the culture, always energizes me and adds value. So I am hoping that this year will give me that opportunity soon. What I have today is a presentation on media, and the subject itself has now become fairly diverse and fairly complicated, because there are a lot of issues in the media space at this point of time. And there are no real answers, because there is so much of technology change that is happening. There is so much of business model changes that's happening. There are a lot of political and social changes that's happening because of that. And almost every aspect of society is trying to cope with that, and it is not very different from media. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes.
Are you able to see? Oh,
yes.
Great. Okay, so I have a short presentation. Now, while there are different aspects that one could address on media and governance in media houses, I wanted to make best use of this time and talk about one specific subject, which is the subject of news and fake news, because this is a subject that is now impacting all of us in many ways, and it is very important that the society, the media industry, the community, the people, as well as the government take responsibility for this and see how going forward some of the problems that's happening in this space can be mitigated, if not eliminated. It's a broad subject encompassing news. There's fake news, biased news, disinformation news, misinformation news, as well as hate speech. So all these subjects are now coming under one large umbrella called fake news. And with the proliferation of social media, the impact of news, and by extension, the impact of fake news is also going up by several magnitudes. And it's therefore a good time, even if we are probably a couple of years late in addressing this subject. Why is this relevant? Knowledge, that's news, should be produced by transparent actors. That is, we should know who's talking about it. It should be verifiable. And it is essential for democracy, development, science, health, and human progress. Today, disinformation is not a sideshow. It is a real problem, and it is a very big problem. It is not something that's happening in the periphery. And it is therefore time for media houses to relook at it and make a commitment all over again to enhance professional journalistic skills. Now, people may think that fake news and biased news is a problem only when it comes to societal matters, especially politics. But I must warn you that the impact and the spread and the prevalence of fake news is much wider, and it is not only political news. And I'm going to start by giving you examples of how this kind of news has impacted society, going outside the political area as well. Some quick examples. Pepsi's global sentiment and stock prices plummeted during the 2016 election because Donald Trump supporters called for a boycott of Pepsi products over a quote which its CEO had never actually made. So that was the fake news there. $130 billion of stock value was lost in minutes when Associated Press tweeted 2 explosions in the White House and Barack Obama injured, which was fake news. There was a rumor that chicken causes coronavirus. Venki and Godrej Agrovet sales plummeted. In 2018, several new videos surfaced alleging that a well-known atta brand contained plastic. Later, the claim turned out to be false. In October, there was a massive rain in Hyderabad. However, a video started circulating of how the airport was flooded, which was a 3-year-old video, and from an international airport in Mexico. So it's not just the text and photographs can be faked, even videos can be faked. And now with technology and artificial intelligence, you also have aspects like deep fakes, where you would not even know that it is a fake easily unless you're trained yourself to it. There was a WhatsApp message which showed workers protesting during the COVID initial days and to return home. Incidentally, that photograph of workers was taken in front of a company board. Landed up having problems because the message that started spreading was that this company is asking its workers to leave, which was not the case. Nobody is spared. Even a company, a worldwide reputed company like Financial Times, has succumbed to fake news. In January 2019, environmental activists sent a spoof letter in the name of the CEO of BlackRock, saying that they were going to pull out of investments from companies which were not environment friendly just before the quarterly earnings, and that created a huge tanking of their stock. Similarly, in 2016, the share price of a French construction company, Vinci, dropped by almost a fifth when there was a hoax press release claiming that it had fired its chief financial officer and misstated its results. 3 years later, Bloomberg was fined $5 million by French regulators for reporting the false story without checking the facts. So with this, you get a sense of how rampant the problem is, and the problem is across the world. Here is an example of how stock market is manipulated. Seeking Alpha and Motley Fool are very, very popular investment websites. Usually, it is difficult to manipulate large stocks because a lot of analysts are tracking it, and any false news can be immediately caught out. But for small firms, a fake news can create a immediate response. For example, stock prices went up by an average of 7% over 6 months, and only after the drop for small companies. For mid-sized companies, the prices decreased by 5% after going up over 10 months. And in cases, it was therefore possible to manipulate stock and artificially inflate price for avaricious end of a few people, and lay investors and lay customers were cheated in the process. Very often, employees also attempt to manipulate such stock prices, and that's where the problem can get even more dangerous. What is the impact of a negative article? Company can lose close to 22% of their business with just one article, negative article, if it comes on the first page of an internet search. And they have found that it goes up to 70% if 4 or 5 negative stories are found on the same page. So the volatility and the uncertainty is also far higher. And we do not know necessarily who are the players who are manipulating and who are creating these messages. And this becomes very difficult for the corporate world going forward, as much as it becomes difficult for consumers to go forward. And as I said, this problem is not only for in the political space, but also in the business space. It is a concerted effort because deceptive articles on investment websites appear to temporarily boost stock prices for small firms. And the US SEC have found that such companies have PR firms who are paying writers to produce such positive articles. So it is a concerted effort. It is not necessarily accidental. Sometimes it is deliberate. What is the cost of disinformation? Last year, it is estimated that the total cost of disinformation in the global economy was close to $78 billion. And this may not even be anywhere close to the real number, but nevertheless an estimate. So what is the long-term impact to the ecosystem? It creates echo chambers. You keep listening to what you would like to hear, and you do not get alternate voices. This has led to a lot of polarization. This has led to hyper-partisanship, where there's too much of us versus them. We are converting popularity into legitimacy, which is not necessarily the case. So, for example, you saw last week, there was an influencer who got into a fist fight, into an acrimonious interaction with a Zomato delivery boy. The influencer, who's always seeking popularity, created legitimacy for her role by doing that. Of course, jury is still out on who was right, who was wrong, but all data that is coming out right now, emerging, seems to suggest that that the lady had done this deliberately. Allowing manipulation by populist leaders, governments, and fringe actors. This is something that I think we are seeing every day in newspapers and television channels. I don't need to really talk more about it. Encouraging personal data capture. Again, this is the big WhatsApp controversy that happened last month, and which will continue to figure in conversations going forward, where a lot of personal data that is captured and micro messaging advertising below the radar that happens, thereby compromising individual privacy, as well as disseminating messages which are not necessarily true. And this all disrupts the chai corner or the public square, whichever way you would like to see it. Fake news comes with a large cost, not just for financial markets, but for society in general. A lack of trust in real news is a big problem, because the problem is that more than making people believe false things, the rise of fake news is making it harder for people to see the truth. And there is this concept called denial versus denialism, which has now come up. Denial is to deny a certain authentic news. Denialism is not only are you rejecting an authentic news, but you're creating new news which actually is fake news. So there is a lot of denialism right now, for example, happening in climate, where people are denying that there is a climate problem, and they are then creating evidence and stories which actually makes it seem like that the climate is actually getting better. So, so the problem is not just the tip of the iceberg, it is very deep rooted at this point. What is then fake news? Very difficult to define, but very simplistically put, it is stories that are not true, stories that have some truth but are not 100% accurate, and it is information that is deliberately misrepresented with the aim of deceiving an audience for political, commercial, or personal purposes. And nowadays, personal purposes also become a large subject, because everybody is looking for his 5 minutes of individual fame and are willing to make any compromises to get that fame. So these are the 7 kinds of information disorder that you see today. Satire, which has no intention to cause harm, but has potential to fool. Misleading content, which is misleading use of information to frame an issue or individual. Imposter content, where genuine sources are impersonated and put on some others' names. Fabricated content, where there's new content which is 100% false, designed to deceive and do harm. So this is possibly the worst. False connection, which is when headlines, visuals, or captions don't support the content. So the headline is a very clickbait kind of an headline, so that somebody who's on the net would click on it. False content, where genuine content is shared with false contextual information. So the background information that is provided is false, and therefore the way the story is interpreted changes. Or when genuine information or imagery is manipulated to deceive. So for example, deepfakes, or taking an actual video and doing some morphs in that, are all issues of manipulated content. So all of this has risen to a huge computational propaganda, which is the algorithm AI-based content that is getting created. Disruption of business models. This is a big subject, because hitherto media houses were running on advertising revenue, but the digital play has not created advertising revenue, and people are not paying for buying news. In the process, companies are not making sufficient money, and therefore the investment in the newsroom, investment in more journalists, investment in doing a detailed analysis of stories, all of this is now crumbling. There's targeted online harassment. So if somebody doesn't like a story, then it is easy to do online harassment. There's audience first, which is with customer journalism and citizen journalism. Every company and every media house is trying to create news which is audience centric, which the audience likes to hear, and that is not necessarily truthful news. Audience expectations, that is confirmation bias. You expect the audience to like certain kinds of stories, and therefore you provide that. All of this leading to much more erosion of trust, and this has then become a vicious cycle. What do we do? What are some of the things that media houses can do to transform? One, connect, which is be accessible and present in all platforms. It's important now to be present in multiple platforms so that people cannot, so that you're watching it and you're able to plug any problem that's coming in there. Curate, which is help users find good content through better search mechanisms and a wider spread of stories. Be relevant, use reader's language. The old method of writing pompous language does not work anymore. Be an expert. Don't do stories which are mere reportage. Add value to it. Be truthful, which is a lot of fact checking. Ensure that there is balance in the story. Ensure that there is accuracy in the story. Be human, show empathy. And then finally, transparency. What are your sources? Are you disclosing your sources? Are you allowing criticism on the stories that come? All of this has now become a critical importance going forward. How do we combat, therefore, disinformation and misinformation? The need for critical thinking is high now. Inquisitiveness about a wider range of issues. Concern to become and remain well informed, so you have to be obsessed with news to be able to provide it now. Open-mindedness on divergent views. I may have my own ideology. It could be a religious ideology, it could be a political ideology, it could be a social, philosophical ideology. But that doesn't mean that the stories that I do not factor in and all the alternate viewpoints. And that would then mean prudence in making, suspending, or altering views. Don't stick to your views. Be open-minded and see what's happening. And put yourself in the shoes of the reader and the other people, and then find out what their views would be. Fact-checking and social media verification have now become extremely critical. For example, if you're reading a story, does the account that shared the post have emotional or professional stakes in these claims? Because if they have an emotional or professional stake, they are likely to be doing news, which was one of those 7 examples that I talked about earlier. What is the content asking you to focus on? Is there something devious there? Is this information reasonable? I mean, does it make sense to you? Does it make common sense? Is it reputable, or does it cite reputable sources? Sometimes you get content which has these vague websites and all kinds of notations there, which automatically should make you suspicious of the source. And why is it valuable to the account that shared it? Why are they providing you that information, that news? What could be their agenda? Some easy checks. Much of the fake news is written to create shock value. That is a strong instinctive fear or anger reaction. So if there is a news which is creating fear or anger reaction, always pause and see whether it is fake or real. And how could you check that? You could check that by checking, why has the story been written? Is it to persuade me of a certain viewpoint? Is it selling me a particular product? Is it trying to get me to click through to another website? Am I being triggered? And don't stop with the headline. As I said, the headline can be a big trigger, but usually the story could have a lot of information which may not be in line with the headline that they have provided. And for that, you have to check the web address, read the about us about the source. Is the author familiar? On this story, read previous headlines on the subject. Don't take images at face value. Today, you have various websites which also test photographs. Are there too many pop-ups on the page? And then turn to fact checkers. There are multiple checkers. The fact checkers also could have their ideological biases. So one fact check may not be enough. Depending on the subject that you're addressing, you may want to look at multiple. A credible news story typically, therefore, would include plenty of facts, quotes from experts, survey data, official statistics, all of that. It could have consistent and corroborated eyewitness accounts. There should be evidence that the event definitely happened. And as I said, just check if it makes common sense. If it makes common sense, then there is a possibility that the story is true. And just because it came from a friend, it doesn't mean it is true. A lot of us are on friends WhatsApp groups, family WhatsApp groups, and this is where a lot of these kind of news comes and gets automatically, immediately forwarded. This is where, have to check that you have not become unwittingly a participant in this spread of fake news. What are your biases? What are the company's biases? Is there an advertising bias? Media houses could be doing stories for advertisers because they are a large source of money. There could be a concision bias because you want to make the story short. You may miss out some relevant information which is unconventional and just keep to some news. There could be corporate bias depending on who the owner of the company is. If that owner has multiple relationships with different businesses, then there is a possibility that the stories on those businesses would be biased. Or if the owner is a political player, then the political news could have bias. Mainstream bias, which is you do not want to offend anyone. You know that the people are thinking in a certain way, so you do not want to offend them. Partisan bias, which is you have your political ideology and therefore you report only some kinds of stories, or you always interpret every news and put your opinion on it, which is in line with your political ideology. Sensationalism, which is favor exceptional over regular news. False balance, try to make a story neutral. We talked about balance in news, but news stories don't always have to be balanced. They have to be first authentic. Sometimes we land up creating a false balance just because we think that a story has to be balanced. That's not the case. Undue weight, which is giving too much significance for some bits and pieces of news because that suits you. The ventriloquism, which is reflecting other authors' positions. So you know that these authors like it, so you start doing that. Speculative content, which is not verified. Structural bias. You may not have journalists in some markets and therefore source information from other parties, and that may not follow the same editorial processes that you would have for the stories coming from your own journalists. So these are only some out of 150 different kinds of bias. If you go to Wikipedia and just put cognitive bias, you will see at least 150 different kinds of biases that come. And all of these influence news. The good news is that 24.8% of respondents shared a story which was exaggerated, but if they knew, they would not have shared it. They are not dying to share stories, but they do land up sharing stories. But upon knowledge that it is not true, they would not do that. What can media houses therefore do? Companies would have to establish themselves as the go-to news source by creating their own news blog channels on their websites with multiple social accounts linking to it and post on it regularly, so that they have their reputation, they have their credibility, and they have their viewability of all the stories that they are putting. By posting regular, transparent, and high-quality content that you own and moderate, get multiple views in these, engage with media regulatory bodies on a continuous basis so that there is transparency and there is a better chance of debunking false stories. India has many authorities, which is not one of it is overly regulation on news, but they're all there in some form or the other, whether it is TRAI or the Press Council of India or the Press or the PRB Act or some of the new bills that are coming up right now, like the one that has come week before last, which conflates news sites and OTT platforms together. So there is a lot happening here. Governments are also trying to grapple with it. This is the time, therefore, for media houses also to, take a foot forward and do work proactively to ensure that there is freedom of speech and they are free to do their business, but at the same time meet ethical standards that the country and the community demands. So you have to build a culture of integrity, compliance, and ethics, which is easier said than done because the number of journalists now are less. You are not going through a very detailed process of recruitment, and people have started writing from day one. 10 years back, it would take a lot of stories and a lot of hard work for your byline to come in the paper. But today, that's not the case because the T20 environment, even in news. We have to strengthen cybersecurity to prevent breaches that generate fake news. There are lots of automated algorithms which are capable of creating fake news, and it will be very difficult for a layperson to know that a certain news is fake. Monitor content from different news platforms, social media, to identify potentially damaging fake news. Create a crisis management plan, because there is always the possibility that something will go wrong. And when that goes wrong, how are you going to redeem yourself from that situation? And then finally, this is important, there's a lot of online abuse that happens on journalists, and media houses have to take care of them and ensure that they are empowered and given the right support when there is online trolling happening on them. It gets worse when people or organizations spout the lie, which come from authority figures. So that's why it's all the more important. And as I said earlier, nobody is spared. So for example, one of the most influential German news magazines, Der Spiegel, removed an award-winning author because he falsified stories on a grand scale and even invented characters deceiving both readers and his colleagues. So the problem is rampant. Nobody is spared, and it's not us versus them, and it is not I'm right, you're wrong. There is a need to look at this, and now going back to Dr. Shardanandram's earlier presentation, media now needs a coherent view, and news needs a coherent view, looking at all these different aspects. So the good news is, they've started working on it. In October 2018, in many of the European media houses signed up for the EU Code of Practice on disinformation. And there is more of this kind of work that will happen. And ideally, this should happen in a self-regulatory manner so that they're able to, because news also is a highly subjective matter. And it is best that there is a combination of people from civil society and the industry who come together and ensure that it's always in line with overall ethics. I'm just going to give you one example for you to know. Many of you would remember 2 years back, there was a case of Romila Thapar, where she was asked to provide her CV at the Jawaharlal Nehru University. She is a professor emeritus. And I'm just reading out to you 8 headlines from different media houses. The government is frankly anti-knowledge, this is from the Telegraph. Not on the right side of history. Why JNU asking Romila Thapar to submit her CV is making noise, which is News 80. The Times of India says Romila Thapar among 12 emeritus professors who have been asked to submit CV. The Hindu said retract letters to Romila Thapar, others, and they were basically taking news from the JNU Teachers Association. The Wire said that JNU asked Romila Thapar to submit her CV for evaluation, where the evaluation was in inverted comma. The Laugh ascending from Scroll. And Motivated Campaign launched to defame admin reforms. JNU on Professor Emeritus Rao, which was a TOI story where they interviewed the Vice Chancellor. And so only one section of several more stories. What you realize is that the same event, and you would see that different media houses have taken different emphasis, different reference frames, and covered it differently. And this is where readers need to take a view on what is right, what is wrong, and what is the truth. And media houses also need to rise above politics and partisanship to see whether they are giving stories which encompass the whole truth and give a coherent view. So the need of the hour is ethical journalism. As Aidan White, who is the founder of Ethical Journalism Network, said, the core values of ethical journalism are more important than ever today as we fight for quality and democracy in the media in the digital age. While new laws might lead to potential censorship, a commitment to ethics is essential to build public trust. And therefore, I'd like to leave you with a thought, which is from an attitude to truth, you have to move to attention to truth. And when you do that, some of the problems that media industry faces today on unbiased news, on fake news, on disinformation can be addressed. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent talk, sir, and very insightful. I think these perspectives are the ones which are not much known. So you have definitely contributed adding new knowledge to the field of corporate governance and this webinar. I trust you are not keeping best of the health, but still you kept your commitment for this talk. So this is something all of us highly appreciate at Banasthali. Would you mind if we can take up one question?
Definitely, sir. I'll be very happy to.
Namaste, sir. As you mentioned that the problems like fake news are growing, so what are the chances of improvement and who can bring this change?
The chances of improvement are definite because there is no choice. Who can bring this? It is an ecosystem issue, and therefore everybody has to put their lend their shoulder on this initiative. But I would put the primary responsibility on the media houses to begin with, because it is their business, it is their industry, and if this fake news keeps on increasing, then trust in media will only decrease that much more, and their businesses will collapse. One. And two, government and other civil society would start interfering and start playing a much larger role in their independence of running the business. So it has to start from the media house. But all of us have a role.
Okay, so thank you so much, Arunananji, from all of us at the Vidyapith for your wonderful talk. And now we move to the next special speaker, Shri Sampath Iyengarji, who has over 20 years of experience in the global leadership for IT, financial services, and consulting. Sampathji has led transformations, turnarounds, and rapid growth situations across closely held and public companies. He has served as CEO in global technology firms and has driven business strategy, mergers and acquisitions, and global integration, and built world-class teams and worked closely with top-notch board members. He has crafted differentiated business models that have competed successfully with the best in the business, fostered brand strength and innovation, nurtured thought leadership, and enabled successful carve-outs. Sampathji is current chairman of IGA Meta Value Advisors and contributes as an advisor, mentor to various academic institutions and startups. And we are very grateful to Sampathji, who has kindly agreed and consented to be a special speaker for this national webinar. And he has visited Banasthali in the past and has appreciated the work of women's education carried at Banasthali Vidyapith. And we have the fortune of having him in our advisory panel at the Faculty of Management Studies and the Faculty of Law, and always benefit from his advice in our programs and the research. So we are grateful to him that when we reached out to him, if he could be spare some time and grace this national webinar with his words of wisdom. and he kindly consented for it. So thank you very much. And now I request him to deliver his talk. Shri Sampath Iyengar.
Namaste, Harshji. Good afternoon to everybody. It's always a pleasure to talk to Banasthaliites, I think, as I like to call yourselves. I've always described Banasthali Vidyapith as one of India's hidden gems. And every time I spend 3 minutes talking about my visits there, everybody's in awe. So anytime I want to get wide-eyed responses, I bring up Banasthali. I need to share my screen. I think Arun is still got his screen shared, right? Yeah. How would I share my screen on this, Harshji?
Sir, you can go to the present now. It might be towards the right side of your screen, bottom right hand. And there you have to click on share the screen. And
I don't see it. Okay, hang on. I normally, I'm so used to the Zoom that I can't seem to find this. Okay, hang on. No, not here. Did you say right side?
On right side, you will have to find an icon, present now.
It says present now, huh? Okay, just a second.
And once you find it and click it, then there are 3 options in which you have to choose entire screen.
Is that the one? Oh, here it is. I got it. Present now. Yeah.
G.
Entire screen?
Yes. And once you click on this entire screen, then it will show your screen. So you have to click on the screen and then click share.
Okay.
So you have to click twice. Once on the entire screen and then share.
Yeah, just bear with me.
No issues.
Is it visible now?
No, not now.
Not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
Hang on.
G.
Share.
So before clicking on the share, you will have to first click on the screen, which you will see a little upwards. Then the share will become visible.
I see share. I'm not able to click on it for some reason.
So above share, the screen which is there, if you click it, then share, you'll be able to.
Got it.
G. This Google Meet is a little complicated compared to Zoom. Zoom is, very user friendly.
Right.
G.
So now what can you see?
Yes. Now
you can
see the screen. Now you can go to your presentation.
Okay, here it is.
G. Very nice picture, sir.
Oh, so okay, now I see what's going on.
Yes. And
great.
And now good presentation. We can see the screen.
Okay, super. Great. So you can hear me clearly as well, right?
very clearly.
Terrific. So I'm going to focus my talk on corporate governance as it pertains to innovative sectors. So Harshji, you mentioned a brief background about me, but I think what is pertinent for this session is that I've mentored about 250 to 300 startups and companies in the innovation spectrum. I've been very closely associated with the innovation ecosystems in the US, Israel, India. I advise STPI on innovation. I'm involved with iSpirit, which is the India Stack think tank, which is building out public goods, which also is hoping to build India into a product nation. So I've been steeped and I'm very passionate about making India an innovative nation. We've traditionally always been very strong with industries or sectors that have relied on skills, cost, and availability. And I think we are starting to grow more aware of the need for us to grow up the value chain ourselves as a country. So I want to just define what I mean by innovation sectors. And by the way, I just have 4 or 5 slides. I don't have a lot of slides. I just want to make a few key points for people to take away. So the context is, I'm not talking about traditional industries that are now starting to innovate. Oil and gas is trying to innovate, or healthcare is trying to innovate. I'm not talking about traditional sectors or industries that are launching innovation programs to bring in new products or services to market. I'm talking about sectors themselves that are innovative. So I'm defining it fairly clearly here. So there's a creative process involved. The product, service, or a solution moves up the value chain. It's got to add significantly higher value to the user. It's got to be differentiated with respect to competition. It's often a first-time invention or a creation. It will tend to disrupt an industry, or it will even create an industry, like we see, for instance, with Twitter or Coup. And the general idea behind the founders or the initiators of such an innovative entity or a venture is to make the world a better place. Right? It typically starts with a vision that's fairly idealistic. So the interesting thing about that is that the cost of failure is high. When companies that have a high desire to make an impact or are driven by sustainability, and when those firms fail, the cost of failure is very high. It's not just shareholders losing their money. It's an opportunity lost for the world to become a better place, or for an industry to be disrupted in a positive way. And that's why I think governance in innovation sectors have far more significantly important dimensions than governance or corporate governance for other sectors. So a couple of examples just to illustrate what I mean. You've got Oyo, and it's a great example of how a very innovative approach is now floundering. There's Paytm, there's Coup, like I said, Tesla, SpaceX in the US. These are some examples of actually sectors that are attempting to challenge the status quo. Now, what are these unique challenges for innovators? I mean, survival risk is very high. They run out of cash in no time. They come and they go bust. Even hedge funds that are highly innovative, the failure rate is very high. It's very difficult to forecast revenues, very high uncertainty. On what basis do you people talk about 5-year projections, 3-year projections. These are all spreadsheet exercises. When you're really building an innovative enterprise, on what basis do you really forecast? And they tend to be over-optimistic, because entrepreneurs tend to be over-optimistic. And you see that in terms of the forecasts. And when the forecasts are high, the cash burn is high. And when something goes wrong, the chances of survival getting impacted is also very high. Failure rate of products is very high as well, which is why the notion of fail fast and fail safe that comes in. The growth risk is also not quantifiable. You have no precedence, no history of cycles. In cyclical business, in commodity business, metal businesses, there's an up cycle, there's a down cycle. But where's the cycle here? There is no cycle. The other aspect is leadership risk. Many entrepreneurs and founders who are doing this are doing it for the first time. So the founders themselves are floundering. It's uncharted territory. And the key thing to understand about this sector is sudden death. There's not a lot of warning. There is not tapering off. It's not that you continuously struggle over 2-3 years. No, you just evaporate. And that's vital to understand about innovation. Let's look at a successful company in innovation. They have a virtuous cycle of growth. It's critical that there's a growth mindset in the founders, in the owners, in the leadership. They have a systematic method in terms of looking at ideas, dumping ideas, selecting the ideas that can potentially work. They have a sharp sense of what's a value proposition, the reason to exist. If they can't make a difference to a customer in terms of a genuine value proposition, they're barking up the wrong tree. They will tend to have a rigor in terms of IP and patents, because you've got to develop a defensive mechanism to support the business. Patents, as they say in the US, is vital to be able to provide that moat and protection as well. They'll always have a strategic approach to identify a white space in the market and make sure that they're either creating a market or they're able to dominate a market over time. They'll have the discipline to prove the market, and they'll do that in steady steps. They won't try and boil the ocean by trying to do too many things at one go, but they will prove a marketplace, and then they will go after the market to grow it. There will be a lot of proactive risk management. It's not just about reducing risk. It's really proactive, look ahead, see ahead, and respond quickly type of risk management. They will tend to institutionalize capabilities, because if they don't institutionalize capabilities, they will not be able to survive, or as I say, scale. And good governance is vital for these entities to stay and scale, both. So let's really talk about some of the key elements that need to happen in terms of governance for innovative companies. Now here, there's it's a three-legged stool often. There's the board, the owners, and the leadership. The owners could also be founders. Now, strategic thinking is vital. There is a tendency for many of these companies, because they're so worried about survival, that they start thinking tactically, and they also believe that for growth, they need to bring in process very early. And process can translate into bureaucracy, and that can really hurt the prospects of a company, which is in that stage. Now, the owners or the founders must see the board as an ally. Oftentimes, and in traditional businesses, companies get away with it, right? The owners or the founders will just bring in their friends, their well-wishers, and people who are just very good names, who have a degree of fame, or who are potentially even celebrities on the board. And a lot of people on the other side like to join boards because you get bragging rights. You're on a board of so-and-so company. But that doesn't cut much ice in this situation. The founders have to see the board as an ally. They cannot afford to gather yes men or yes women, as the case may be. So there's a distinct difference between innovative sectors and non-innovative sectors. Now, they must also remember they're being funded by patient capital, venture capital, private equity that funds this kind of innovation, typically looks for returns over a 3, 5, 7-year period. And they're not public companies. Public companies are driven by quarterly imperatives. So there's a tendency to think overly short term. But these companies are actually privately held, closely held, and they're funded by patient capital. They need to have that patient long-term mindset. They need to run a marathon and not a sprint. They could run a series of sprints within a large marathon, but the marathon mindset is vital here. The other thing here in companies that are fundamentally innovative, you need mentors at every level, because it's a highly stressful situation, and you need to nurture not just performance but also people. You just can't, challenge people with targets and goals and objectives and expect them to deliver without really working closely with them as mentors. Even founders often have conflicts within them. They start off in a very positive way. They could have been classmates, they could have been former colleagues, but once they set up a company, the reality of business hits them, and founders have many conflicts, disagreements, and the board needs to be able to help mentor and see them through this kind of challenge, which is unique and often the first time that the founders have faced it as well. The other important thing, vital thing in terms of corporate governance for innovative sectors, board members must understand the industry. If not the industry, if it's a new industry that's being created, they must understand the industry that's being disrupted. So they can be a valuable sounding board. They should have the capacity to go deep into issues. And very importantly, they must complement the leadership team. You can't have the same kinds of experience and capabilities sitting around the board. There's no new thinking, there's no fresh thinking that happens. And these people who come in with more experience must have the ability, they must be leaders in their own right. They must be able to inspire the leadership team for them to be able to, because you're running a very challenging situation and failure rate is high, like I said. Anytime survival is a threat, so the ability to inspire is very high as well, or needs to be high. You also need to have a culture of seeing failure as normal. Extremely difficult in India. I see a lot of this in Israel. Silicon Valley, you'll see, failure is seen as normal, but they'll say fail fast, learn quickly. Recently, if you looked at SpaceX's rocket, the 9th attempt failed, or I think it was SN10 failed, and next day Elon Musk was at the site, looking through the pieces and trying to see what they could learn before they could launch the next one. So this is this has to go top down, and you have to be able to disclose failures. Transparency there is important, because if you don't appreciate that failures are normal and you have to learn from them, failures can be deadly for a venture that's in an innovation game. One of the biggest things that when I mentor, I tell a lot of founders and management leadership teams is, do not be feudal in your behavior. If you're not meritocratic, you will fail. One of the greatest successes of innovation in India is ISRO, and the culture they've got is a meritocratic culture. You cannot have a feudal, top-down, instruction-led culture. You cannot have celebrities that dominate conversations. You cannot have prima donnas, super experts who cannot be questioned. These are all recipes for absolute and certain failure in innovation-driven enterprises. You have to have a meritocratic approach. In fact, on my trip to Israel, I found out that in the Israel Defense Forces, IDF, a kid who joins on day 3 can question the general, because you cannot afford to fail. It's survival. It's mission critical to the country. So the ability to absorb good ideas from all sources, even Ayurveda talks about it, as we all know, is very vital. You have to be able to embrace it, and you cannot think about juniors and seniors. So cut the hierarchy, emphasize role-based teamwork. Ultimately, you got to get the job done. You got to meet the objective. And if you start thinking about who's senior, who's junior, when you're working on a campaign or a project, it's suboptimal in terms of outcomes. Now, the other thing is the board has to, like we talked about founders choosing a good board. Likewise, the board also has to be empowered to fix the founders. Often founders are perfect to take the company from 0 to say, 100 crores, 250 crores. But they're not the right people to take the company to the next level. And I've personally seen this happen in several companies where they start off brilliantly, but the founder is the prime reason for the company to fail. And the founders let their ahankara, their egos get in the way. They don't want to let go. They don't realize it's time to bring in a professional CEO. And they just, the same set of skills that delivered success now goes into actually delivering a failure. So the board needs to be empowered. They need to manage succession. They need to mentor the founders or the owners who are involved. It's time for you to step aside, take on a different role. Let's bring in professional leadership. And this has to happen on an ongoing basis. This can't be left to chance at all. We talk about compliance and accounting and so on. Companies that are founded on innovation cannot get into creative accounting. There are too many stories I hear, even among some of these so-called unicorns or sunicorns that are trying to present growth in numbers that perhaps if will not stand the test of a real serious evaluation in terms of how real those revenues could be. Will they stay over time? And sometimes there's a little bit of creative accounting that goes in there. And it's not just about doing the legal thing. Oftentimes the law itself is evolving because the innovative sector itself is new. So what do? You got to do the right thing. You got to go beyond the law. And this is where the notion of dharma comes into play. And you got to have a dharmic orientation in terms of making sure that the numbers are understood. Because who are you kidding? You can fudge the numbers, you can package the numbers, you can pitch the numbers as very attractive for some time, but ultimately reality or truth will catch up on you. And then what happens? It's sudden death. That's what we talk about. The other issue with governance with these firms that I see that happen in India, I see lots of founders that have raised a lot of capital suddenly starting to invest in other companies. And I'm saying, what's going on? These guys have to be focused on their ventures. They haven't delivered success and returns to their investors yet. but they're already angel investors. They are mentoring other companies. I see that as a very deep, serious conflict of interest, and I think that should be avoided as well. So these are some things that I think are vital for innovation-oriented businesses or sectors to consider when they think about corporate governance. They're not. Some of this is similar to traditional businesses, but when it comes to innovation sectors, it's far more important to ensure survival and to enable growth, both. I'm done, Harji.
Yes, wonderful talk. Would you allow us to take up one or two questions from the participants?
Yeah, sure. That's why I kept the talk short and sweet, hopefully sweet. By all means, anyone's got questions.
Namaste. I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Can you hear me clearly?
Could you speak up just a little bit?
Am I now audible?
Yes.
Okay, great. Although you did talk about innovation sectors, now I had this question out of curiosity that if we look even at the conventional sectors, in the name of innovation, I would want to hear your comments on this. It's just a statement more than a question. For example, when I see around the ginger shots being taken or the turmeric shots being taken, like in Indian cuisine, we would use turmeric as a part of the recipe or ginger as a part of the recipe. But here, I'm currently residing in Switzerland. So in the grocery shops, we would see these shot bottles with plastic packaging, although talking of sustainability on one end, but then coming in plastic packaging and selling ginger shots and turmeric shots. And then I don't want to take examples, but I don't think so the relevance of the example would be there. But for example, PMI coming up with e-cigarettes. So when you talk about genuine value proposition, so what I want to understand from you is that in the name of innovation, is this going in a right direction?
Yeah, so, which is why I was careful to define my notion of innovation sectors. What you've talked about are what we traditionally in investing call sin sectors, right? So you have sin sectors in traditional companies and you have sin sectors in technology, highly tech-oriented companies as well. So that's the broader classification. Now, just because you are innovative in terms of bringing out an electronic cigarette to replace a traditional tar-coated tobacco cigarette, it doesn't necessarily make you a sustainability-oriented company. You're actually not, right? Because you're not fulfilling the criteria of sustainability, which talks about environment, social, and governance principles. And this is clearly affecting the healthcare side of society. So to that extent, you're right. So I'm keeping sin sectors out, which is why in my very first slide I talked about innovation sectors that potentially have the DNA of what they're attempting to do to have a positive impact. And that's why I said the cost of them failing is very high. But you're right. I mean, this is a problem, and it has to be dealt with more through regulation and through awareness of customers. But that's not what I've attempted to talk about in this particular session.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sampath.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good luck, everybody. Thank you.
Now we have with us Dr. Ratan Sharma ji, who has a rich experience of more than 40 years in the field of education, and he has worked at various prestigious institutions like IIM Lucknow, MDI Gurgaon, SP Jain, and bringing about he is also the president. He was also the president of Association of Indian Management Schools, which is a body of about 800 business schools in the country. He has been a prolific author, writer, and has won various awards also. And bringing that experience into account, he has been mentoring various participants from the domain of management, young students, and so he has conducted various programs in this domain. So thank you so much, sir, for sparing the valuable time with us. And without wasting much of the time, I would request you to kindly take over.
Thank you very much, Professor Joshi, and thank you very much, Professor Harsh Prohit, I think, for this opportunity. It's really wonderful to be a part of this the event, which is what is being organized very well by you. And it's very interesting, really, coming after Professor Mr. Sampath Iyengar. I think it's very interesting talk. He had it on corporate governance and innovation. My part is I do not have a slides, of course, I must mention it, that, but I will be talking about as a management academic professional, how we should try to look at, and the topic which is given is the future of the corporate governance. I should not, let me clarify from the beginning itself, future of corporate governance, I do not mean that there's no future at all. In fact, the corporate governance is here to stay in any way. It has come a long way, right, in India. And I think what Professor Sharda was mentioning, right from Kautilya days onwards, I think we have covered a journey. And I think this is a very interesting journey that we have got it. I hope you are getting, I think voice is clear. Is it all right? Yeah? Voice is
Yes,
all
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So we have come a long way in the corporate governance journey in India, and from the ancient times till today. But I think the modern times we started when CII, I'm sure some of the faculty colleagues and also some of the students doing research must be knowing about it, about the CII, the code of conduct, with voluntary code of conduct, which was being drafted in 1999. So I think onwards, that is what we have started with that. And we will be talking more in terms of the practices and the practices which are being followed by various companies, and what the really law talks about. I'm aware that you are aware of some of those issues, but I must mention the future of corporate governance is the type of governance system which is going to be there. What are the factors on which it will depend? And also some of the comments which have been made by the practitioners themselves. So we'll be talking about those issues. So I must begin with that. There are three important factors which drive the corporate governance practices as I look at it. One is, number one, the mandatory disclosure requirements. Now, when companies don't really adhere to certain rules and principles and disclosures and information symmetry that we really talk about, then there are always a mandatory disclosure requirements. Second is about what we refers to is the voluntary disclosure requirements. I think many times the companies really come for it. For example, Infosys has come out with segment reporting, segmentation, and likewise TCS has come out and so on and so forth. So many of the companies on their own, they have come out with many other things voluntarily in the past. Also now they are doing it. And third thing, which is very important, which drives the corporate governance practice, is the market forces. Now we should not undermine, in fact, all these three. Market forces are very, very important factors which drive the corporate governance practices, including in India. Reason, once again, I'm sure you are all aware, because a lot of money being invested here in the stock market, and because the money is really flowing in from outside India, naturally the institutional investors are very keen really to see these practices which are being followed by the companies here, and therefore they will be having always an expectation which is very high. In fact, it's a global standards, and therefore whatever practices are to be followed, I think they have to be as per the global standards which are there in vogue today or going to be there. So these three factors will drive, in fact, the corporate governance practices. Let us see, as a management academic professional, what are the issues and challenges the corporate governance has got it. In case we are able to face these issues and challenges properly, I thought they have got a very good, in fact, future. And that's what corporate governance has got, will be strengthened accordingly. As I mentioned to you that we have come a long way in the journey of corporate governance. I'm sure you are aware of it. Still, Yes Bank episode has happened. Still, there are many things which has happened in ICICI and Vidyapith. Despite all that. Now, which means very simple, the system that we got it in the corporate governance is slightly weak, not slightly, it's weak, put it this way. And therefore, it needs to be strengthened. Then where are the issues, what are the challenges? So first thing is, it comes to my mind is, number one, the type of a COVID-19 that we face is called crisis management situation. I will not get into that part that what Cadbury committee said it and what other committee members said it. It is to direct and control the affairs of the company. Sure, that is there. Now, this is all more in terms of when we write an article. But the point still remains, board of directors have to direct and control the affairs of the company in the proper manner. Now, in a situation, number one, of the crisis management type, then what are the responsibilities? And these type of crises are bound to be there. I think COVID is still continuing. Vaccination drive has already started. When we were really wondering about and we wrote about crisis management, it was how companies are really trying to cope up. You know it, the lockdown has happened, all the places, including in India, how companies behaved. And I think there were a lot of layoffs, there are a lot of retrenchment which has taken place, a lot of misery around. I will not get into detail of it. Example which I would like to quote is how the board of one of the company really came out very nicely was Nestle. Nestle India came out. They said it very openly, very formally, and they came out that, look here, nobody is going to be laid off during this period of time. Now, that was something which was the board and with the CEO came out with that. Now, you face this situation. What happens? You really try to buy the loyalty of the people. You really try to get through that. And it is the society in general, they really try to appreciate this move. So first thing, if you want that your corporate governance practices in the future is to be strengthened, first thing is how do you deal with that? Other companies also came out later on, but first thing was the Nestle which has really come out. I'm sure there will be many more, but I'm aware of Nestle because which I appreciated, noticed it, observed, and that's what was there. So first thing, issue and challenge is how you face the crisis situation. Second is more of a, I will not say academic, but what even Mr. Sampath Iyengar mentioned it, the interests which are there. Interest in terms of what we refer to, some of those interests we got as stakeholders. I mean, we have to balance the interests of the various stakeholders. Now, interest of the stakeholders, this has been there in the literature, also even otherwise in practice. For example, when he mentioned about owner can be the directors. So from that point of view, if that is there, then interest, there's a conflict of interest, but that I'll come later. First part is balancing the stakeholders' interests. Now, stakeholders' interest will refer to, and that is what recently has come, majority shareholders and minority shareholders. So I'll straight away get into majority and minority shareholders which are there. And you know it, minority shareholders being defined as non-promoter shareholders. So what is the conflict? How to balance that part of it? And this is what board of directors have to get into that part of it. Second thing which I'm concerned is the shareholders versus the stakeholders. I know we all are concerned. This is where some of those, I will say the mandatory requirements of CSR and other activities have really come in. You are aware of it. 2% of the net profits of the average 3 years profit has to be released to go into the CSR activities. So that is where the problem is. Shareholders versus the stakeholders. Again, you have to balance. This is what board has to do it. How really they will try to do it. Now it's a mandatory requirement. They have to go for it. But where do they spend money? Again, there are issues which are to be done. Then there's an issue of principal and agent. These are again issues. What we refer to in the academic literature, but I think this is also be found in the practice also. So this was the second issue which to my mind is very important. How to balance in fact the stakeholders' interest. And that will decide as to how you are able to have a practices which is more strengthened or still a weak one. Third thing which I was interested was that there's a conflict of interest in any way. Academically, literature says so, otherwise also we find it. There are people, and as Mr. Iyengar mentioned it, at a certain stage, founder, this is a very important person to begin with. They have started the business. They have come to a certain level. I don't think there can be anybody else who can do it. But after that level, we required somebody as a professional, a CEO or somebody who is no outsider, who can really run the business in a proper manner. There will be what we refer to said to be an agent of the principal or the owner. So that is where the conflict arises in the minds of the owner, and also in general this being felt, how to deal with that situation. Also a situation of short-term versus a long-term phenomena. Many times management end up taking short-term decision. Now it is more to do with the compensation package, maybe many times, when they get into certain things, certain compensation based on the immediate, profit which is being done. Now, which is what short-term is versus a long-term is. Long-term is what really we are really talking about in this case. So probably these are how you will try to tackle the situation. Then a point, once again, as a professional becomes to our mind is that we started, I was teaching in one of the classes. It was a very interesting article of Harvard Business School, which was a re-engineering, financial re-engineering. And it was long back. Now, what happened was financial engineering referred to the Enron as a case, referring to some of the innovative financial instruments being devised by this company to really raise funds from the market. And suddenly came Enron problem. Now, I was discussing something which was innovative, in fact, trying to appreciate how really Enron has come out with that, because there was a wonderful idea of re-engineering the products, but suddenly was very different thing about the Enron. Now, if that happens, then was there any transparency? Was there any disclosure requirements there? And this is the basic thing for which the corporate governance practices are there. How the board is going to resolve those issues. As I said earlier, there are issues which are mandatory. There are certain issues which are voluntary in nature. And there are certain practices which are market will force companies to really come out with that, even if there's not mandatory, even if they might not have thought about that part. And somebody has to take the responsibility also. Somebody has to take the responsibility. As a CEO, as a senior management, if you have taken a decision, those decisions really you have to be accountable. You are responsible for that. You can't pass on the responsibility on to somebody else. And that's what really is, once again, board has to decide. And then ethic valuation, ethics, again, is a consensus. What we say, what your conscience got it. And there's what dharmic values very important. How you really get into that. Law will take its own course, but how you are there, that's where our sanskar becomes very important. How you will try, you have honesty or integrity, how you will try to follow the rule of law, etc. will be very important part. And another point which I'll mention in this case is the whistleblower policy. I'm aware there's a session, I will not get into that. I will only say that how you deal with if there is any problem, if there is any complaint being made by somebody. Now, these are some of the issues which I thought they are important, and they will decide about the future of the corporate governance. Now, I now come to as to how really we have tried to deal with it. Simple. Number one, board of directors. I'm sure you know it. There are, and I'm not getting detail of the LODR and etc. listing obligations and disclosure requirements of 2015 or 18 and recent publication which has come out. You are all aware of it. What only I'm saying is the board of directors, the mainstay. Now, they decide as to how really try to get into that part of it. It is what they really get into, how really the corporate governance practice has to be there. Law has taken its own course. You are all aware. Skill set of the directors, knowledge of the directors, the experience of the directors, value system of the directors. Now, all this is being decided. I mean, you have to really come out with that. And therefore, as for the requirements, rules and regulations are concerned, I think that is okay. There's absolutely nothing. If things go as this, what they are saying it, then I think it's wonderful. So board of directors is very, very important thing, and quality of board really reflects as to how the quality of the corporate governance practices are going to be there. I must mention one thing. We talk about the company's financial viability or the soundness of a company. And in fact, I belong to the finance area. I always felt that share price is a function of many of those financial variables that we have been talking about. It has been there. In fact, in every stock exchanges, all data what could have been collected has been collected. All the techniques which have been used have been used. Still, share prices, we are not able to explain its variation more than or even a single digit variation. There's what was even found in a journal of finance long time ago. Now, what has happened? The wealth of the shareholders share prices reflects not only the financial variables, but also now a variable which is more important called cost, the corporate governance practice. So this is an important variable which has come now as to how to decide whether a company is financially viable, it is sound, is it something will be having a future? And that's very important. Therefore, corporate governance has to be taken more seriously. Board of directors, quality will decide what is the future of that company going to be there. And that is what is very important part of it. Law takes its own course, but practices makes a difference. And I'll quote one very interesting study, which is in the another part, which is called independent directors. In the board of directors, there's another part, independent directors. No, I think everybody really talks about independent directors. And in the independent directors also, there's a qualification which is being said. Again, in LODR, there are qualifications which are being said. Experience has to be there. But the question still remains. And there's what the practice and the future of the corporate governance will depend upon. How much independent are the independent directors? Now, this is the question everybody's asking. As an academic professional, we do ask questions. How much independent are the independent directors? Who decides what is independent director? Now, these are the questions which probably we have to get into that. I'm not getting into the detail of those rules and regulations, but I'm certainly asking this question, how much independent are the independent directors? Same thing, because independent directors are a part of various committees which are being listed, which are mandatorily required. Audit committee, your nomination remuneration committee, your stakeholders relations committee, your risk management committee. In all these independent directors required, including one of the women director. Now, they are all important as the things go. So, functioning of the various committees, functioning of the independent directors, functioning of the board will, in my mind, will decide as to how you will try to have a future, whether corporate governance practices are weak or strengthened, or how will they go about it. And finally, I would like to mention a few things. A recent consultation paper which has been issued by SEBI. This was on independent directors. Among all the directors, independent director position is very, very important. In fact, that is the key to decide the quality of the board, the quality of the corporate governance practices, and how you try to get into that. It's a very interesting article. I'm sure you must have gone through that recently in the March 8 or 9. I think they have come out with it. It's a very interesting thing which has gone. Because independent directors, there's an issue relating to what he refers to the majority and the minority shareholding which was there. Majority shareholders and the minority shareholders, they are to decide as to how we should try to get into that part of the thing. So when we try to get into the appointment of the independent directors, I said there is dual approval process which has really come. Earlier, it was happening that only the majority or the majority shareholders, they were trying to appoint the independent directors. Now, what is required is two-way process. One level, majority of all the investors or shareholders. Secondly, majority of the minority shareholders. And mind you, you are aware, minority shareholders refers to non-promoter shareholders. Now, it's a very interesting term, which is what I was just trying to get into again as a professional. When we say non-promoter shareholders, it refers to that they are not promoters, which is having a majority. And these, what we say, the minority shareholders, as we refer to the law, is referred to non-promoters. Now, they are of two types. One, institutional shareholders, and another retail investors like you and me. Now, institutional shareholders, they have a lot of resources, they have money, they have energy, they have talent, they have expertise, everything they got it. Now, dual approval process, when we are talking about it, one is simple majority of all the shareholders. Second is we are talking about majority of the minority shareholders. Then in the minority shareholders, we have institutional shareholders and we also have retail shareholders. So who will take a decision then in the minority second part? I'm sure, which is all you know, it is the institutional. In fact, they are going to do. But in any way, it's a good decision because there is what is going to be an important process of having an independent decision which should be there. There will be more transparency in the process of having independence. This is what the consultation paper says. So just mentioning a few points that this consultation paper has moved in the direction of strengthening the position of independent directors And I think that is a good way, which also gives us a ray of hope that I think the practices which are going to be followed in the corporate governance arena is bound to be strengthened by having all this. But finally, I must mention a study. Again, coming from some of very well-known person, you know Mr. Damodaran, M. Damodaran. He happened to be the former chairman of SEBI, also chairman of UTI, and also former chairman of IDBI. Now, of course, has his own consultancy work, but he's made a study. It's a very interesting part. Out of the nifty 50 companies, you know 50, they are very important companies. 49 independent directors are not there in any of the committees. A very interesting finding. No committee. And it is said in the LODR and also rules, regulations, practices which are to be followed that every committee of what I mentioned and which you are aware, they have to be having an independent director, at least one, or chairing it or having a member. Very interesting. Second, again, around 40 independent directors, they are in all the committees of the companies. Now, it's very interesting finding for all of you to really ponder over and then see as to what happens. Conclusion, very simple. Laws are very clear. We are moving in the right direction. Ultimately, who is implementing the laws? They are the people. And therefore, people have a different, whatever type of decision they will take, will decide about how we'll be having a future of the corporate governance. Personally, I believe we are clear, we are moving in the right direction. Seems to be that we are strengthening the corporate governance. And as Mr. Iyengar said, it's an evolving process. We come to know what is happening. I also believe it is evolving. We try to correct many of the mistakes or many of the follies that we come across over a period of time. We correct them, new things really come up, and therefore we try to take little longer time, of course, to correct it, but I think we move in the right direction. That seems to be happening. And that is what my view is, that future of corporate governance is a ray of hope. This is there. And SEBI has recently come out with a penalty on Reliance. I'm sure you must have come out for inside trading. So which means very simple that I hope nobody will be spared. There are practices which everybody has to really follow. And that really gives us a lot of really hope, lot of confidence, lot of trust. I think we move in the right practices. So academic professionals, not merely from the books, but also seeing what is happening, I think we feel is a lot of optimism, and that's what seems to be my take. Thank you very much, Professor Joshi, for giving this opportunity. Because my time seems to be over.
Thank you so much, sir. And we are really glad that you can bring various perspectives into one place and highlighting so many dimensions of the corporate governance and some interesting findings that you shared. And the students and the other participants and people from industry would also like to seek your guidance. So there would be some people have asked for your email ID. So if you allow, we can share that they can connect you for.
Sir Joshi, my
would like to share. Sir is also on Twitter, so they can follow and get some insights there also.
Please.
So, thank you so much, sir, once again.
Yeah,
On behalf of Banasthali Vidyapith, thank you so much. So now we move to our next session, and that is around the corporate governance lessons from PSUs, and that is very interesting thing to know because we have with us very senior person from the industry, Dr. Sanjay Kumarji, who is Director Personnel in Western Coalfields Limited, and he possesses about 3 decades of experience with the leading public sector enterprises and 2 decades with the oil and gas companies. And interestingly, he has dealt with HR policies, performance management systems, and managing strategies to provide corporate social responsibilities. So all those domains that fall under the broad domain of corporate governance. So he has a good experience, and he has been a part of teams executing mega projects like cross-country gas pipeline, LPG pipelines, petrochemical, city gas, and coal mining projects. So all these domains have so much factors associated with it. and so he is very much interested in sharing these ideas in training sessions, training programs, consulting and publications. And we have been very fortunate to get his guidance and his contribution to our various program. So again, without wasting much of time, I would request Sanjay sir to kindly take over.
Thank you, Professor Ankur. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be part of this session and address. I understand there are delegates from all over the world, and of course the students of Banasthali. So I personally have never been to Banasthali, but there are a lot of people in my family who have passed out from Banasthali, and I hold a great respect for the institution, and of course its students and all the faculty members. Camera is on. Oh, just
sir. Now it is right.
Okay. Sometimes, change of technology or change of the instrument. So a couple of days back, they have changed my desktop where the camera can be pushed inside. So it's like a pop-up camera. So I had forgotten to push it outside. Bring it outside. I think now I must be visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll take you through. I'll speak about the corporate governance aspects in public sector. I'm no expert in corporate governance. You have been listening to the experts since the morning, and you will continue for today and tomorrow also. But I'll take you through what public sector means, my personal experiences in the public sector, and also the subject of corporate governance in public sector. So basically, as Professor Ankur mentioned about me, I have a work experience of about 35 years, out of which the entire journey has been in the energy companies, various forms of energy. First was the oil gas. Now I've moved to coal, and I do not know where I'll finally end up. Maybe renewables, maybe some other new generation energy like hydrogen, or I read somewhere there's Indian Oil has entered into a JV with Israeli company called Fin Energy, who talk about metal to air. So I really don't know about that. So it could be it's very fascinating story. So my personal story, if I may say that the public sector. Are all the, Ankur, just one small question, all the students, all the participants are students, or there are people from the industry also?
So there's a mixed batch. There are students, there are people from law discipline, from industry, from academia.
Okay.
A
So
good
wonderful.
number of them are students from management and commerce also.
Okay. So personally, coming to my journey of 3.5 decades, it has been a mix of subject learning and cross-functional learning. I'll quickly go through this. In the subject matter, the experience covered is core HR, planning, manpower planning, recruitment, PMS, a whole lot of things, learning development, the entire gamut. And if I say HR, then HR plus. HR plus means legal, PR, corporate communications, boundary management, I'll dwell on this subject of boundary management. Some of you may not be able to understand what exactly boundary management means. Sales and marketing, being a HR person, I have also handled sales and marketing, because once you are in the board level, you are no more a discipline expert or a domain expert. You are a generalist kind of thing. And it is always good to be a generalist when you are in a mature phase of life, or when you are at the mature stage. So even those of you, if I'll keep flip-flopping from the subject outside the subject, I hope that's okay with you, because there is no straight formula, and I like to digress and then come back on the track. So, but I'll be in time. I'll close in time. Don't worry about that. So, like some institutions like Tata Steel, when they recruit, they say they recruit the metallurgical engineers, they recruit the mechanical engineers, but once they are on the shop floor, or once they are inside the industry, they say you are an engineer, an engineer is an engineer. I had a CMD who was a chemical engineer, so once there was a discussion like this, mechanical, chemical, electrical, so he said, do you want me to write CMD chemical? So that's the message, that once you are in the mature levels of your life and decision making, you are a generalist, so you have to handle everything. And as Professor Ankur mentioned, I have been very lucky to be exposed to project management. I have been part of teams, executing teams. Normally, very rarely HR persons are in the get a chance to be in the thick of action. But fortunately, life has been, and people were, my gurujans were very encouraging. They allowed me to get into the battlefront. So I have had a fair deal of experience with the project management also, and other subjects like benchmarking, etc. And the other learning which has happened, the cross-functional learning, if I may call it, that is the industry or business-related learning. The business-related learning, if I may take you through, has been, because I have been in oil and gas. So oil and gas is a very fascinating subject. So exploration and production. The company like ONGC is into the field of exploration and production. They explore the hydrocarbon. They find the hydrocarbon. Hydrocarbon means oil and gas both, and they drill the well and they produce. And then they give it to the refineries who distill it, who refine it further to give you a kerosene, petrol, diesel, wax, paraffin, and a whole lot of things. So that is exploration and production of crude oil and gas. Project execution, cross-country pipelines, petrochemicals, city gas, and a whole lot of things which Professor Ankur mentioned, city gas projects. I'm sure, do you have piped natural gas and CNG in Jaipur?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So the city gas business is that piped natural gas, which people, those of you who are staying in Jaipur, or those of you who are staying in Delhi somewhere, you have piped natural gas and CNG. So that is the city gas projects. And new business developments in the coal industry, we try to extract sand out of the overburden, the soil which we remove while mining. Then when I was I worked in GAIL also for a very long time, where we, while executing pipeline projects, while putting in the pipeline, we were laying the OFC cables also. So basically the OFC cables were for our own consumption, for our own communication, but there was a huge amount of bandwidth available, which we decided to leverage, and we were selling it. In fact, we were, so if you remember, those of you, all of you are pretty young, but those of you, some of you might be, those of you know the story of telecom in India. Other than PNT, now it became BSNL after corporatization. Airtel was the only company which had landline services between Delhi and Mumbai. So an Airtel landline ran through our own bandwidth, and that time I was posted in Jaipur. We were putting up a pipeline from Jamnagar to Delhi. That was an exclusive LPG pipeline. I remember sometimes a couple of times there was a cut near Ajmer, and the it was like everything was on fire because Delhi Mumbai route was down. So monetizing and these days Deepam and Niti Aayog is talking about monetizing of assets. So anything, there's a lot of money people are making through scrap. People are doing recycling, recycled dress, recycled equipments, renovated equipments. So a lot of monetizing of assets is happening in the form of new business development. Now coming to gradually, I am coming to the governance part. Now PSUs, there was a question which was which comes that how PSUs have adapted to technology. PSUs have a mixed kind of technology. If you run through the spectrum of public sector undertakings, 290 odd public sector, you will come across some very high quality technical technology which companies have invested in, and there are a few public sectors which are still in time warp, where the technology penetration has been not so much. But on the whole, keeping in with the times, the PSUs have adapted to new technology, and you have documents running on e-office. I mean, there are no physical documents running. The documents move on e-office, the electronic mode, and the ERP, enterprise resource planning, enterprise-wide resource planning. Most of the public sectors, especially the Maharatna and the Navaratna and the good quality Mini Ratna ones, which are the forefront public sectors, they have implemented ERP. Then for data storage and document storage, cloud technology is being adopted. And personally, all of us, even though not institutionally, but many of us or whoever is interested in technology, we use DigiLockers. Like most of you students and my own children, they put all the documents in the DigiLockers, the soft copies. And for corporate governance, the transparency, the public sectors these days have bill watch system where the contractors and under the bill watch system, the external interface is given to the contractors and the vendors who can after they have a limited access, and they can see their bills, how it is moving, the movement of the bills. And once the bills are passed, they also come to know when and how much of the amount which they had raised has been processed. So no more is the vendor dependent on the accountant or the babu to follow up for payments. And similarly, file tracking system. In fact, I remember way back in the 90s or early 2000, we introduced in the oil companies the file tracking system, where if the file comes to you and if the file comes to me, I get an email pop-up that Professor Ankur Joshi has sent me this file number on this subject. I received a system-generated mail, and when the file comes, I get into the file watch system and I receive the file physically. And suppose the timeline given to me was 3 days. So after 3 days, if I don't dispose of that file and I don't transmit that file electronically to the next level, or I don't say that the decision has been done or it has been disposed of, it used to keep changing color, red, crimson, deep crimson, and blood kind of thing. And naturally, if you see the screen, you will get alarmed. So that used to be a trigger for people to get into the system and dispose of the file immediately. So normally there is I mean, we all have our own biases. Some of us in the public sector have the biases about the state government, the private sector or the corporate sector people. The multinationals have biases about our working in public sector. They feel we are too slow and we are lethargic, we are slothful. But it's not that way. Every system, every universe, every ecosystem, whichever is working, they have their own. If there is a will, so there is a way to make things transparent and make things move faster. Now, these were the the official side. On the operations side, also, the public sector companies have invested in a lot of technologies. For instance, the mining companies have invested in GPS technology, where you can track the iron ore laden trucks or coal laden trucks from where to where they are moving, whether they are moving from mine to the siding, loading siding, or they are moving to the customer premises. And so GPS is there. Then drone technology has been adopted by companies, and drone technology you're seeing not only in social functions. Drone technology is also very high, so highly sophisticated drones are being used for defense purposes. The drone technology which the public sectors are using, they are not intelligent drones. They are controlled remotely. There is a difference. I'll dwell upon this for a time, for a couple of minutes. That the drone which we use, they are not intelligent drones. They are remotely controlled drones. We have the remote and we control them. But there are drones which can perform functions. They are smart drones, intelligent drones, and those are used in very high classified missions like defense missions. You must use some. You must be listening to stories or hearing stories or reading stories about how the Americans have shot down many people who were on the wanted list, or sometimes they also use those drones for bombing. Those are smart drones. Those are drones which are smart drones and intelligent drones. And but yes, it's not all rosy in the public sectors. Some of the sectors like the coal sector, the other mining sector, a lot of things have evolved, and they need to get into the accelerated mode. They must invest more in technology. For instance, if I compare Coal India with Rio Tinto or BHP Billiton it's a multinational mining company. BHP Billiton and Rio Tinto have remote dumpers and haulers, big trucks, driverless trucks, if I may use a very simple term, driverless dumpers, which we are not even thinking of. So you can imagine how things have moved. And similarly, drone technology, artificial intelligence is being used for these days. Artificial intelligence in the public sector, maybe some defense public sectors are using it as in the form of robots, shop floor robots. But in the mining domain, there are companies globally which are using the robots to create unmanned mines. I mean, suppose after mining the reserves go deep seated, and it is not possible, it is not safe for mankind to go inside. So there you can use you can leverage artificial intelligence. You can have robots going inside, and you can plan a mine where it's totally automated. The robots are working. There are hardly any human beings except the control room on the surface. So on the corporate governance side, public sectors, as you know,
आवाज तो आ ही रही है, मतलब क्या है?
Hello. Hello. Yeah.
Sir, please continue.
Okay. I think Professor Siddiqui wanted to say something, perhaps.
Maybe it was some mic on by mistake. You
Okay, no issues. So the corporate governance norms for PSUs basically emanate from the laws, the rules and regulations passed from time to time, mainly the Companies Act and the SEBI guidelines, and the instructions issued by Department of Public Enterprises under the Ministry of Heavy Industries. So basically, that constitutes the entire basket of directions which the public sectors have to follow towards their corporate governance. But if I see the history of public sector and well on the transparency and the corporate governance aspects, see, we often, many times we say, people complain that the public sectors are tied up, public sector managers don't have freedom. But it's not so. It's basically the transparency and the governance system, the CAG, the CVC, and the balance sheet is laid in the table of its parliamentary committees and all that. So basically, they ensured that the public sector corporate governance remains without spelling it in so many words. So if I may summarize, then I'll say that PSU boards have a very robust kind of corporate governance setup. As you, if you are aware, or as you may be aware, that I just noticed that Mr. Harsh Purohit is also among the attendees. So good afternoon, Harshi. It's a pleasure to. We have interacted in the past and hope to do so in the future. Very warm, welcome to you to the session. So we'll interact later. Let me carry on. Almost all Maharatna and Navaratna PSUs, especially those, you must be aware that public sectors are also comprises of, out of 290 odd public sectors, there are a lot of public sectors which are listed on the stock exchanges. So almost all public sectors, the corporate governance guidelines of the government, it says that public sectors should have independent directors, especially those which are listed. And these days, the independent directors are also on the boards. My own company here, Western Coalfields, we had 4 or 5 exactly matching our number. But last few months, since the corona period, no fresh appointments of independent directors have happened. And we just have one lady with us. Otherwise, we are waiting for, otherwise, last 5 years, we had a very healthy board where we had government nominee directors, our own functional directors, and independent directors. So, as far as corporate governance of public sectors is concerned, very rarely you will find a major kind of violation or major kind of corporate governance issues. But all said and done, notwithstanding the robustness of whatever robust structures or robust systems which we have, the public sectors often get the stick on 2 accounts. They get criticism from the press, from the parliament, and a whole lot of things, mainly on account of 2 things. One is the listing on the stock exchanges, and second is women directors, women independent directors. The law says that 10% of the public sectors must have 10% public shareholding for unlisted public PSUs and 25% public holding, public shareholding for listed PSUs. So as it started, as it was there, most of the PSUs, the government holding was almost 90% plus. But yes, you have seen a lot of OFS offer for sale, the disinvestment. So now most of the big PSUs, the government shareholding has come down. In the oil gas PSUs, you have seen HPCL was bought by, of course, ONGC, but there is a talk of BPCL being sold. And the shareholding pattern gradually is coming down. Now the maximum holding which government above 51% will not be more than 60% or so. Very rarely you will find PSUs having 90% or, but yes, there are PSUs which are not listed. So, and these guidelines are to, there is a mandate that 25% of the public shareholding must be there. And the second factor where the public sector get the flack is it is prescribed that at least one women independent director should be there on the board as per SEBI guidelines. So most of the PSUs, this is not there. So this is one thing where it's very easy for PSUs to get criticized. And there are other aspects which have practical difficulties, like a remuneration committee. Now, the Companies Act prescribes that there should be a remuneration committee, there should be a risk committee. Risk committees are there. We have a risk committee of the board. But remuneration committee, even if it exists, see, in a regulated pay scales domain system where the pay scales are regulated, the pay scales are decided by the pay revision committees. So there is hardly any what remuneration committees do. So their role so far has been reduced to determining the kitty of the performance related pay and the bonus, and that too also where unions are very strong, like in coal companies. It is more often than not the bargaining ability of the unions which decides how much bonus they will get, rather than the remuneration committee. At the most, the remuneration committee can decide the kitty, and which the unions may agree, which may not, they may not agree. So ultimately, it's the bargaining capacity and the willingness of the management to pay. So there are so while evaluating the public sectors on the aspect of corporate governance, these aspects should be kept in mind, that it's good that the laws are there, the legislation is there, the guidelines are there, but working in a regulated environment where the total autonomy, the complete autonomy is not there. So whatever best public sectors are able to do, they are doing their best. But all said and done, the public sectors always had a very transparent governance structure and a system of checks and balances. As I said, the Comptroller and Auditor General, the vigilance or the setup, almost all PSUs have their vigilance setups. The CVC, the government appoints the CVOs, the Chief Vigilance Officers, who take care of the do's and don'ts, and in case there are major violations, they also, people are prosecuted, actions are taken against them. On the whole, if I may say that when it comes to evaluating PSUs on the corporate governance structure, corporate aspect of corporate governance, there is a perceptual difference between the multinational, the corporate multinationals, the private sector and the public sector. It's more of a perception that, as I said, we in the corporate sector, we in the public sector feel that the state PSUs, that things are not all that rosy in the state administrations, the state secretariats, the things don't get moved. Similarly, the multinationals and the private sector, the big private sectors feel that the public sectors, things are lethargic, things are slow, things do not move, people are bureaucratic. So it's more of a perception problem rather than, and here comes the aspect of boundary management, the stakeholder management. People need to be educated. People need to be, told what actions we are taking. So we need to be more media savvy. Of course, things have changed. More and more of our achievements are put on the social media. Especially, I can share about my company. We use the social media quite a lot. We put our achievements on the Facebook. We put our achievements on the Twitter. We have personal accounts, but we also have official accounts, Twitter web. And our honorable minister also follows our tweets, and which we put, and the events which we put on the Twitter. So all this together it leads to the stakeholder awareness, and also the general citizen awareness, the social awareness. And yes, I mentioned a word called boundary management. Uh, Especially this will be useful for the young students who, and especially your MBA students who, or those of you who get into the industry or who get into administration. See, when you handle a project, when you handle a situation, you have to, stakeholders are there, multiple stakeholders. For instance, I remember when we were putting that pipeline, which was traversing through Gujarat to Rajasthan, it passed through Abu Road and Ajmer and all those districts, even Jaipur for that matter, Jaipur rural, and before entering Haryana. So, and since it was a gas pipeline and LPG gas pipeline, so we printed pamphlets and we distributed all along in the villages, all along the pipeline. Even in the, and our people visited the local villages, dhanis, as you call them in Rajasthan. We went to the villages and we educated them, ki guys, don't dig, don't try to do some. Of course, it's quite inside this ground, but yes, don't do any permanent construction. Don't try to puncture this pipeline. Don't try to. You cannot pilfer gas like you pilfer oil. So never try to, because it's high pressure, and especially this being a LPG pipeline, this was inflammable also and very dangerous. So we educated almost all the villages along the pipeline. We distributed pamphlets in Hindi, in Gujarati, and so that is how. And then we had their buy-in also, because when we take ROU, it goes through their fields. Sometimes during maintenance, we destroy their, we damage their crops also. Of course, we used to pay for that, but it is very necessary to have the buy-in, because if we don't have the buy-in, and that is where what I call boundary management means, whoever stakeholder is involved, you take them into confidence while doing the land acquisition. You not only take care of the collector or the additional collector, you also have a good relation with the tehsildar or the Amin or anybody, whoever is in that chain. So never ever neglect anyone. So that is what is called in the US, lobbying is official, lobbying is legal, and lobbying is not a bad word. In India, lobbying is not all that respectable word. So it is practically that only, but yes, it is a all-round kind of thing, and that is what I call boundary management. And so this is I almost complete, and now I come to the end. I'll just close by mentioning that I'm thankful to the Banasthali Vidyapith in taking a wonderful initiative of inviting people from industry, from the academia, and taking the students through various shades of experiences and various dimensions of experiences. And PSUs are slightly mysterious kind of thing, unless you have a students have come from that background, some parent or some sibling or some family member is part of the PSU setup. So I don't think I'll be able to cover. You can cover the entire spectrum of PSUs in one session, but yes, PSUs are quite fascinating. They have completed a journey almost, and now they are at the cusp of change. I will, if I may use that word, because there is a thinking that government should get out of business, and government the developed economies in the US also, they say that government has no reason to be in business. And similarly, we are also thinking, this thinking is gradually catching on, that government should not be in business, and hence, barring a few strategic kind of PSUs, most of the PSUs will be divested and gradually change hands. With at most, the government may retain minority shareholdings of 20%, 25%, 26% kind of thing, as happened in the case of Balco and others. That is, we do not know what will happen because that is still unfolding. Niti Aayog and DIPAM are still thinking the blueprints are changing every day. So, but yes, the PSUs, whether they remain as PSUs or they become private entities, the aspect of corporate governance has to be taken care of, because as they modernize, as they invest in technology, as they move into different geographies, as PSUs move into different businesses, as we get into the humanoid kind of as Industry 4.0 scenario, and PSUs also scale up to that, the PSUs have to become more and more competitive for the twin objectives of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India campaign, which our government has been popularizing from time to time. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I hope whatever I spoke made some sense, and it was and resonated with the students and the all of you who are there listening to me. Thank you very much, and best wishes to the conference. Thank you.
So indeed, it was a wonderful session by Dr. Sanjay Kumar ji. So thank you so much. The insights are really very valuable, and I think we had just had back-to-back two very good sessions. One by Professor Ratan Sharma ji, followed by your session. There are a few questions, but owing to the paucity of time, we would not be able to take up the questions. But this, in fact, is quite a litmus test. You can say that there are questions about the PSUs and the governance, particularly after the session that you have delivered, which people want to ask. So we are highly grateful to you for just spending your time and enlightening the audience.
Thank you, Professor Purohit. Wonderful to interact with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Namaskar.
And now next we have Ms. Shivani Wadhwa, who is Interim Executive Director, People and Culture at WWF International at Geneva. And all of us, particularly the students and the staff members, are quite aware that Shivani ji is from the first batch of MBA from Banasthali that passed out in 1998. And so she is very much the part of Banasthali family. When we reached out to her some time back that we are organizing a program on corporate governance, she was very happy because she is in the board there. So I think it's really very exciting that in this webinar we could have Sagarika ji, who is also a board member. We have Shivani ji, and thereby I feel that the Banasthalites are really doing good all across in all domains, including the corporate. And for the benefit of other members from the industry and the government who are here seeing us on YouTube on the live stream, I would like to mention that Ms. Shivani Wadhwa is an experienced human resource, people and culture leader with a demonstrated history of working in all sectors, profit and non-profit. And she has strong experience in change management, organization culture, leadership, metrics, structure, and all aspects of HR management. Of course, she has done MBA from Banasthali, and then later she also came to Banasthali to grace an All India Personal Finance Quiz. She is also the member of our Center for Personal Finance that we have started for the benefit of women. And let's take you to her talk. And now it's over to Ms. Shivani Wadhwa.
Thank you so much, Harshji. Pleasure. Namaskar, greetings from cold Switzerland. And greetings to all the Banasthali students, Gurujan, all the invitees, and really privileged to be here talking to you. I do have few slides to share because I'm not an expert on governance, but I am living governance every day, being a part of a non-profit organization which is global. So my approach is going to be more to share what is happening in WWF and some of the key learnings from there. So if you allow me just a second to share my screen, just give me 1 second. I hope I can find, it's not allowing.
Right hand side, if you can see present now.
Cancel. Yes, present now.
There you will have to click. And then once you click, then you will find 3 options, out of which you should choose your entire screen.
Yes, I have.
And there, please go a little up and there is a screen which you see. First click on that so that the share button is then visible. Then once you click share, it will share your screen.
Oh, okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
And I hope there is any problem in this.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, yes, yes. It's in the process. Yes, we can see it very clearly.
Excellent. So before I start speaking, let me tell you a little bit about WWF. People do think that this is animal-loving, saving organization. It is a wide spectrum. It is starting from definitely protecting the species, the ecoregions, the forests, the oceans, but also really working on the ground, in the field. You can see a ranger photo from Thailand on your right, and you can also see we are part of the COPs and big policy decision making happening at the highest level, where the state heads come together, and we really help forming the policies, the future policies on sustainability, climate change, and nature protection. So this is a huge spectrum of work WWF does. And because of the variety of work, from really on the ground field work to the highest level, of policy influence, we are a very, very complex organization. On top of it, let's look at the structure of WWF. And the structure complicates more the whole governance and the decision making. So we are a decentralized, or in many terms people call federated structure, which has presences in 100 countries, and we have almost 8,000 staff globally. As a non-profit, it's a good number. I have come from profit sectors where 100,000 is nothing as a staff. But I can, trust me, even with this many staff members, it's quite complex to get around making decisions, strong decisions. And then out of these countries, many countries are independent. They are called national organizations, and they have their own boards. And then we have other countries which are reporting into WWF International, which is organization which I belong to, and also WWF US. So you can already see that there is a two system happening within all countries, some with independent boards, some reporting into a central organization. And then WWF International plays a dual role, where I sit in the senior management team. We are not only line managing those 30 plus countries in Africa, Asia, Europe, but also we act as a neutral secretariat for the whole network. And what we call WWF is a network organization, because the beauty of the organization, and I'll come to the benefits and challenges, is that it's really has a governance which is diverse, which is talking to on the ground, but also connected at the highest level. I just want to pause, and Harshit, let me know if you can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can, very clearly.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah.
So I'm glad Professor Ratan Sharma ji spoke about ethics before law. And that is how we actually function, because you can imagine if we are influencing the head of states and the governments and countries, how important it is that we are aligned ourselves in our thinking on some key matter to the world. So what brings us together? So one of the things, our slogan is Together Possible. And Together Possible not in terms of just WWF network, but also in terms of our partners. Our partners meaning such goals, you will see it in a moment, cannot be achieved alone by WWF. So first is really coming up with what are our goals and the mission towards which all of us are working towards. And in very short, and you will see these goals are really huge. These are goals for humanity. Zero loss of natural habitats, zero extinction of key species, half footprint of the whole world. We are talking here about massive conservation and nature protection and earth protection. And this cannot happen with just 8,000 staff in 100 countries and single organization WWF. This happens with civil society, this happens with communities on the ground, this happens with governments, corporates, you name it, everybody. So that is why our work is very complex. And since we are a federated structure, we are not centralized, that headquarters take this decision and we go forward. What is very important, as Professor Ratan Sharma ji said, is your ethics. We run with our values. Most important part for the organization is what is our core? What is our DNA? And this is what we have worked very hard on. And this is something I get very excited because this is what I am leading in the organization on really bringing the network together to have common set of values, those ethics points, and that we work together towards them, towards the goals. And not just values. How are we behaving internally and externally? So if you are not working alone on such big targets, it's very important you really collaborate openly. You listen deeply. You really listen into what a community in Africa or in India or in Latin America has to say about their forests, about their species around, about their natural resources. And really then looking at how we can come up with innovative solutions, whether it is energy solutions, whether it is small creative solutions for the forest rangers so that everybody can live in harmony with nature, but also take resources from nature and then strive for impact, meaning achieving these three goals. These are the softer side, the values and the behaviors we drive our governance with and all the decision making and our actions. But there are, of course, there are some core standards, because what happens in a loose structure is often, people can drift. People can go around with their local boards and say, this is not our priority. Hence, how do you bring together an organization which is decentralized is by defining some core standards. And here are some 11 standards which we as a WWF network have agreed from the highest level of all the board chairs and all the CEOs of 100 countries, we will abide by, which makes us stronger operationally and also aligned communication-wise, and also in delivering our actions while, say, a Cameroon country is working with people and communities and government in Cameroon, or if India is working with their government and with local communities and civil society. So basically, this in a nutshell is what really drives the soul of the organization. Of course, we have the hardware. The hardware I will talk about is the governance model. You can imagine again, decision making, as we've also hearing about the PSUs, it can be called bureaucratic, it could be slow, but you have to take time. Collaboration and listening deeply is the key buzzword for such organizations. So let's step back. I told you that we have so many countries and we are called ourselves a network. Every country has leaders. So they are the CEOs of every country, CEO India, CEO Japan, CEO Singapore, CEO Cameroon, CEO Gabon, they're on there, so forth and so on. And every CEO from all countries are collectively called assembly. So that whenever leaders can come together, we call the assembly of leaders, where some key decisions and directions and strategies are taken. All these leaders report into the chair of the board. So these chairs collectively are called council. And that means that assembly and council is the set of our top leaders, meaning the CEOs and the chairs, which will be taking decisions on behalf of the whole decentralized structure. Now, from the council, which means the chairs of the boards of countries, we form an international board, because we still have to come up with a smaller set of board members. Now, diversity, equity, and inclusion underpins our whole structure and model of governance. The international board has to be representing the whole globe, the global south, the northwest, gender, coming up from donors or who pay more or less or are implementing countries. And similarly, from the CEO's assembly, we call it network executive team. This is a set of then CEOs replicating like the chairs who will be taking decisions. And again, diversity to be underpinned. Like this has to be a diverse set of individuals coming together from the CEO's community. From the international board, of course, there will be then committees of the board like finance, audit, risk, remuneration, so on and so forth, like other organizations. And same for the network executive team. These are a set of CEOs who would be forming committees to come together on a more midterm strategies. And these committee of boards, the differences would be more on a permanent basis, having the statutes for from the board. And the committees of NET are more towards a strategy, midterm to short-term strategy. Then, where is the secretariat? If you remember, I mentioned to you that WWF International works as the glue, the secretariat of the whole network. This is where I am. So I am the WWF International Senior Management Team, which is led by the Director General, who is the chair of the CEO's Network Executive Team, but also reports to the International Board. Now, all this may be sounding, I don't know, I hope I have been able to transmit in a very high level how a decentralized organization like WWF has structured itself. It sounds very clean, it sounds very neat, but it's not that easy. Now, this is decision making. How do we bring around the functions together? It's very important because we don't have a product line, we don't have industry, we have people and we work on nature. So people are, everybody says in our management schools also, we say people are a key asset. For us, it is so because we don't have anything else. It's our staff. So how do you bring functions into the whole governance? And that's through the communities of practices. What does that mean? That means that I am leading people and culture. So all the 100 countries, people and culture people, my responsibility is to bring them together and talk to them about what's going on in the organization, outside the organization, on people and culture. Similarly, the fundraising director of senior management team will bring all the fundraisers of the 100 country. Similarly, the communication head of senior management team brings together all the communication leads of 100 countries. That is why when you heard from Harshji, my experience in matrix management, WWF is nothing but matrix. We have very few staff directly reporting, but we work through the whole community of practices, which has its own upside that you get so much resources, although we are small, but on the other hand, you have to really spend energy collaborating, bringing the teams together and every country to see advantage of doing this. So this in a nutshell is the governance model of WWF. Of course, there are a lot of benefits, as I mentioned. Cultural diversity is one of sure, I spoke about it. It's a strong local relevance, having national boards at that level brings a strong relevance. So it's very easy to talk to your society, your country in a much stronger way. You are embedded there rather than seen as an international organization in a country. And India is one of the great examples, because how difficult it can be if you are, really funneling funds from outside, and it's really rooted in Indian society, the WWF India office. Flexibility, because it helps tap into the local relevance, but also into the whole cultural diversity and international approach of the organization. Constructive synergies, what I mentioned about, say, people and culture or finance or communications, that you can really have innovation happening and bringing people together for not just their daily jobs, but bringing them together to learn, to grow, to innovate. And sharing of resources, as I mentioned earlier as well, because you don't need to have, in every company right now, even with COVID situation, when they are cutting resources, we don't have to think about it, because we never talk about X number of FTEs or headcounts in a department. We look for resources in a very matrix way. Challenges, of course, you can imagine in a decentralized organization, and I'm sure you all have studied in your corporate governance education. Challenges are many as well. It can be quite frustrating sometimes, because this is diffused accountability in some cases. It has happened with us as well, that coming to a policy agreement can be challenging. It can take months and if not weeks. And it can be sometimes a decision, a line which we have to create, which has to be more politically right, rather than the value you saw, courage, where sometimes we need to stand strong. Of course, it can be difficult in measuring effectiveness very consistently. In a centralized organization, it's very easy. The headquarters send out the policy and the procedure and the decision, and it happens, and you can monitor easily. In a decentralized structure, it can be sometimes quite challenging. Although I should say my 14 years with WWF, we have come a long way in terms of showing consistency around effectiveness, because we are underpinning our governance around more the values and the behaviors rather than the hardcore objectives. And of course, there are high transactional costs on the governance arrangements, because you can imagine you have seen in the structure, we have to bring the CEOs together, we have to bring the chairs together, we have to bring the functions together, and that is not easy. That takes time. I spend a lot of my time bringing communities together and talking to them and make them see the strategic vision, make them see their benefits, and that's time taking. So it can be sometimes frustrating, but when wonders happen, it happens beautifully. I have seen it, and I could get goosebumps even thinking about it, because such decisions then impact the whole globe and impact the world. So it's very exciting when all countries internally for WWF come together and are able to influence something on a high level COP or a World Economic Forum platform, or any climate decisions happening. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much. And I hope I was able to transmit the feeling of how it is working in an organization like WWF. I'll come back, and please, anybody has questions, Hershey, back to you.
Wonderful talk. What I would say that people, all who have joined in, have got very nice perspective of the work which is carried at the WWF. And apart from that, the way in which the things are governed. So naturally, when we see organizations which are successful like WWF, this reinforces the faith that it has a lot to do with the governance and the kind of system and the challenges in which the WWF International is working. I think that is unparalleled, and I think all the socially conscious organizations have the WWF's working and the procedures and the governance as a benchmark. So that's very nice. So if anyone has a question, then you are welcome. We can take up one or two questions only.
Yes, so I have a question. Namaste, Shivani ji. I would really thank you for explaining a very complex process, but in a very, very understandable manner, at least from an outsider perspective, is what I felt. I just have one question, because after looking at the organization structure that you showed, which is definitely very complex, it just sounds, that you have to manage many stakeholders at one time. And I'm sure, like so many stakeholders at every level of decision making, it's very challenging. So how do you really manage on the diversity and inclusion perspective, especially from an implementation point of view? I mean, I can't really, when you say bring communities together, it is easier said than done. The challenge just is visually very high. So how do you really manage on the ground, ensuring that, results happen? This is like one learning I would really want to hear from you.
Thank you, Priyanka. And absolutely, it's not easy. I'm smiling and we all love our jobs. I think the starting point is you yourself. It's very important. You need to love that complexity and embrace it and try to untangle it in an easy way. I can tell you, today may not want to go back to a profit sector. And I'm sorry, there are a lot of profit sector people here. I've worked in profit sector because I feel it's very simple. Because it's you get the budget, you get technology, you have money. We don't even have that much money. So working with limited resources, coming creativity, patience is the word, and resilience. Really be resilient, patient in bringing together people. 80% of our times goes on bringing people together, and 20% is about decision making and implementation. Implementation becomes very easy if you have spoken to your stakeholders ahead of time. And often organizations forget about that. They take decisions first, and then they spend their 80% of the time trying to convince. For us, it's totally reverse. And that is where, Priyanka, I would say that it helps. It's not easy at all. We are not perfect. We still do mistakes. But then learning from mistakes is also important. And going back saying, we agree we could have done. And here, when I'm talking about collaboration, in my function, it is more internally and some external stakeholders. Imagine conservation decisions happening on a landscape where you're talking to a tribal community, when you're talking to a government who may not be aligned with you, in thinking how it has to happen. So the profile of our staff has to be very collaborative, patient, resilient, and looking at the bigger picture. The vision is huge here. Every day I drive, when I was driving before COVID to office, I get goosebumps thinking we are contributing to a much larger vision. And that excites us, each one of us.
Great, thank you. And one, in terms of a practice, if you would want to share an example, for example, when you talk about indigenous people, or when you talk about diversity and inclusion, so any one of the practices that, as an outsider, if you would want to share.
Listen, right now we are doing huge amount of work around this, and one of the things I can tell you is creating a lot of channels of people to come and present their views. I have just concluded last week on hiring, and we have not announced yet, the ombuds person, independent office, where you can imagine we are working with a lot of human rights issues as well. Because on the ground, in say, in Africa, in jungles, when we are talking to tribals and communities and talking to government, it can be quite complex. So creating channels is one way. That you have to be honest as an organization, that internally and externally, you're providing the channels that people can come forward and share the work you are doing and put your view on what you are doing, because it touches their day-to-day. And that's the way we are doing. Again, I would say we are not perfect. We make mistakes as well. And sometimes we want to rush things as well because of urgency, how climate clock is ticking. And hence, creating channels, creating those platforms. Right now, we are working on something called conservation dialogue, where we are opening up the dialogue to all these parts of society to think, from youth to civil society, to governments, to corporates, to come together and talk about what do they want to do about the nature. So it's more about providing those platforms rather than thinking about how do I go about getting this decision done.
Oh, great. This is a humongous task. But thank you so much for your time, for so patiently taking this detailed question and then trying to answer and help me understand the practices as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I do want to say, Harshji, that whenever I am working here, the reason I feel excited is I remember my days in Banasthali when Professor Subhash Sharma used to talk about Indian ethos, the Eastern windows and the Western doors and all those philosophies. And when I have now worked in all continents, there's another equivalence which I keep in mind is in the African philosophy. If you all have heard about Ubuntu, it's in Zulu language to South Africa, which is really Ubuntu. This African philosophy is about I am because of who we all are. That is so important. That just resounds with me when I went to Africa several times, because this is what we are taught in our Indian ethos. So I really I'm not saying this because I'm talking to Banasthali crowd, but I'm saying this because I deeply believe that my beliefs, my country's beliefs, and my job beliefs are a complete match. So I love it.
Very nice, very well summed up, Shivani-ji, and I think it was a very splendid conversation between the two Banasthalites, Dr. Priyanka Dutt, who has done PhD from Banasthali, and her theme was on Bhagavad Gita and leadership lessons, and Shivani-ji, of course. So very good talk. We all enjoyed that. And owing to the paucity of time, we are not taking any further questions. But Shivani-ji, what should I say? I would not say thank you to you because you are a part of Banasthali. How can I thank a family member? But we all highly appreciate your time and energy in this talk.
No, आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you.
Dhanyavad. And after this, now we come to the next session, and we have with us Ms. N.S. Nappinai-ji, who is Advocate, Supreme Court of India, and founder of Cyber Sathi. First of all, ma'am, my deep apologies that our program is little delayed. So, but highly appreciate that you could be here with us, and you are there in this national webinar on corporate governance. While on the Google Meet, there are about 20 people whom you can see, but this program is live on the YouTube, where several hundreds have joined and are benefiting. And later, since the recording would be available, I'm sure thousands would benefit. For the benefit of all the audience, I would like to mention that Ms. N.S. Nappinai-ji is a pioneer in the field of cyber laws, has over 26 years of professional experience, and appears before the Honorable Supreme Court of India and the Bombay High Court extensively in constitutional, criminal, commercial, cyber, and IPR cases. Ms. Nappinai's book, Technology Laws Decoded, has received tremendous acclaim. She has authored a manual on software piracy for judicial training. She is a founder member technology firm Forum, and she is a speaker at international and national seminars on cyber laws and cyber security. You might have seen her a lot on the social media, LinkedIn and the Twitter, wherein she is creating so much awareness in India for the cyber laws and the issues which are relevant. And I would say Banasthali has also been one of the beneficiaries. Several times she has conducted workshops for our bright students, and the feedback has been excellent. And I wish that such kind of workshops are conducted pan-India for the benefit of people. Ms. Nappinai-ji has also addressed and trained government departments, armed forces, intelligence agencies, police, public prosecutors, etc. And she has assisted the Law Commission in drafting the Commercial Division and Commercial Appellate Division of High Courts and Commercial Courts Act 2016. So on behalf of everyone here in Banasthali, we welcome her, and request Ms. Napinai ji to please deliver her talk.
Dr. Harsh Prohitji, it is absolutely my pleasure and honor to be here. And as I always say, Banasthali is not just about providing education. It is not just about providing education to girls. It's an aspiration in itself. In fact, we are still in the Women's Month. You know, we're not just the Women's Day or Women's Day week. We are in the Women's Day month. And the one thing which I emphasized in my talks, particularly on Women's Day, was we talk about giving wings to girls. But you have literally given wings to your girls. And that is what I mean by saying we are not talking about existential education. You give aspirational education to your students. So it's like my absolute honor to be here. Thank you for having me here. It was lovely hearing the sessions today, and the speaker before me, in fact, gave the perfect segue to what I want to speak about. And certain things I'm going to kind of leave it hanging in the air, because I noted from the schedule, it's very well structured for the subsequent speakers to come in and to fill in the further queries or issues that you may have in your mind based on what I would like to present before you today. I chose this topic of not just stopping with governance and ethics, but also speaking about liability for a very specific reason. Because, you know, going back to fundamentals and Adam Smith, I always believe that for any action to have an implementation or to have effective implementation, to put it very simply, there has to be sanctions or a process of either benefits or sanctions, if I may put it that way, that back it. So when we talk about governance and ethics, there is a misconception in many a mind that ethics is all about just a moral requirement and that it is not a legal requirement. And that which is a legal requirement is what is going to carry weight. That which is a legal requirement is what will ensure compliance. And hopefully, that which is a legal requirement is what will ensure conformance. Because the one thing very worrisomely that I note now is we are progressively moving into what I call a tick mark milieu. You know, we believe that any process, any rule, any regulation is only meant to be completed to the extent necessary to show that tick mark. Conformance is that higher level which we would again, and that is the reason why I wanted to start today's session giving Banasthali as an example of aspirational, right? So conformance is that level of aspirational compliance which goes beyond a tick mark regime into something where we start expecting and delivering quality. When we are talking about quality, when we are talking about governance, and I said that I'm kind of like linking my session to the last session in terms of service, requirements, and expectations, right? So if you are an employee, and I'm going to use a few case studies to make my point. You're an employee, you're answerable to not just your immediate boss, but you're also answerable to the company. The assumption whenever you're working for a company is that you're answering to the board, but more importantly, the board also is answering to the shareholders. So shareholder value takes primacy in every decision in terms of even trade-offs within the company. In this structure, in terms of what is expected of you and what you deliver, what takes primacy in your mind when you talk about governance and ethics? Is it what the shareholder needs? Is it what you believe your immediate boss will look at in terms of deciding your evaluation and consequently your bonus? Or is it something at best you would think you're just answering to the board? Or finally, is it something you act to your conscience? One of the speakers who is coming after me will be addressing on the Whistleblower Act and the provisions under that. So when we are talking about a whistleblower, per se, we are talking about somebody who, in colloquial terms, is ratting out on the company, right? So who is disclosing something which is otherwise within the bounds of a company. So where exactly does that fine line lie in terms of violating confidentiality, being ethical, not just in maintaining confidentiality, but knowing when you have to expose a wrongdoing. And that fine line is what I thought I will address with just a few examples. Ultimately, whenever we speak about governance and ethics, this is the internal debate that invariably comes up, and I'm talking about debates that clients have shared in terms of actual cases. So what I'm telling you is not just hypothetical or academic, but reality, right? So let me just quickly move to some examples. Now, let's take this a very, very definitive possibility when we are talking about India, right? You come from this background. First generation graduate, possibly first generation who's going out to work in a corporate environment. It's very aspirational. You've moved to the city, a big city at that. You're in a very big company with a big name, right? The company atmosphere is fabulous. You're thoroughly enjoying your work, your life, and making new friends and finding yourself. And then everything comes crashing down because you, unfortunately, because of your work, get exposed to an unethical practice. It may just be something that is being done by your immediate boss. It's not necessarily the company's practice. But if you rat out on him, or if you expose him, and if no action is taken against him, then you run the risk of losing your job or possibly being moved out of a very important assignment, which could be a game changer for you. Your life could either go on as normal, may take off because the company appreciates the fact that you are courageous, or it may take a nosedive, right? Because things don't go the way you think it will. What is the decision that you will take, and what will decide in terms of how, what is the parameter which I just set out, which will decide the decision that you're going to take? Will it be the interests of the company? Because at any point of time, when the wrongdoing of your senior comes out, the loss is not just going to be that of your seniors or even you possibly. You may also suffer the splash effect. It is definitely going to affect the company. So I'll give even a more specific example. If, for instance, there is a procedure in terms of how applications are to be filled in. How many times in our life have we come across the situation where somebody will say, "Sir, you just sign on the dotted line," or "Ma'am, you just have to finish this, we'll fill it up." It's so convenient for us when somebody says that, right? For the sake of convenience, we also get a little casual and we don't even bother to check what is being filled into the form. And sometimes we are so lazy that we also tell them, "No, just go ahead and do whatever is needed, but I want this thing completed by tomorrow." When we do a bucket on people to say, "Do what you have to, but I want the work to be completed by tomorrow," remember that's a Pandora's box which may actually open out many an unethical practice, right? So technically your senior is also maybe possibly in his mind not thinking he's doing something for personal wrongful gain, or for that matter any wrongful gain, but he is breaching processes. Now this issue comes out in terms of applications having forged signatures or applications being filled in not following due process. that the company has set out. And in this expose, who gets affected most? Not that one individual, it is the company, right? So when you're going to take this decision, how are you going to decide it? Moving forward to a little bit more difficult situation. We all know about the Me Too movement. Some of the largest brands in the world, not just in India, suffered during the Me Too movement because it was exposed that there was no gender diversity within the corporate framework, and that there had been a lot of instances of violation of women's rights which had either not been reported or not rectified or remedied. In a situation like this, you are part of this organization. Again, you're having a very cushy job, but you come to know about a Me Too movement. And you also know about the earlier instances which had gone unreported or unattended. Now, in a situation like this, what would you do? Again, would you just say, let me just take care of myself? Why get into something that doesn't concern me? Or would you say that this is my company? I have ownership in terms of what happens within this organization. I would not want to be part of something where there is no ethical practice and where there may be violations. So it is my responsibility, it is my moral duty, and in some instances, remember, it may actually be your legal duty also to report it, right? So finally, the last case study on this, right? Now, you are actually part of, we are talking about it as if everything is happening to a third party. You are in the midst of this situation. You are being asked to do something which you believe is unethical, and you may be a very seasoned practitioner. You may not have much experience. You may be in whichever end of the spectrum. Let me take this example to more specifics in terms of my favorite field of technology. Right? Today we are on the brink of and awaiting the personal data protection laws. Now, the personal data protection laws are very precise in terms of what is permissible and what is not when it comes to collection, usage, retention, or dissemination of personal data. Now, you are part of the team which is developing an app, and you know that there are glitches in the app which could possibly affect the security of the user. It could possibly amount to taking more data than what it is disclosing to do, and that this data is being utilized in a manner which borders on maybe ethical or unethical. Meaning, there is no harm in terms of how the data is being used, but the manner of collection and the kind of representation to the user who is sharing this data is definitely unethical. Right? In a situation like this, what would you do? Now, when I ask these kind of questions, if we are not talking generally about the law and what the law says, or about corporate governance and what a governance document would say, what I'm trying to do is to bring it down to ground realities. I want to just highlight the fact that when we talk about something, it may sound preachy, or when we talk about, or when you enter into the threshold of a corporate setup, you may find a lot of utopian policies and processes. But ultimately, what defines good governance, what defines ethical or moral values, and the implementation of them is not just in the manner in which the procedures or processes or policies are set out, not just in the compliance mechanism that may be implemented, which may just be the tick mark scenario, but this higher threshold of conformance, which to your knowledge, to your conscience, and to your beliefs meets ethical standards. Sounds very utopian, sounds difficult to comply with. Let me tell you, many a thing, including the Sexual Harassment Act, were utopian at one point of time. But today, we do have a robust law which is trying to ensure gender parity at the workforce. And this is not the only law that I'm talking about. When you talk about every single aspect in terms of compliance that multiple laws enforce on you. For instance, as I said earlier, let's take the technology example. You now have an intermediaries guidelines which has just come out in 2021. Now, if you're asked to comply with that and you need to meet that threshold, and when you're working towards that, and I can tell you, I have fought for a lot of the provisions that have been implemented as law today. 3 years back, it seemed impossible, not just impractical. It seemed impossible, and today it's become part of law. And once it's become part of law, it is going to be implemented, right? So that's what I meant by saying that today what seems utopian may actually become tomorrow's reality. Doing it because it's the right thing is one thing, doing it because you have to, because the law says so is another thing. And if we can start tuning ourselves or attuning ourselves to deliver because it's the right thing to do, then we will never fear any law or provision which may impose what may seem onerous, but what will be beneficial. So over to you, Dr. Harsh Purohit. Thank you again for having me here and giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Really very insightful talk by Ms. N.S. Nappinai ji. We are really honored, ma'am. Very useful points you have disseminated for the benefit of the audience. Ma'am, do you feel that the current corporate governance practices which we are now witnessing, we have made improvisation in the last decade?
I really wish that India would take a little bit more of a definitive stand. So in a recent session, I was explaining that laws are meant to be dynamic. Laws are not meant to be changed every few decades or even every decade. So look at how the Companies Act has gone. So the government felt at that point of time that it needed a complete overhaul. It went through a very long drawn process in terms of review, etc. And then we got our Companies Act of 2013. And within such a short time, we are already backtracking on so many of those provisions. And if you notice, especially the post-COVID or mid-COVID to post-COVID time, what is the real reason for it? The changes during this period. Because the level of compliance that is being mandated from every company and the kind of scenario that is emerging is probably taking us back to the license Raj or probably worse than that. So when I talk about compliance or conformance, I'm not really asking for a more stringent setup. I'm not asking for more laws or more rules or more regulations. I feel what India really needs, and I usually use this construct of Occam razor. If you take all the laws for compliance across multiple legislations and you cut out that which, whether it's there or not, doesn't make a difference, and you bring it down, you Occam razor it, and you bring it down to that which is going to ensure that this particular industry will then work well if you put in these 5 possible or 10 compliances. Chances of those 10 compliances being adhered to, being implemented, being enforced are much higher than having this fear-based, knee-jerk-based compliances which are like possibly hundreds, in which instance not even 1% of those 100 compliances will be adhered to. So I would say have a streamlined process. Don't do a one-size-fits-all. We need more specialized regulatory frameworks which are workable, taking into account that the same framework will apply to a startup as it would to a large organization. And then work towards a self-regulatory to a soft regulatory process, and where it is zero tolerance, like the Me Too movement, etc. That is where you bring in the strict liability or the strict adherence part. So if we try to segregate it in its components and apply it in the manner where it is workable and it's practical, I feel that would be a lot more effective also practically, rather than just doing knee-jerk legislations.
Yes, really very insightful. And today we find companies trying to become good global citizens, good corporate citizens. And I think the points that you have mentioned are really very useful for them as to how they should go by in the path. So I trust there are a few more questions by the participants, ma'am, but owing to paucity of time, I think there we'll have to stop and move to the next speaker. But before that, we convey our high gratitude to you for gracing this national webinar with your presence, ma'am. So, and look forward to your cooperation in the future as well.
Always, sir. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you, ma'am. And after this wonderful session by Ms. N.S. Nappinai ji, now let's move to the next session where we have with us Ms. Anukriti Parekh. She is advocate on record with the Supreme Court of India, and for about 10 years of litigation experience that she has carved a niche practice in constitutional, intellectual property and information technology and family laws. She has represented leading giants from journalism, FMCG, F&B, and real estate industry before numerous courts and fora pan-India. Apart from this, Anukriti ji is engaged in advising title registration as well as other compliances and contractual issues. She has contributed to the formulation of path-breaking precedents and has various publications and academic initiatives to her credit. She is also a visiting faculty at Banasthali Vidyapith, and we at our Jamnalal Bajaj School of Legal Studies have been benefiting from her expertise, and she ensures that she visits us at least once in the year. Owing to COVID, now the things are a little stalled, but we are very sure to see you in the campus once again. So very much a part of Banasthali family, and I request Anukriti ji to please deliver her talk.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you so much for the beautiful introduction, sir. I don't think after listening to the dignitaries today, I owe such an introduction. They're all such senior members of their own fields, and I'm way too young to even be able to be on the same panel as them. And I thank you and Ankurji for that. In fact, that is how I want to begin. I first want to thank you for letting me work on this project. And as I will speak, I will explain how making me work on this project has generated a new perspective of corporate governance in minds such as ours as well. Now, before I go into my presentation on the subject, I would like to say that I'm not an authority or not an expert on the subject of corporate governance, but corporate governance, in a sense, being governance, is a subject which is open to interpretation and which is open to judicial intervention at multiple stages, and that is where our role comes into picture, because that is what we see in courts on a daily basis, the making and the breaking of a company. So my topic for the presentation, of course, is legislative regime of corporate governance in India, but the dignitaries before me with their enriching experience have already spoken on intricacies of shareholder and stakeholder rights and intricacies of what regulatory practices exist in India and what more is needed or what less is needed. So I'm not going to go into the depth of what the legislations are, but of course I will enlist what we have right now and what, in my limited experience or opinion, is something that we need in the future. So to begin with, of course, this may be a repetition, but I want to first talk about what is corporate governance in itself. Now, things such as corporate governance cannot really have a definition of its own. There are multiple facets to corporate governance. There is accountability, fairness, transparency, leadership. Now, when you club these words together, that is what, in a sense, is governance of an institution. So, according to me, the essence of corporate governance is the single word of accountability. The fact that someone at the highest level and someone at the lowest level is aware of the nuances and intricacies of functioning of an organization, that is corporate governance. which leads us to the second principle, which is fairness. Fairness is of treating all alike, treating all, engaging a holistic participation, engaging functionaries at all levels. The third, of course, is transparency. Transparency which generates clarity, generates assurance to even the smallest member of the organization and the senior most member of the organization. And of course, the one particular aspect which holds the governance together is leadership. So a good leadership ensures a good culture and continuity, if I may use the word, continuity of the organization. So when you put these words together, that is what, in a sense, corporate governance is all about. Now, like I said, that I'll give a small snapshot of what are the multiple legislation or multiple regulations that have been taken out by the government to ensure good governance in our country. Of course, the prime legislation, as has been spoken by ma'am before me, of course, is the Companies Act. Now, to my mind, the USP of the Companies Act has been the transitional implementation of the Act. So to bring out a new law and then to implement it immediately, and like ma'am rightly said, to create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 checkbox and make a particular company implement those checklists is very, very difficult. In fact, it has a more damaging effect than a positive effect. So the USP of the Companies Act has been transitional implementation of the Act. It has ensured that the Act slowly sleeps into the legislative requirements of our country. The second, of course, is the SEBI LODR regulations of 2015. These are, in a sense, the basic regulations which govern the functioning of listed companies in our country, and the SEBI keeps coming out with new and improvised regulations depending on what the requirements are. The third is the IBC, which is the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code of 2016. Now, why this legislation? The legislation was, of course, created with the idea of recreation of a dying asset. However, the code has been institutional in pinning director liability, which has been very, very pertinent in our situation, in India's perspective. The third and a very recent guidelines which have been introduced are national guidelines for responsible business conduct in the year 2019. These guidelines were launched by the MCA. These are essentially voluntary guidelines, or the so-called Gandhian philosophy guidelines. Now, these four that are spoken about are essentially regulations or guidelines which are imposed on the companies to comply with or to ensure good practices of the good practices. Now, apart from that, there are a couple of more legislations which help in pinning down liability. Of course, there is intermediary liability and there is criminal liability. This gets covered under various statutes. The intermediary liability you've had very, very recently, which were introduced, say, a few weeks back. And apart from that, the PDP bill is in the process and will be put in effect anytime now. So why intermediary guidelines or intermediary liability is important when it comes to the subject of corporate governance is because we are no longer just in the physical world. Every company has a virtual presence. The market becomes virtual, so the liability becomes virtual. So pinning down of intermediaries or holding them liable is a very important aspect which the government is looking into via these particular legislations. And of course, then there is criminal liability under various legislations. So if you were to pin down that, okay, what are the key regulatory practices which have been introduced vis-a-vis specific to a country like India, essentially, if you read about them, they are a simple 5-point presentation, which is board evaluation, a rotation of auditors, corporate social responsibility, inclusion of female director, and disclosures. Now, I think Professor Ratanji has already spoken in great detail about all these regulatory practices, and if I go again into them, it will just be repetition. So what I'm trying to say here is that, yes, very rightly, the government has implemented various legislations and come out with tests at multiple levels to ensure good governance or good functioning of a corporate structure. and implementation of that is in the hands of both. It is at the hands of the company level as well as at our level. Now, what is it that we lack, in my opinion, which despite so many legislations in place, we have not been able to achieve governance in a streamlined or a structural manner? To my mind, the basic lack that we have is of a single central legislation. So instead of having a box full of legislations where for, say, intermediary liability, you go into the IT guidelines or the intermediary guidelines, or for GDPR, you go to the PDP bill, which is in process. For criminal liability, you first open IPC, at the same time you open director's liability under various legislations like money laundering and other acts. Instead of all that, what is needed is a single ethos or an ethics book or a single set of legislation which can be a go-to legislation for the governance of the country. Now, of course, the moment I say this, I am adding a disclaimer that we cannot have a straitjacket formula for explanation of or foreseeing a situation and remedying the situation through a legislation. However, if you go back to your fundamental law, the essence, for example, all law derives its power from the Constitution. Similarly, governance has to be able to derive its power from a central legislation. That is what's most important. The basic jurisprudence is that there is a very delicate balance between change and the consequent law. So fortunately or unfortunately for our country, we are a mixed economy. We really cannot follow the set pattern, say what the US has done or what any other country has done. We have to come up with our own specificities and our own tailor-made legislation. So in my opinion, now that we have multiple regulatory rules and themes, it is important that we create a transparent central system to ensure governance through that particular code. So coming to where we are today, there are multiple facets. The most debated topic, of course, is stakeholders versus shareholders, which was discussed in detail. So what I want to discuss here is the principle of actual director liability. Now, here I would like to speak about judicial intervention. When it comes to actual director liability, we have seen the Supreme Court move into prominence, take strong, rather very, very strong steps, especially vis-a-vis real estate company litigations, where the Supreme Court has specifically put sanctions, put liabilities on JP, Amrapali, to name a few, and of course there are many. Now, one may wonder that why should someone bring the example of a real estate fiasco vis-a-vis the question of corporate governance? You have to understand that what the Supreme Court has done is essentially the seed of corporate governance germinating. It is the fact that when a bunch of aggrieved people reached the court, the judicial intervention led to a decision where pinning of liability was made and asset dispersion of asset was stopped. So this is a classic case of corporate governance. These are classic cases of corporate governance, to my mind, where you have pinned liability to an actual person. Of course, even today, when it comes to director liability, the attitude, to my mind, is escapist. However, things are improving, things are changing. It takes a lot of time. Our system of adversarial litigation involves the system in a step-by-step formulation. However, things have reached a stage where pinning of liability is emerging. The second topic, which I feel has created lot of weight in the market, is composition of board of a company. Now, like I said before, the LODR keeps coming with regulations one after another, and the LODR, the basic premise on which LODR comes with regulations for inclusion of board members is to increase accountability, participation, and perspective. Now, I'll come to the most important aspect here, which is perspective. So, so at multiple times, the LODR has come up with regulations where you have to include independent directors, again spoken of before, one single woman director to bring the option of diversity, and 3, which is in pipeline, not in pipeline, it's already been sanctioned, but it's going to be implemented a little later, is of separation of chairperson and managing director. Now, this particular composition or regulations of such nature for composition of board of a company are very, very pertinent to divest a company from its fundamental family-based orientation. Especially, like I said, the principle of separation of chairperson from that of the managing director or the CEO of a company. Now, to understand the composition factor, you again have to go back to our structure. Essentially, and I think Abhishek ji in the beginning also broke, of course his breaking was women centric, but he broke institutions where he said that this particular level of institutions cater to the 50 lakhs and plus revenue generation, this particular percentage caters to lesser than this, and so on and so forth. His breaking was of course towards oriented towards women, but when I'm addressing this issue or speaking on this issue, I'm speaking gender neutrally. Essentially, businesses in our country have been family-based. Now, since the businesses have been family-based, there have been some fundamental problems. The fundamental problem has been of relinquishing control. Now, when the principle of relinquishing control plays in the mind of a person who is running the business, interest of stakeholders is put at risk. Because at the end of the day, he is running with the notion that he has to secure the interests of his next generations, whether the company stays, the company does not stay, whether the company is growing, whether the company is not growing. So the biggest impetus that we have faced is the fear of transition in the family-based setups. That is where I beg to differ, where I feel that yes, we need danda legislation, so to say, because we have now reached a stage where we are at the threshold of the transition, and if now we don't take the leap, then we will fall back. So that is why now we need legislations which are stronger and stronger, and if they even require, then putting sanctions. Why are they needed? One has to release the myopic view. When I say myopic view, I mean when you see the structuralization of a particular setup, the setup is not just restricted to being a company A with members B, C, D, and at the ground level having 1, 2, 3, 4 participants. The setup has a larger perspective vis-a-vis the entire nation. So that is when I say that you release the myopic view and you transition to the bigger perspective where you structuralize your management not only at the macro level but also at the micro level. When you structuralize your management at both levels, that is when you see a good crisis management situation. The classic example, and it has been quoted a number of times before me, is the COVID crisis. The COVID crisis has seen many companies dying, many companies leading to a situation where they were unable to pay their employees or generating revenue. So who has survived? Who has survived or who has ensured good governance is a company which had its own good structure, a proper created structure. I think someone before me gave the example of Nestle. There are numerous examples, Accenture, which have companies wherein forget making employees quit. Instead of making employees quit, there has been a transition where the company has grown even during COVID. So why has the crisis management of one company been better than the other? The sense obviously is the fact that the company had structuralized itself to foresaw a situation where it had to battle a COVID-like situation or anything of that nature. So essentially, why is this structuralization of a corporate entity needed? You have to attain a self-sustaining and functional unit. When I say functional, I mean a unit which is complementary and supplementary in its in both forms. It has to be able to withstand any transition because market volatility is such. So this is what I wanted to speak about when it comes to what are the tenets of corporate governance, or how the legislative regime has assisted in formulation of good governance. Now, I want to wrap this up by saying something very fundamental, which we study in law school, is rule of law. To my mind, good governance or corporate governance is nothing but rule of law. So you can either have a rule of law or you can have the rule of man. So if you bring that rule of law within yourself, no matter whichever structure you may be at, that is where no matter which structure you may be at, the governance of the structure becomes ipso facto. Thank you.
It's yet another splendid talk, and for the benefit of all the audience who are here. And that tempts me to ask a question that you mentioned, that corporate governance hinges very strongly on the rule of law. So what do you think that when we see the current corporate governance code and the norms which are there, what you feel are one or two things more which the policymakers should look at, so that the overall corporate governance in India may improve? So it could be policy or it could be implementation part. Would you like to throw some light on it?
Sir, to my mind, the implementation part is a bigger concern. Like very aptly put by ma'am before me, we have legislations in place. There is no denying that. The issue is that sometimes we reach a stage where there are too many legislations, and then codifying them into one single legislation becomes an issue. But the implementation becomes a problem, to which, to a certain extent, the Companies Act was successful. Like I explained, that it had a transitional implementation and they just did not impose the entire act per se in one go. Similarly, if we come up with a code of such nature, the implementation has to be transitional. We have to effect things at a very small and basic level, keeping in mind that social change and law can only go together if you bring both levels together. So right now, what is happening is that there are a level of dignitaries which are looking into the subject, which are bringing up the legislation, but there are small setups like Abhishek ji was talking about, which will not even understand the meaning of corporate governance. So if you have such a big lag, how will you bring them together? So the implementation, generating awareness, seminars of such nature, introduction to the subject, that is what is needed at multiple levels and at grassroots levels. This is what I feel.
So indeed, very insightful once again. So before we move to the next speaker, I would once again thank Ms. Anukriti Parikh ji for sparing very valuable time. And apart from, what the session that she has delivered, now it is her modesty that she mentioned beginning that she is not an expert in corporate governance, but that is the only thing that we don't agree.
No, sir. In fact, sir, I can't thank you enough and Ankurji enough for introducing me to the subject. I mean, it is one thing to make a case and then argue in the court, but it is one thing to change your bent of mind to an academic orientation and understand that what you're doing in court has an impact at the micro level where so many changes need to take place. So that perspective, I'm indebted to Ankurji and you to allow me to work on this, and Amitav sir, where I boggled his mind for a long time before writing, and I thank you for that. Of course, I'm missing the campus. I mean, in-campus interaction is.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that the time to come that will.
Yeah, now of course things are transitioning. But thank you so much.
Yes, namaste. Thank you so much. And you talked about Amitav ji, and in fact, he's the next speaker. In fact,
okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, thank you, Anukriti ji. So after this session, now we come to our next special speaker, Shri Amitav Banerjee, and we welcome him to this national webinar on corporate governance. We like Anukriti ji, he is also a member of Banasthali's family. He has visited here several times, and for the benefit of our students in law and management, he has conducted extensive workshops, of a week for the students, and that in fact brings the real change among the students. That's what we believe, and he also believes. Just to introduce him to for the benefit of all the audience, he is a qualified company secretary, LLB, MCOM, and holds a diploma in business laws from NUGS, Kolkata. He is also an eligible independent director under the mandate of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and has qualified the assessment test conducted by IICA under the aegis of MCA. He has more than 15 years of industry experience with brands like ITC, Moserbeer, Isolux Corson in key managerial positions in the secretarial and legal department. He has also served as Deputy Director Corporate Governance with CII. He was also engaged with consulting firms Wesh Associates and Advocates and Grant Thornton Advisory Private Limited as a retainer consultant. He was also trainer at Wesh Advocates and Grant Thornton India for company directors. Amitavji has been a consultant with NFCG, which is a PPP by Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and CII, ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI, IACA, and NSE. He has also acted as a resource person to ministerial committees and was a project manager for assignment with Investor Education and Protection Fund Authority. He contributes to educational research projects in various capacities as a research consultant and academic reviewer. He is also a guest faculty member at prominent institutions like IIT Delhi, Banasthali Vidyapith, as I told you, IMT Nagpur, Tezpur University, Jaipuria Institute of Management Studies, etc. His books and articles on corporate governance and allied topics have featured in publications of Thomson Reuters, Taxman, Walters, Kluwer, etc. And he has authored very good books, I would say, on corporate laws. And I have been one of the persons he has deemed suitable to send these books to me. And I really feel grateful to him. So with this, I invite our own Amitavji for his special talk. Amitav.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. But I realized that I must cut down my profile. Otherwise, the the session timing gets consumed while somebody reads my profile. So it is absolutely an honor, and indeed, I'm happy to see you, sir, after such a long time, even though virtually. I'll be missing the campus like most of us are. But yes, today we are gathering today. Just let me share my screen quickly. Is my screen visible? Is the PPT visible?
Yes, it is. Yes, and you are well audible as well.
Perfect. So thank you all, and I must really appreciate the way the day has evolved. I mean, right from the first inaugural session with Monica ji, and then you had Shardhanan ji, and how the different facets of governance have evolved. And today I can really say that this is indeed a session, or it is indeed some kind of a seminar where you have a lot of food for thought coming up. Now, I'll be restricting myself to one typical kind of a scenario that I have seen in, say, around 17 years of my work experience in corporates. And I'm really thankful to Anukriti ji and Nipanai ji. So, and even, yes, Professor Sharma, because he very well pointed out that in the entire gamut of corporate governance laws, there are certain things called policies, and he was very specific about something called whistleblowing. So my focus is actually for number one, students and people who are in employment, because what I will share with you is like, chai pe charcha. It's not a typical legal session that we expect on obviously in the legal domain. It's more like a chai pe charcha, and you see Modi ji has actually made it quite effective. I think, look at demonetization. At 8 o'clock, he made the entire thing applicable, and we are still living with it. So, the way he creates the entire scene, and he actually gives those poison pills or bitter pills for the betterment of the economy, is marvelous. I mean, he's indeed a marketing CEO. I mean, if India were a company, I would say he's the most successful CEO I have seen. So coming back to our topic, I thought, why not take his example? You know, today we are talking of Atmanirbhar Bharat. That is, we want to make India self-sufficient. Good enough. And India was self-sufficient not only today, even before liberalization. If we see, we did not have an open economy. We had a government-driven economy. We had state enterprises, and we were not poor. I mean, even then we had a good economical condition. But then we realized that yes, there has been globalization. So we should open up our borders and go on with trade embargoes. And we had all these trade treaties and people investing in us. We going out and buying Jaguar. We doing business in Africa. So many things started happening. So now again, we are cultivating the idea how self-sufficient can we be? Atma Nirbhar Bharat. But before we start with the grand thought of being Atma Nirbhar Bharat, we need to be Atma Nirbhar ourselves. You know, we have to be self-contained. We have to be self-sufficient as an individual. So my session is actually individual-centric. You know, I'm not going to talk about the entire universe when I myself am not happy. जब मेरे घर में पानी नहीं आ रहा है, why am I worried about why the global ice in Antarctica is melting? We are all human beings. Tell me, आपके घर में 2 दिन से पानी नहीं आया, and if I give you a lecture on how the polar ice caps are melting, what will you think of? Will you think of the polar ice caps, or will you think मेरा बाल्टी कब भरेगा? So I am actually relating to Mera Balti wala situation where we need to think, are we ready for Atmanirbhar Bharat? So the first stepping stone is Atma, your own control. Atma Shashan. You should be able to control and you should have a law for yourself. So whenever we talk of Atma Bharat, I mean Atma Shashan or Atmanirbhar Bharat, it all starts from Gyan. Because I think I copied this one from the internet, so I should declare it because I have lawyers present. I know IPR issues can become quite painful. So the entire thing was Guru bina Gyan nahi and Gyan bina Atma nahi. So I thought I should stick to the relevant part. We all know Guru bina Gyan nahi hai. But at the same time, if you don't have Gyan, you can't have a Atma. And if you don't have a Atma, you can never have a Atma Shashan. And if you don't have Atma Shashan, you can never be Atmanirbhar Bharat. So this is a chain reaction, Gyan zaruri hai. Gyan does not mean that you read 10 books. Gyan is being conscious of your surrounding. Gyan is being conscious of what is right, wrong, when to move ahead and when to step back. Gyan means be Arjun, don't be Abhimanyu. Because when I go to IIT, I teach a subject called ethics for engineers. Now, IITians are brilliant. They are brilliant, but they don't understand how the corporate world works. One of the live examples that all the students or everybody who's listening to might look out for is Rajat. I mean, when I was doing my studies as a company secretary, I think I would have never had interest in the concept of insider trading if Rajat Gupta was not there. Rajat Gupta was an IITian. He went to Harvard. He had friends like Bill Gates. He had friends like Bill Clinton. He was going around with who's who of the entire world. The entire Indian, top bosses were his friends. But he was convicted of insider trading and he went to jail for 6 years. So, he was maybe not Gyani enough. He was not aware of what is happening because maybe he came from a different structure altogether. So first thing, how do we understand what is happening around us? First, yes, we are living in a country and India is a democratic country. It has a long history and it has a long list of laws. So laws, primarily, let me tell you, it is only very recently that you have all those, public discussions, or you have such kind of seminars, or you have the ministries putting up a draft on the website for public consultation. most of the lawyer friends or seniors who are present would agree that this was not the concept, say, even 10 years back. This is a new thing that has come up. And let me tell you, with my experience, even if this is there done publicly, it is always what the government thinks right that is brought in. And it is in a way true also, because you cannot listen to what the entire Indian population is saying. I'll give you a live example. The Kotak Mahindra committee, or the Kotak committee, which was the last committee on corporate governance, it made around, I think maybe hundreds of propositions, and it was a SEBI constituted committee, right? It made around 100 propositions to the government, but when the Ministry of Corporate Affairs came in, it only accepted half of them, and even SEBI did not accept all of them. So you understand, even if there is public consultation, don't expect that everything that public says is going to be implemented or will be made a part of law. So laws are external to you. आपसे पूछ के कोई law नहीं बनाएगा. मोदी जी ने आपसे पूछा था demonetize करूं ना करूं, कर दिया. क्यों? देश के हित में. So laws are external. Policies. Now, what exactly are policies? So when you join a company, when you join, say, Banasthali, there is a policy, I know, that you're not supposed to carry your mobile phones in class, and even if you're carrying them, you're supposed to put them in your bag. Now, this is internal. This is a micromanagement tool which is done to maintain the decorum of the class. Now, see, when you get used to this thing, when you get used to this policy, which is hitting you every day in and out, every time you visit the class, you will see when you go home also, you will not put out your mobile phone and start chatting, or, you will not put out your mobile phone in front of a family dinner and talk to your friends. Realize that. I mean, I'm not telling you my experience, just do introspection. A policy is something which is so internal, and it is so micro management tool that it hits you directly. So laws may be huge. There may be laws which are made by the parliament. There may be laws which is being made by the United Nations. But when I talk of policies, they are very, very specific, and they come with a very, very specific reason and a purpose. But unfortunately, kya hota hai? When you go to a railway station, most of the time you will see it is written thukna mana, and you will see most of the people spitting there only. And one fine day, wo mana word, people will spit, and one fine day thukna mana hai se mana jo hai गायब हो जाएगा, और it will turn out to be thukna hai. This is what is happening to our policies also. We create them and we just post them. We never use them. It is like a curio, it is an artifact that we buy and we keep it in the showcase. भूल जाते हैं बनाया था. When you try to update a policy, you have created a policy, very good. You go to any corporate's website, you will see a list of policies. How are they updated? They are updated as if Diwali aayi hai. You all know, we all are in the northern India, live in northern India. So, I was born and brought up in East. I'm a Calcuttan, pure Bengali. When I came to northern India, I see people walk into the house, if possible, they'll get on the bed with shoes. Chal jayega. Only maybe when they go to temples, they'll take it off. And throughout the year, the house may be mismanaged. It is in a total, utter mess. Hathi bhi gum ho jata hai ghar mein. Forget about, losing a needle. But when it's Diwali, things change. One fine day it is declared agle hafte Diwali, and then you will see people cleaning up every corner. I don't know what happens. There's a literal earthquake happening, and within a day, the entire house is settled. People come with paint, they will do a safedi job, and you're ready for Diwali. Exactly is the scenario with a corporate policy. उस पे सफेदी कर दी जाती है, and once Diwali is over, back to square one. मम्मा जूता कहाँ है, मम्मा पेन कहाँ है, हाथी कहाँ है, टॉमी कहाँ खो गया है, nobody knows anything. Same, you create a policy because it is not a law, it is not an act. There is no Supreme Court ruling on it, or maybe there is no penalty given. Everybody creates a policy, keeps it in the file. When they think there is a time for, we need to update it, they bring it out, and they'll make certain safedi, which is like a hasty job, and you have a new version. Furthermore, but in the policies that you see, your HR policy, your leave policy, there are no penalties mentioned. So who cares? Hai to hai, okay. And lastly, the issue with policies is lack of sensitization, because when we create the policies, we do not spread them. Your company may have so many policies, they may have a policy for having policies, but you don't even know. You don't even know, because what happens is one fine day when you join the company as an employee, you're given a bunch of papers to sign on. And all that you do is flip through and say, kahan sign karna? And you sign and close it. You don't even read through it. So that is how policies are made. Now, my appeal to all of you is, there are certain policies that are meant for you. Now, you, I would say, are all Banasthalites primarily, because I'm presenting to Banasthali. You have to understand that this you in red are all the students from Banasthali that are sitting here, or maybe attending classes from anywhere in the world. Now, these indicators, I mean, I'm not trying to celebrate Holi today. It is a week late, I know. But the riot of colors in this slide is actually to give you an impression as to what is important and what is not. Because throughout my life, what I've seen is, if I show it in a black and white format, everything is black and white. But if there is a red color or a green color, it helps you recollect many things. Like as students, whenever there is something important, you highlight it. You highlight it with pink, blue. I've seen people highlight with all colors possible on their books, because they want to remember it in a different way. Same here, see, I told you policies are being made because of laws that are, maybe made with your consent or without your consent. Doesn't matter actually. You are a citizen, but how much you contribute to making of law is again a controversial issue. But we have to accept that to live in a civilized society, we must have laws. So number one, when you work with a company, are labor laws. So out of the labor laws comes the HR policy. So when you join a company, you will always see, HR policy may leave itna hai, yeah, everything, every time. I mean, Sagarika Di would have been the best person to tell you what HR policy is. But then I put it into an orange zone. Because HR policy is indeed important, but you can't have control over it. It is made and given to you, right? So you have to follow it. Be a good bacha, follow it. The next law that may hit your company, or which is usually prevalent on a company, is the company law, and we have been following the Companies Act 2013. So in that, you have a CSR policy. Mind it, I have colored everything in white, which means it is not meant for you. See, CSR is the company's headache. The company has to provide for 2% of its profit. Your profit or your salary is not going to get hit. So, bhul jao. Stick to what is most important, whistleblower. Next, when we talk of SEBI LODR, which is again, something which is for listed companies, there also you have so many policies being mandated by SEBI. And there, I think the only thing that may be of interest to you, but you don't have any control, is the dividend policy. So, maybe there is no red zone. Sectoral laws. Now, if you're operating in certain sectors like insurance, banking, telecom, you have sectoral laws, and out of those sectoral laws, you have sectoral policies which the company will make and again put it in the file. Again, forget it, not your cup of tea. Now comes the red zones apart from whistleblower. Anti-bribery laws. We all dream of getting into MNCs, but mind it, anti-bribery and corruption has become a menace world over. It's not just India or not just any other third world country or a developing nation. It's rampant in even US, and that's the reason. See, they say US foreign corrupt practices, UK bribery, and then we have our Indian version. Now, this is something that you, my students, and my acquaintances should be aware of. It is a red zone. Next, cyber law. Today, texting, WhatsApp, all these are very, very crucial methods of transferring vital information. Insider trading is one thing. When you become aware of what the company is going to do in future, and maybe you very casually WhatsApp some information to your friend or your father or even anybody, it can land you in even jail, or you will definitely lose your job. Information is wealth, and data related policies, how to deal with information, how to send information, emails, everything is very important. And lastly, yes, posh, prevention of sexual harassment. So you must be very aware as to where you are working and what kind of life jackets the environment is giving you. There could be n number of laws which can apply to your company, but I'm just telling you the generalist view as to where you need to be very conscious. So everything in red means not to be missed by all of you. All of you should be aware of what these policies are. At least download them, bring it back, show you to your parents, but understand what these things are. Now I'll come to the specific topic of whistleblower. Now in India, whenever I've been in so many forums, and whenever you talk of whistleblower, and I think the person or the platform which should be penalized is Google. Whenever you type whistleblower, the first thing that Google will give you is Satyendra Dubey. Now, problem is, even in the professional field, I have seen that people always associate whistleblowing with Satyendra Dubey or any other social activists. Now, I have taken two examples. One is the Enron case, the other is ICICI Bank. Now, please see how these two are different. In Enron, we all know it was a corporate governance scam and all those things. What exactly happened in Enron is they made their accounts in a big bad way, and it was exposed. But the exposure came from Sharon Watkins, who was an executive of the company itself, right? He was an insider who had information about what the problem was. Now let's go to a Indian example, ICICI Bank. One of the most celebrated woman employees was hauled up because of an shareholder activist, Arvind Gupta, giving information about malpractices between Videocon and ICICI. Now, what exactly is the difference? The difference is, in Enron, it was an employee who was blowing the whistle. Whereas in ICICI Bank and in many cases, we have seen in India primarily the whistle being blown by somebody outside the company. Somebody who's been an activist. Yes, he may be like Satyendra Dubey was an employee of National Highway Authority of India. He blew the whistle, but then he did not follow the whistleblowing norms or whistleblowing policy of the company. He blew the whistle because he wanted to bring some justice to the entire system. He was doing it on a socialist level. He was trying to reform the society. He was not thinking on a selfish motive as an employee. Try and understand the difference. As an employee, you must first learn how to save yourself, then only you will be able to save your society. So what is the life jacket we are looking at? We are looking at the life jacket called whistleblowing policy. Now, a perfect case in point is Dinesh Thakur. Now, Dinesh Thakur was an engineer and he was head of research in Ranbaxy. Sir, I would request, in case I am overshooting my time, please do tell me. 5-10 minutes. Do let me know, huh? Because
yes, I think 10 minutes is fine.
Okay, perfect. I'll be wrapping up by 10. So now the case in point. So all of you, I hope that we are now able to distinguish between social activism and corporate whistleblowing. Corporate whistleblowing is not reforming the society, even though if you reform the society, it may impact your corporate, no doubt. But we are not talking of scenarios like Dinesh Thakur. We are talking like scenarios in Enron, and a more pertinent and a very, very rare example, that is Ranbaxy Laboratories. So most of you know that Ranbaxy was sold by the Singh brothers to Daiichi, which is a Japanese consortium. When they bought Ranbaxy, what happened was after a couple of months, the US federal drug agencies posted a huge fine on Ranbaxy of around 500 million. And the accusation was that there were certain results which were not matching with the drug formulation. And that was misquoted in US because Ranbaxy is one of the world famous drug suppliers, or it supplies raw materials for making many pharmaceutical products even in the US market. So there was this gentleman called Dinesh Thakur who was heading the research in Ranbaxy. So he decided to, do something. So the point of Dinesh Thakur, why I'm discussing is because today, because of cases like Dinesh Thakur, maybe in India, we don't have a formalized corporate whistleblowing mechanism. Again, I'll repeat the word corporate whistleblowing mechanism, not whistleblowing. So when we're talking of corporate whistleblowing mechanism, Dinesh Thakur could have been a brilliant example. But see how we missed it. We only missed it because when he went to the Supreme Court of India, he wanted to bring out certain facts, but because maybe he was not well presented, maybe he could not present how he was connected to the case was rejected by the Chief Justice, and it was simply said that you are coming with an academic issue where people are rotting in jail, and then don't expect the court to intervene in such kind of things. So it was indeed, I mean, I've not read the entire application or the PIL that was filed. So I presume that maybe the case was not well built. So what actually happened, Dinesh Thakur did not get any remedy in India. But he did not give up as an employee of Ranbaxy. He went back to the US and gave all the evidence to the US federal government. And there, everything was accepted. And not only that, apart from the levy on the company of 500 million, even Dinesh Thakur was awarded a compensation of around 48.5 million. He got around 50 million as a reward. Now, this is corporate whistleblowing because, we don't have happy ending like Hindi movies. Now, we don't even look at what corporate whistleblowing is. We only think of Satyendra Dubey who got shot. The moment you talk of whistleblowing, you have a list of people getting shot, list of people getting abused. But look, they are doing this social activism. It is not corporate whistleblowing. So coming back to, there is one more misconception, that is we have a whistleblower act. Yes, we have. Who am I to say we don't have? But again, if you read the preamble, it is very well said that the act is for public servants. I have copy pasted it from the act itself. It says that you can only go against any public servant. Now, it means that if you are dreaming of joining, say you're dreaming of joining IBM, you're dreaming of joining even ITC or even Reliance, these are not public entities. They are not public sector units. They are not government run units. These are all the private players. There you don't have the protection of Whistleblower Act. And I've also taken out or culled out the definition of public servant, which again, a typical way of Indian expression is they never give you the direct answer. In this act, they're saying public servant means go to prevention of corruption. Let us go there also. Here also, if you see section 2, which is usually the definition section in most of the Indian acts, you will not find anything talking about a private employee or a private company. It is all about government authorities only. So kindly do not get misled that yes, we have a whistleblower act trying to take care of corporate whistleblowing. No, it is only applicable to public servants, not to people who are employed in the private sector. Now, where does this all mandate come from? Yes, it comes from the Companies Act. Section 177(9) mandates. You have the SEBI LODR, which says, yes, you must have a whistleblowing policy. There is a recent addition which has made the auditors report on whistleblowing cases. Hence, the company's auditor's report also mandates investigation into whistleblowing policy. Earlier, you had the DPE guidelines of certain states. So I've taken an example of Assam because I go to Tejpur University, so I've seen their manual. Assam is one of the states which has mandated whistleblowing through the department guidelines, which is a state level guideline. However, recently SEBI became a bit conscious about this loophole of not having a corporate whistleblowing policy. But before we go into it, what are the loose ends apart from how they are dealt with? I told you, they are created, kept in a file, Diwali, Safedi, and all that. But why does it actually happen? The practical reasons is when you have a policy and you are actually aggrieved, whom do you go to? The scenario is setting your own paper and checking it. You yourself are setting your own paper and you're yourself giving marks, which means if the management of a company is setting a policy like say whistleblowing, if you really want to blow the whistle and talk to somebody, whom do you go? Back to the same management. So who will hear your plight? No one. Next, post-mortem. Now, even if you have brought in this bechara creature called the auditor who's already overburdened with so many things, what will he do? Because audit, as all of you know, happens at the year end. So will you wait for the year end to happen? Tab tak to things would go wrong. Next, who will bell the cat? Nobody wants to own this whistleblowing policy. The legal department will give you in writing, this is how the draft should look at. The human resource department will make some changes. The company secretary will say, no, it is not as per SEBI LODR. And when the ultimate policy is actually passed in the board meeting, nobody wants to keep the hard copy. Sir, आप रख लो, HR के files में ठीक रहेगा. नहीं, ये send it to legal. And ultimately what happens? Legal, secretarial, admin, chunnu, munnu, MD, CMD, everybody has a copy. So it is a joint responsibility. Nobody wants to bell the cat. Whose baby is it? If you don't own it, no utility. Defining the acts. It is very difficult to define what acts you should blow your whistle against. You can't have an exhaustive list. So what you should have in most of the policies is you should try to define the principle. If you see the policies, they don't. They try to list out items. This whistleblow, this whistleblow. It is impossible. How can I define something? Then darna zaruri hai. It's not a movie, it is a situation. Because when I employ thinks that I'll blow the whistle, he thinks job gone. Job gone. Koi nahi banta crorepati. Because what happens is when you blow the whistle in the whistleblowing policy, download it from any of the websites. Rarely will you find a company declaring or telling you you will get a prize money of 1 crore rupees or you will be compensated like what happened to Dinesh Thakur. No rewards. It is like a thankless job. You blow the whistle, you blow your job also, everything gone. Where do you land up? Nowhere. So we don't do it. Guilty feeling. In India, we have a very, very cohesive feeling. Lala ji khana de rahe hain. Lala ji poojniye hain. Our boss is feeding our family. How can I go against my boss? We'll have a guilty feeling. And then if you go, you are a ghar ka bhedi, you are a traitor. Set. I mean, it's almost over. I have only 2 more slides. So how do you deal with a situation? I understand that nobody wants to become Abhimanyu. Even though he was glorious, he had enough skills. But how do you deal with this situation? The way out is first understand the materiality. When you're trying to blow the whistle, is it at all material enough? If the office peon is stealing pens from your desk, will you blow the whistle? Or if you see that no, your boss is doing something against the company, will you blow the whistle? So think in terms of commerce. Commerce and law have to go hand in hand. If it is material, yes. If it is immaterial, then you say, I have not seen anything. Banjao Gandhari. There is, see, in Mahabharata, you have all the kind of characters, all the permutations. Put a blindfold. If it is somebody stealing a 10 rupee pen, that doesn't amount to whistleblowing. If you have really made up your mind, nahi mujhe ab whistleblowing karni hai, gather information. Because if you're thinking of going against your boss, going against your vendor, anybody else, you must have substantial proof. Think of an alternative, because if you go to your boss and say, look sir, this guy is a crook, he will say, find me a different guy. You must have alternatives. And when you think of alternatives, please see if that alternative is cost effective, because in India or world over, cost benefit analysis is a must. Lala ji ko saste aur tikau cheez pasand hai. If you're going to replace, or if you're going to file a complaint against anybody, see what will it cost the company. Then you make a decision. Okay, now I am set, I can't take it anymore, I will go and talk to Lalaji or anybody in the whistleblowing committee, and then you tell them that, sir, I have done this company, this is as per the whistleblowing policy, and I think you should think about taking an action. Now, apart from the whistleblowing policy, which is an internal document wherein I have told you all the flaws, that you go back to the management and blow the whistle, there are certain external aids which many of you would not know. So the external aids is the institution of independent director, which we keep talking about. Now, independent directors are many a times criticized, many a times told as toothless tigers, cheerleaders, whatever may be. But the Companies Act very specifically says that in Schedule 4, which defines their, their scope of action, they are made responsible for implementing vigil mechanism. Now, vigil mechanism is the mechanism. Under vigil mechanism, you have this whistleblowing policy. So you have one option of going out and reaching to the independent directors. The second is you can go straight away to the central government, because you can write to them, you can write to the registrar of companies, which is the first source of contact for any company which is operating in India. Next, if you don't want to do it, you have an online version. Go to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs website. There is a form called a serious complaint form. You don't have to get a DIN, you don't have to have a DSC, you don't even have to pay fees. What are the things that you can accuse, or what are the things that you can complain about? You can talk about how directors have been removed, management disputes, financial mismanagement, and the best thing, as in law we are taught, the residuary clause, that is others. There is no boundary as to what others is, but keep it in mind, the principles of materiality have to be there. Don't complain about 5 rupees or 10 rupees ka pen. Lastly, how and what should a proper vigil mechanism provide for if we intend to make it really workable? I think there should be a clause of confirmation. When you say, I agree, you become all of a sudden conscious of what is there written in the thing. So in most of the policies, these are either posted on the website or they are mailed to you. But if it comes as a joining report and you're said that apart from signing your PF form or any other joining report, you also sign at the end of the policy by saying, yes, I agree to the terms and I confirm to the contents of the policy, then you will read it. The next is, make everyone responsible. Don't let one department be taking it. Yes, you tell others that if you don't do it, this is the violation. You must also allow anonymous complaints, because this will take away the fear of darna zaruri hai. If you are allowed to do anonymous complaints, which in many of the whistleblowing policies is not allowed, you have to disclose. Why will I disclose? If I disclose my identity, where is the whistleblowing working? Allow anonymous complaints across. You must also have a protection clause, that if somebody is doing whistleblowing, what will do, and at the same time, what are the consequences of not whistleblowing. Somebody who's been a criminal is obviously doing something wrong, but somebody who's seeing the crime and keeping mum is also deemed to be guilty. So you must also have a clause in the whistleblowing policy saying that if you don't do the whistleblowing, what will happen to you. And lastly, most of the companies I've seen, they do not want to retain documents, and it is okay. In accounts we have a time period of 8 years, in other cases we have a time period of 10 years. Who cares about the old documents? But not in case of whistleblowing. All the lawyers know that old documents matter. all documents should be preserved permanently. If you look at most of the casually drafted whistleblowing policies, and I'm using the word casually very liberally because I know how policies are drafted. Out of the 1200 listed companies in India, if you run a plagiarism check, because now I've learned all these stuff after coming into academia, if you really run a plagiarism check, I am sure not more than 2% of the policies will pass it, because 98% policies are copy paste from here or there. So problem is, have an original policy, and whenever you have any proceedings or anything, retain those documents, and only then you will be able to, as an employee, as a company, utilize this kind of a weapon which has been given to you by law, but you have never ever utilized it. So the success mantra that I think would be useful for all of you is: see your goal, understand your obstacles, create a positive mental picture. Don't have a negative mental picture, or you'll never be able to find out a solution. Clear your mind of self doubt, be confident, embrace the challenge, stay on the track, and then you can show the world how you did it. So with that, I'll end my presentation. If there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Amitabhji. Yes, indeed, there are questions, but please do allow me, because the next speaker is waiting. So since we have the benefit of you coming to Banasthali, so I think will note the questions and ask you over here when you are here in Banasthali. But indeed, a great talk, very interesting talk. You took up so many examples, and I think all the students and the members of industry who are joined on the YouTube live, they must have enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yeah. Now we come to our next special session. We have a special guest with us, Dr. Vikas Balia, who is a very bright lawyer and a chartered accountant. And we had the fortune of having him to Banasthali Vidyapith when we organized the National Conference on Corporate Governance last time, and he was very kind to grace it, and we are equally grateful to him that at a short notice he very kindly consented to deliver a talk. And just for the benefit of our audience, he is a lawyer and rank holding chartered accountant with a passion for sustainable living ideas and a wide exposure to several areas of law, finance, management, and policy making. Finding solutions and resolving stalemates in court and outside of it, he has experienced human ailings and faults very closely. As a lawyer, he founded Legal Sphere, a full-service law and consulting firm, and appears as a counsel before courts as well. As an investor, he is invested in distressed asset industry, affordable housing, and knowledge process outsourcing. He sits on the board of Adelvis Asset Reconstruction Company, India's largest ARC, and Hindalco Limited, one of the world's largest aluminium company, and Equaros Sureties Limited. He also mentors a few startups. As an academician, his PhD has been in the area of securitization, and he lectures on issues which sit at the confluence of his various areas of work. So once again, welcome Vikas Balia ji to this special webinar, and I request you to please deliver your talk.
Thank you, Harshi. It's always a pleasure to interact and be part of Banasthali's endeavors. And even in these virtual times, I think important issues are being taken up and you get everyone together. This is a short one, and I think I was to speak on the new trends. I think you already had a fairly fruitful session for the day. So let me just throw off some ideas on where we are heading with corporate governance, from what's its actual design to are we moving in the direction which it is intended for. You know, it's more than 2000 years since Plato said this, the grand old man of philosophy. Plato said that good people do not need laws to tell them to act responsibly. while bad people will always find a way around laws. So, it's a paradoxical situation that people who are, will act responsibly really don't need laws, and those who will not be deterred by any laws that you make. So, do we need laws at all? That's been a quintessential question for the legal fraternity and jurisprudence always. But without getting into that debate, corporate governance is a very interesting sort of a path that has evolved and is in the process of evolving, which is more like a middle path. It's not really an external governance like we normally believe these statutory laws to be or constitutional documents to be. It is taking you more towards self-governance and putting in place the tools which will detect if the self-governance is not in place, is not adhered to. So the external agencies will only come in where the self-governance processes are sort of either flouted, not adhered to, or will possibly come to aid of a good flow of that self-governance. Technically, when we talk of what corporate governance is, it is essentially a structure of rules, practices, and processes by which companies are governed. And corporate governance models are sort of followed by a specific company, is the distribution of rights and responsibilities by all the participants in the organizations. But if you simply put it, what is corporate governance at the end of the day? Is the way a corporation is governed, or it's a technique by which companies are directed and managed. So, carrying on business as per the stakeholders' desires. And when we say stakeholders, it is not just the shareholders. They're only one part of the stakeholders. The stakeholders would be the government, the labor, the suppliers, the consumers, the employees, everyone who has even a small interactive stake with any company, and which is getting larger by the day. So it's essentially just a policy, if we say, which will lead to, amongst many things, but primarily transparency, participation by all stakeholders, and democratization of the processes. When we say this, it looks like exactly what we talk of as political governance. You're looking at transparency, you're looking at participation, and you're looking at larger democratization of the system. Now, how do we achieve that? Quickly speaking, in the earlier days, the larger focus of corporate governance was on financial governance of the company. And if I talk in terms of Indian context, the large boost to corporate governance came in, as historians, we see it after the couple of the scams that we saw in the 1990s, very popularly known as the Harshad Mehta scam, and thereafter the Ketan Parekh scam. Though that nomenclature is slightly misleading. But without going into that really got the regulators into action. All the regulatory framework was overhauled, and that brought in a completely new era of corporate governance. But when we talk of new trends, I think now we have matured enough and moved to other important aspects of businesses or corporations which need equal attention as financial governance did, and namely that is environmental and social aspect. In fact, if you even Google today what are the new trends in corporate governance, big thing that comes up is the ESG, the environmental, social, and governance, and more focus is of E and S, that's the environment and social. In fact, I recall about more than 10 years ago, World Bank had got us to do a capacity building program where I was part of the corporate governance team along with our counterparts from Pakistan and Bangladesh. And we had given a whole framework to the various governments on how corporate governance can be used very effectively for environmental issues, more effectively than any external statutory laws. You bring in more transparency so that everybody discloses all data and policies with respect to environment by a company, just as back in the day they had got in the disclosure norms, the transparency norms for financial and accounting policies. So if we could do that automatically, the transparency brings in a self-governance because nobody wants to look bad, and then everybody knows what happens. Ditto for the social responsibility. So if we talk of where we are heading in, the maturity of corporate governance is extremely heartening to see in this country. That in the last 25 years, yes, there's a lot of ground to cover, and we've seen complete failures of corporate governance when we saw what happened with Satyam, when we saw what happened with Enron. But that is only outliers, but broadly and generally, the path towards greater corporate governance and transparency is there. You see more and more information flow happening now. More shareholders are empowered, and that's how it moves up. Before I go on the trends of the corporate governance, let's see how the different models of corporate governance work and how heavy they are for one or the other stakeholders. So when we talk of the Anglo-Saxon model, which is the American and the British system, obviously they are far more capitalistic in their approach and they're more individual oriented. So there the corporate governance is more towards protection of the shareholders' rights. And if you see the activism in minority shareholders protection or the consumer protection, because consumerism is also pretty high in those systems, you see the orientation is more towards individuals, whether it is the protection of minority shareholders, at the same time, larger power with the CEO and the committees that work around him, and they work. Eventually, the goal is for better governance, but the orientation is more towards the perspective of the shareholders and the consumers. In the process, minority shareholders have gained so much momentum that they bring in a check, especially large public corporations. They bring in a very committed check and balance to the corporates that are governed in. If you see the continental model, which is where Germany, France, and all of them follow, which are more socialistic in their approach, we find the corporate governance is essentially seen from the lens of the labor market, the other stakeholders, which are the government, which comes in, because they are more welfare states. If you see Scandinavian countries and the continental countries, they're more towards the welfare state, more tempered towards socialistic approach. So their lens of and their models see from the lens of how the labor stakeholder is affected and their rights are protected, and how the government and the society at large is protected. The most interesting model is the Japanese model, which is more complex, where each stakeholder is equally important, and the corporate governance is more towards how each stakeholder is related to the other and how the interplay happens, whether it's the supplier or the consumer or the shareholder or the government or the labor. And I think increasingly the world will move on. I mean, that is what I hope, and I feel that it will move towards more the Japanese model. And this is where I think the Indian model is also moving gradually, because the intent is very clear that each stakeholder is to be protected. We have seen that it is not just the Companies Act, as I see, which is the fountain of corporate governance, but each other acts which sort of puts in a check on the corporate, whether it's a Consumer Protection Act or whether it is the Competition Act. All of them are essentially a part of the larger governance factor. So I think once we understand where the stakeholders are, I think the comprehensive policies that come in are far more effective. And that is where the trend is. Each stakeholder is now is being attempted to be protected, which is a very heartening process. Now, if you see the focus that is of the various corporate governance policies, is that there's an increasing importance of corporate purposes. The purpose of a corporate is writ large on the policy that comes in. And this is more abstract in terms of, as we go down, we'll see more specific policies, and that will be sort of an indicator of where we are moving in. There's a better oversight of corporate culture and human capital management. Now, it's not just human resource. The resource, humans are not just resources, but they're also they need to be managed, and they're also seen as capital now. Back in the day, we always thought capital was different and labor, which was human resource, was different. And then you had other resources, and each one was seen as a resource. But now, manpower or labor or people, as we call it, are themselves seen as resource, not just resource, but capital themselves. So that's why the word is human capital management. And a lot of policies are towards better managing not just the employees, but all people that come in contact with the corporates. As I said, consumers, they are an equally important part of a corporate existence. More specifically, how these policies will be governed is how the board compositions are seen these days. When the boards were being set originally, I mean, that's a wrong word to use, but they were more with who were the shareholders, and it was their sort of representation on the board. Then came in the corporate governance where, issues where they wanted representation from various other stakeholders. Now we are at a different stage where board diversity itself is extremely important, because everybody now understands that different people bring in different perspectives, not just in terms of different stakeholders, but who they are. So board diversity is becoming extremely important. We always see and sort of discuss on extremely poor representation of different sections of society on boards generally. Women, for example, the representation, there are very few women on the board, and India it is even lesser than the global average. But increasingly there's an awareness. There is also a lot of opening up of women executives who are available to come on board, and companies opening up to have them on board. People from different backgrounds, different cultures, from different sections, economically different sections, are increasingly becoming part of board, because the realization is the more diverse the board is, the more dynamic the board is, and the more perspectives are brought onto the table on the board, the better decision-making ability, the more dynamic it is, the better adaptability of that board is, and it is more open to trying new things and be ready for the future. And two other things which come in, which are so important for the board to remain supple and sublime, is their ability to cope with the changing present and future. We all know of how information technology and AI is changing the world and how the businesses are done, not just the products or marketing, but generally the business itself. Equally important is how the social structures and social fabrics of the society are changing, because ultimately they form the corporates, they form the consumers, and they will govern the whole ecosystem of the corporates. Those fast changing situations, whether it is social, economic, technology, a company is better equipped to handle and adapt if the board is extremely adaptive. And that happens, experience has shown and studies have shown that the more diverse a board is, the more vibrant a board is, the more adaptive it is for new and progressive things. Transparency. So corporate governance is now no more is seen as a compliance tool. It is always in popular perception, it is seen as that it is a compliance issue. It's more a company secretarial work, which it is not. I mean, I'm glad it is not. And that opens up another question, that currently the way public opinion is being formed, that board of directors are responsible for everything. There's a difference. The independent directors, I mean, or anyone who's a non-executive director, he's not an investigator. He's essentially there only to give direction to policy planning and see that good governance is followed. For compliance and secretarial compliance specifically, there are professionals involved and they are the only ones who should be responsible unless they have been overridden despite their warning. We only see corporate governance in the context of prevention of fraud and fraud and forgery. These are large words and they happen in a very minuscule of places. If our whole lens is only fraud and forgeries, then I think it's a wrong direction. That's only one part of corporate governance. Largely 99 out of 100, and I'm just giving as an example of the number, are those where these issues are not there. They need not be strangulated. There it is only a question of a bouncing board, that is the role of a board, and also for good governance. Because in news we only see issues of fraud or diversion of funds or how laws were flouted, and we see that the board is responsible and therefore this is the ultimate responsibility of the board. I think we need to step back and check, is that the only purpose? It's like saying the only job of the government of any country is physical fight with the neighbors and protecting external aggression and there's no other job. No, that's not. That's only one part of it. The others are equally important, and because this sentiment is leading to a loss of a lot of capable talent coming on the board, because nobody wants to sort of be seen as the only person who is responsible for fraud or prevention of the same. They bring in different expertise on the board. So I think the larger function of the board and corporate governance is to provide transparency. It is not prevention of fraud. If the transparency is there, detection of fraud will be automatically easier for the persons who are responsible for prevention. It is like saying that if your policies are transparent and all activities are transparent and happen in public eye, the job of the police will be very easy. The board's job is not to police. The board's job or the corporate governance job is to make things transparent so that information flow is available with everyone. And that, I think, will be the key trend going forward, that more and more things are essentially directed towards transparency. Unfortunately, in the last few years, all the statutory regulations are coming in not really for transparency, but only to provide for absolute liabilities in the hope of curbing fraud or violation of laws. I think that's a misplaced direction which the current legislative trend is, because that will only strangulate and not really foster corporate governance. The key thing eventually will come out is transparency. And the second thing that I had already spoken of was participation in terms of various stakeholders, in terms of different sections of society. So participation is increasingly important, that the board should not be a monopoly of one or a certain section of stakeholders. A board has to be representative of all stakeholders. And that will lead to, I mean, once you have participation, that will automatically lead to the ultimate aim of corporate governance, which is democratization of the processes, of the rights, and of the contributing duties. Not just the rights, but the contributing duties itself. For example, it is not just the duty of the board to find out where something is going in wrong. If a person who's connected with the company sees something is going wrong, he has to become a whistleblower. And that is why the policy of whistleblower is so important. So the democratization of duties is equally important as the democratization of rights. When we see the democratization of rights, we largely see in terms of rights of minority shareholders, rights of labor, rights of consumers, etc. And when we see democratization of duties, we'll have to see that responsibility of corrective measure or pointing it out is on everyone who's involved. And that is why, one small thing that we see these days, I don't know if anybody has interacted with professionally with companies, they say you have to sign an anti-bribery law document. So they do not want to engage also someone who's not part of the company who might indulge in a bribery, which is a worldwide phenomenon. So those are the things where even persons who are not directly part of the company, but who are stakeholders, extended stakeholders, will become, will come under the umbrella of corporate governance. Bigger challenges will keep coming in because earlier the stakeholders were various and shareholders was one class of stakeholder. Today there are multi-classes of shareholders itself. It's very popular to have shareholders who have got voting rights, shareholders who have got no voting rights, shareholders who have got a preference, shareholders who are part of a structured product ownership, etc. And there are different layers of shareholders. There are founder shareholders, there are subsequent investor shareholders, there are ESOP shareholders. So multiple layers of stakeholders are coming in, and this will make work even more complex for the corporate governance regime to address all of that. So, so this will, of course, with experience, we will grow. It will be a hit and trial also for some things, that what works and what doesn't. But I'm sure that this will be another challenge. The director's accountability is another issue. I've briefly spoken already on why the directors are not just for preventing fraud, but general governance. But I think the director's accountability is increasing every day, and that is something which will have to be relooked at and also keenly taken forward. At what is their responsibility, what is in their domain, and what is not. Because if we are going to put in a blanket obligation of that every director has to prevent fraud, and if it is not prevented, they're responsible, nobody's going to come and take up the position of an independent director. There has to be a certain amount of protection to them, certain amount of flexibility to them, and I think that is increasingly happening. A lot of companies where there's no obligation to have independent directors also sort of have started having them to take it forward. Regulatory reforms, of course, I think are in the process of being made, and the work is far from complete, but I think gradually, with more experience, they will keep coming in, and we can take in there. I'm not sure how much time we had. I thought we've already finished 20 minutes. I didn't keep track. But can we take questions, or do we have more time, or do we need to? You want me to focus on something?
Yeah, because I think you can take 3-4 more minutes to conclude.
Sure.
Then we will take a question.
Sure. So I think let's see where what are the pillars of corporate governance, and which are the ones where most work is going to happen immediately or is happening currently, as we're talking of new trends. So the 6 pillars are always, the first is the rule of law, which is the external regulatory framework which the state provides in any country. So in Indian context, there is the Indian Companies Act and various other acts. That is all external, and they provide the basic regulatory framework. Obviously, the regulatory framework should be reflective of good governance and provide for consequences of not following the same. The second is more in terms of an internal facet of all the stakeholders, which is moral integrity, whether it is the shareholders or the labor or consumers or the governance, etc. The moral integrity is extremely important because of good governance. The non-regulatory part is what the human factor is, and therein moral integrity becomes extremely important. But the next 4 are the ones which will be the focus of the corporate governance regime as such. The third is transparency. I've already spoken of, and I think that is that will be the gold standard for any corporate governance valuation of a company. That this is the more transparent a company is, the better outlook of that company is, and the better corporate governance of that company is. Fourth is participation, as I've already discussed, that how you achieve transparency is with participation of everyone and free flow of information, transparent information. The fifth is the responsibility and accountability. There, I think, is extremely important with top management and the board, that at the end of the day, they have to own up on the responsibility and accountability. They are the ones who are going to benefit the most, so they're also will have to eventually take up the larger responsibility and accountability. And the sixth is how you will measure all of this, which is effectiveness and efficiency. At the end of the day, if any corporate governance is not going to make you more efficient and effective, it doesn't make sense. It has to be towards more efficiency and more effectiveness. So these are the broad 6 pillars. And in fact, we are already seeing how markets are going to sort of react, not just worldwide, in India also. Now we have funds, the investment funds, which are themed on the ESG evaluation, the ESG being the environment, social and governance of corporate governance. The ESG evaluation is the criteria. Like you have different criteria which different fund managers use up. In India also there are funds. So it will be, even if we go back to one of the philosophical schools, that man is essentially selfish in nature, and it is good to be selfish, because if he acts in his self-interest, that will automatically be the interest of the society, because what is good for a man is good for the society. Of course, that is debatable. That branch of philosophy is much debated on. But the point is that if you're going to have a good governance in place, you will also have a better financial outlook, because funds will start investing in you. You will be better. Your branding will be better. You'll possibly, end of the day, have got a better chance of earning. And I'll take one classic example of a consumer product. I don't know how many of you are aware of the fashion and apparel industry and the specialized products in that. Patagonia is a company which originally specialized in trekking equipment and clothes. And therein, and it is documented, not just on one occasion, but more than one occasion, the company took a decision to go for the lesser profit, very riskier path, because that was environmentally more friendly. In fact, their whole advisor said that if this is the position, you will end up shutting the company, because you are saying that going in for a more expensive process, giving up a cash cow for the company. And both those occasions, it just turned out that when this thing was communicated well to the public, that the company has taken the difficult path of going on being an environmentally sustainable company and given up on its profits, people flock to embrace its more expensive and more environmental friendly product, giving even more profits to the company. So it is not that when you take hard decision for the benefit of everyone, environment and society at large, it is not that will be at the cost of your personal loss. It might actually be a win-win situation, that taking up that cause might actually be more profitable for you in the long run. So I mean, just an example, you can go up and Google Patagonia. It's an international brand, and you can look at that. So I thought, those were some of the thoughts that I had. I just close with an anonymous quote. I've always seen that as an important tool for all of us, is that coming together is the beginning. Working together is progress. And staying together is success. So coming together is the formation of the company. That's the beginning. Working together is the progress, that you start your business and start working and putting in a good business together where you are into profits and you work towards a workable company. But what will make you stay together in the long run is a good corporate governance in place. If you have a good corporate governance in place, all stakeholders will stay together, and that is the eventual success. So over to you, Harshji, and if there are any questions, I can take it.
What a wonderful talk, and I would say that was the time, we just felt that, the session should go on and go on. But having said this, that will delay you in your any further meetings, because I know you are very much pressed for time. And at the same time, once again, on the behalf of the university, we would thank you for delivering a wonderful talk. And I would say that women's education and supporting this institution that is doing so good and a pride of Rajasthan, I think you are well connected to us by heart, and I can sense that in your approach towards immediately accepting our invitation, and also the way you spoke and all the things. I think whatever best you could give in these minutes, you have done. So very nice, and thank you very much, sir. There is one question that has come up that the Indian organizations are now increasingly becoming such that they are welcoming the diversity in boards.
Yes.
So, Dr. Balia, our question to you is that do you think that this has happened because of the change in the law, or something else is driving this?
I think if you ask me, law is only a facilitator. I think our outlook is changing. Society as a whole is changing. The ability, I think education has played a great role, and I always said the washing machine revolution, because I'm seeing it with one perspective as an example of how more and more are coming to workplace. The biggest contribution was the washing machine. It got them free from that hard labor and got them into working spaces. With that trigger point, I think our general outlook changes. I think the society will eventually have to move from being a very patriarchal society to being a more a generous society. And you'll see more and more women coming in. I mean, women are only one part of the diversity, but because we are at Banasthali University, which is the largest women's college, I'm taking that as one section of society, which not just was, but it is still highly underrepresented. And in fact, that is what we expect from Banasthali, that because of this, we'll see more and more women coming to the boards. And we would be happy to share that space with women. We still have a very long way to go, but I think the change has already started coming in. Really speaking, overnight changes don't come very easily. So it takes time, but I think we are well on our path to bringing in more diversity, not just with the gender gap, but even diversity in terms of who are being represented on the boards or part of corporate governance. I think regulatory framework has definitely helped, because, for example, mandating, the great change, it takes time for it to reflect. But even in our legislative seats, political places, we saw reservation coming in for women. There was a great debate on, should there be a reservation? Does it impact on merit? Why should there be a reservation? But I think that debate is really not important, because this is now well documented that when we want to bring in change faster than a very organic change, we don't want to wait now 200 years for this change to come in. If you want to fast track it, you want to give different people a level playing field. And level playing field doesn't come in terms of an equal education. There's so many factors to it: background, society, upbringing, etc. So those regulatory frameworks definitely help and nudge, and they speed track the process. Even in terms of, for example, now if you have a board of a school, it may not be a corporate, you need to have a representation from the parents section. You need to have a representation from the teachers section. Similarly, in different boards, there has to be a representation from different stakeholders. So I think regulatory framework, and a lot of times we find that a few people would still not be willing to give up that space, because personally it may be costing them. So to overcome that, I think the regulatory framework is important. But primarily, I think, and I feel I'm a very optimist and a very positive person. I feel the change is coming in at the grassroots level. All of us, you and me, together are thinking more liberally, are thinking more equitably, are thinking more with more inclusive processes, thought process. So I think as it is spreading far and wide, it automatically will lead to a more broad-based and diverse board. Regulation and, more important, education will have to play a role and be catalyst in the same. I think their role is of a catalyst. If you have a good catalyst, the process will be very fast. If it's not a good catalyst, the process will slow down.
Yes. So once again, thank you very much, Dr. Vikas Baliaji, and in the time to come, we look forward to see you in the campus. And just to tell you that now Banasthali also features in the Times Higher Education West Universities. So that's another milestone we have achieved, and re-accredited at the highest possible A++ by NAC. So these are the two recent developments I thought I should brief to you.
Fantastic.
So thank you very much, and namaskar from all of us.
Thank you. Pleasure being there, and I look forward to coming there physically as soon as possible. Thank you.
Sir, I have a very specific question, if I can ask.
विकास जी एक और क्वेश्चन ले सकते हैं क्या यदि आपको समय
Sure.
Sir, I'm really wanting to hear some comments from you. Like, if we refer to the Indian folklore, there have been narratives around transgenders being advisor to the king.
Yes.
In terms of their contribution to the strategic thinking and when it comes to policy formulations. So, when it comes to the current context of diversity and inclusion, how would you see the participation of transgenders on the basis of meritocracy and their participation as getting recruited in these organizations?
So I think, as I had mentioned, each person individually, or even if we are to generalize and put them in a category, bring in a different perspective. And each perspective is equally important. It is not that one is more important than the other. It's typically when you start brainstorming, each a thought that comes across at the first instance is equally important, howsoever bizarre it may seem, because you don't know how, unless it is tested, how it may find a solution. Similarly, when people see things from different vantage points, it's, and in legal fraternity also we say there is nothing which is right or wrong. It is your right or my right? Because the way you see it is seen differently. And I'm not even talking in terms of Ardha Satya. That's a completely different genre, since you brought up a mythological situation as well. But just that how you see things from different perspectives. Say for example, when just before the war, both Arjun and Duryodhan go to Krishna, right? And for seeking his help. Let's go past the story. Everyone knows the story. But the bottom line was, one person thought that the large physical army was important, and the other one thought that it's the advice or the leadership of one man was more important. Now, if you see it in context, both are not wrong, both are not right. Each one was important. It's not about right or wrong. So each person brings in a different perspective. The more diverse that perspective is on a board, or it goes for the same thing, whether it is running a country, running a company, running a household, any kind of decision making is more progressive, is more dynamic, is more adaptive if it has the advantage of getting in a lot of inputs, and they come in with more diversity. So each one of us with our own background think from a certain vantage point. So when different people come in from different vantage points, it's always better for the board. So even with people who are, say for example, transgender, assuming for a minute that their thought process comes from a different vantage point, so they will be able to bring in different insights. That's equally important. The question is that we've had a history of a social outcasting of a particular section because of a sexual orientation of a some people. I think that is fast breaking down. Whatever happened in the past happened, but if you see the current movement, I think those barriers are fast falling in. I think it might take some more time for the assimilation, because it takes time, because they've had such a history of disadvantage, of lack of privilege. It might take a little bit of time for them to assimilate in the fast lane. But I think that is happening, and it's going to happen sooner than later, as we believe. And once that happens, they are just like any other member of the social strata. I think we really shouldn't. I mean, I am at least not apprehensive that this is not going to happen. I am very positive that everywhere, if you talk, especially to the young people, they just have no hang-ups on any kind of difference in upbringing, orientation, etc. People are seen as people. So I think it's extremely important that each section, everybody has an equal opportunity to be contributing to a board in this context. And I think I'm sure they're going to be there, equally important. Not one better than the other, not one worse than the other. Equal footing. I think that's how I see it.
I cannot agree with you more, sir. It very, very important inputs. And in fact, it is encouraging to hear it from you that such a scenario has started to build up, because then words like inclusion, they start to make sense in a society of ours.
Absolutely.
So, and when these inputs come from a person like you, then it sounds encouraging, because you're looking at advertisements and looking at a few examples in media is one thing, but hearing it from people on the ground level is completely another. So I think thank you very much for your perspective.
My pleasure. Hope to see every one of you soon. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Vikasji. And just to brief you, since you mentioned that in future you want to see Banasthalites in the corporate boards. So here in this webinar, we had 3 Banasthalites. One, Dr. Sagarika Ghoshal, who has been the first woman ever to be director in the German MNC Metro Cash and Carry. Then Shivani Wadhwa also joined us, and she is executive director with the WWF International. And also Ms. Nandini Shekhawat, who has a smaller firm, but has been identified as one of the emerging entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs from India very recently. So all these 3 are the part of the webinar. So
lovely. My salute to all of them. They're great examples, and I think it's great to, I mean, it's important to have such leaders in place. It really inspires all of us, not just the students, me included. I think it inspires all of us.
Yeah, with your good wishes, we will have more in the time to come. So thank you once again. Thank you, Dr. Vikasji. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, after this, we have a session by Dr. Priyanka Dutt, who is a bright Banasthalite, did PhD from Banasthali, has some experience in the academia and the industry, and has been a very good researcher. For the convenience, since the webinar is now coming to the evening time, so we had requested her to send a video of her talk. We also felt maybe due to technology, she being in Switzerland, if there is some problem in the connectivity. So on a safer side, we requested for the video, and she was very kind to send it to us. And now I request my colleague, Dr. Ankur Joshiji, to play the video, please.
Namaskar everyone. Welcome to this session in which we will have an interaction with Dr. Priyanka Dutt ji. So it is a pleasure to welcome her.
Namaste everyone.
So Dr. Priyanka Dutt ji is a scholar and an academician in the area of management, and before entering into academics, she had worked with various multinational corporations in managerial roles across different sectors. She holds a doctoral degree from Banasthali Vidyapith, and since 2015 she is residing in Switzerland. So she brings with her a bit of cross-cultural experience too. Subsequently, she decided to combine her industry experience and academic knowledge to form a balance between intellectualism and innovation. Her thesis, which was on very interesting topic related to Bhagavad Gita, highlights some of these facets. So let us go to her and learn more from her experience and her knowledge. So, welcome Priyanka ji.
Namaste everyone. Before I begin, I would like to thank Harsh sir for not only inviting me to this webinar, but also for providing direction in every manner possible. And thank you Ankur ji for your enthusiastic participation in implementing all the work that could make this interaction happen. I hope to put across all perspectives here today on the topic of leadership and how it can impact us on an everyday basis. So much so that if we do not pay any attention now, it'll probably be too late later.
So that's great, and we expect nothing less from you. Without further delay, let us go to the topic wherein we can discuss about leadership ideas, the conceptualization of integrative leadership based on Bhagavad Gita.
The job of the leader is complete when he or she is able to inspire or influence the focused group of people into doing something that is greater than each of them. So essentially, what a leader does is bring out the hidden leadership in each of them. This hidden leadership, when comes out of each person, is not only going to help achieve organizational objectives, but it'll help individuals on a personal level as well. It could be energy, emotional, intellectual, mental, or physical. But then the next question would be how? There is a very simple answer to this. The hidden leadership will come out. All you need is an intense desire to be awakened somehow in the person, an intense desire to excel. Authentic utilization of resources along with ethical and moral reconditioning of the individuals is bound to take place once this desire is awakened.
So how does Bhagavad Gita come in here?
Now there are two main derivations that I have experienced from this study of Bhagavad Gita. One, that it is far from being a religious scripture, and two, the methodologies given in the text are pragmatic. Now in Bhagavad Gita, we all know that Arjuna was caught up in a negative spiral of thoughts that were demotivating him to stand up for a cause. Shri Krishna inspired Arjuna to first of all come out of that web of traumatizing thoughts that he was caught in. Then brought about a transformation in his thought process, gave him a direction to showcase his best level of productivity and willpower, brought out the hidden leader in him when it was required the most, right in the middle of the battlefield. If we compare this Mahabharata situation to the modern context, we hear terminologies like pest, Edward Deming had coined the term, talking about political, economic, social and technological pressures. Then if you refer to this book, The Living Company, it mentions that 40% of the Fortune 500 companies close within 10 years of their inception. It's like a clear case of infant mortality. If one goes on to identify the causes, while words such as stress, stifled imagination, cynicism, etc. come forth, then there are academicians who have written articles on how there seems to be development all around in terms of education, infrastructure, resources, opportunities, but the effective utilization of all of this is not possible without competent leadership. The leadership model of Bhagavad Gita provides us a framework that integrates all these perspectives of the modern day context and help churn out the leader the same ways as it did for Arjun. Hence, Bhagavad Gita forms the base of this whole concept of leadership.
So, considering the current ecosystem, which may be of a corporate or non-profit organization, government sector or any sector with any kind of institutional setup or even at an individual level, how do we imbibe this leadership model from Bhagavad Gita?
One needs to relate to how Arjun endured, sustained and succeeded his own web of thoughts, how he overcame his own weakness and stood up, looking at an opportunity, utilized his innate skill and succeeded in achieving the overall objective without getting attached to it. It was the leadership and the sense of direction of Sri Krishna, that made him understand what ethics and morality is in reality. It was not merely a moral science class, but a precise and a concise explanation on how actions need to be taken with an equanimous state of mind, keeping in view the greater good. So, to answer your question, considering today's ecosystem, the understanding of ethics and morality, first of all, needs to be worked upon. There would be several corporate processes, systems, and rules in place. Corporate social responsibility, we've heard about, and now sustainability is being pushed as some of the key performance indicators for senior leadership roles. This sustainability goals or diversity and inclusion initiatives or employee engagement processes, they seem more reactive in nature than being proactive. So an integrative leader will have it all clearly set out in his or her own vision. The framework of this kind of leadership proposed in the thesis intends to create such genuine leaders.
Yes, very rightly put. Taking this forward, how do you see the role of a leader in bringing good governance in the organization?
I would start this by citing an example. We all know that technology cannot generate ideas. It can be used for interpreting those ideas. But the excessive use of technology goes on to create this. Let's just have a look at this slide. Then there's another slide and an example here. If I would just read it out, students who acquire large debts putting themselves through school are unlikely to think about changing society. When you trap people in a system of debt, they can't afford the time to think. Tuition fee increases are a disciplinary technique, and by the time students graduate, they are not only loaded with debt, but have also internalized the disciplinarian culture. This makes them efficient components of the consumer economy. Noam Chomsky. If this remains the status quo, forget about leadership or governance structures. We have a society driven in consumerism to the core. Showing these pictures does not mean that we stop using technology or not get into long-term financial commitments. These systems, they have their own role to play, but what is needed is the discernment, the discerning ability to see where do I put a full stop and how. In the thesis, in fact, one of the pillars in the leadership model is discerning intellect and the implementation steps for it. It is at this juncture that the governing bodies play an integral role in the whole picture. These governing bodies, they can apply this leadership model and modify according to their own geopolitical settings using their intellectual resources. With a top-down driven approach, it needs to be inculcated as a part of the governance manual that gets implemented across, be it educational institutions, corporate, non-profit organizations, and most importantly, elementary education systems.
So this is a very interesting and relevant point. Now, to conclude, may I request you to share some mechanism that nurtures this capability within an individual.
From an individual point of view, it is rather easier. The thesis provides for a self-check table that a person can refer to for measuring one's own progress. This self-check table is self-explanatory. It uses simple terminologies that become a mirror for oneself to check their level of clarity. Whatever actions one does, at the end of the day, they can come back and refer to this table. If one needs to go into further details, there are sections that mention implementation methodologies as well. This is briefly what the work is all about and the way it impacts us.
Thank you, Priyanka ji, so much for your introduction, for the time that you could spare with us. And I hope ideas shared by you has been a good learning experience for all of us. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Ankuji, for planning this session, and Harsh sir for providing direction at every juncture throughout the journey. Namaste, everyone.
I think very nice talk and very different and purposeful and unique. I don't know if Priyanka ji, are you there connected live? right now?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, okay, wonderful. So I would quote a couple of lines. तुहु चेतन भरपूर दृश्यमन जगत जाल बंधे जब होय अविद्या नाश खिले तब विद्या के चंदे. So now, in this perspective, my question to you is that in wake of the ongoing issues which are there in the corporate boards or the problems related to corporate governance that we often come across through the media, what do you think is the core problem as far as the corporate sector is concerned? What is stopping them from becoming a good corporate citizen?
Although my answer might sound very simple here, but in terms of a daily experience, it is really a challenge. And here I would say one word, dvandva. The terminology comes from Bhagavad Gita itself. And there is dvandva, a confusion at every step of decision making when it comes to implementation in corporates or be it non-profit sectors also. So from a corporate standpoint, every time the shareholder value creation is like a major objective. From a non-profit sector aspect, there is a huge crunch of financial sponsorship. So every person is actually not completely wrong. Day in and day out, everyone is going through this confusion. How do I, put a full stop? How do I not cross the line of ethics? Because the profit which is generated out of those non-consumable products is also sustaining the economy on the other hand. So this is like a daily confusion for every person at every level. And the ones sitting on the leadership, because people down the line do not have that decision-making power. So the ones sitting in the senior leadership roles, they are the ones who need to take these drastic decisions. And they need to have that willpower because it will actually impact their own personal lives to a great extent. Because this is going to be, for example, tomorrow if the CEO of Coca-Cola says we will stop making Coca-Cola, I mean, it's like a blasphemy to say such a statement. So this could impact a lot of people at a lot of level, which is why I said Dvandvair Vimukta, the solution also for it coming out of Bhagavad Gita. And one of the presenters, in fact, who mentioned about the innovation sectors, which said that leadership actually it'll just bomb off if they do not have the willpower. So this needs a lot of self-disciplining and a lot of self-transformation first to be able to implement all of it. Just to address one situation, which is Dvandvair Vimukta. Just to have this one position, it kind of upturns the whole life and at all levels.
Very rightly said, Priyanka ji, and I think the things sum up in the fact that the corporate sector, everyone in the board must read Bhagavad Gita and try to take up the points and adopt to the best extent possible with them. And to conclude, I would just quote once again 2 lines. "मैं मेरा यही मोह हुआ अर्जुन को रण मध्ये उड़ा ज्ञान गीता का सुन लख समदानी संधि." So with that, we come to the next session. The next speaker, we have Dr. Chinmay Pandya ji from All World Gayatri Parivar Fraternity. Dr. Chinmay Pandya ji is a grandson of one of the greatest scholars, seers, philosophers of recent times in India, Pandit Sriram Sharma Acharya ji, who was the founder of All World Gayatri Parivar Fraternity, which has 100 million members and thousands of global centers for social reform. He currently serves as the Pro Vice Chancellor of the Dev Sanskriti Vishwavidyalaya University at Haridwar. Following medical studies in India, he trained in the UK and where he gained membership of the Royal College of Psychiatrists. Dr. Pandya serves on the governing body of Indian Council for Cultural Relations. He is a member of Advisory Council of Ministry of Ayush. He is part of the Syllabus Restructuring Committee of the National Council for Teachers Education and is one of the 5 institutional leaders from around the world, including those from the University of Cambridge and the University of Virginia, to be a director of the Global Covenant of Religions, GCR. He is also invited as expert in the list of yoga experts furnished by the World Health Organization. So indeed a privilege that Dr. Pandya ji also accepted our request to send a video for us. And here I would also like to mention that recently the Dev Sanskriti Vishwavidyalaya under his leadership has joined the Om Rise group, which has been initiated by the Pran group, by Banasthali Vidyapith, and Professor Sharda Nandaramji, who joined us in the earlier sessions. She has played a key role in ensuring that the Dev Sanskriti Vishwavidyalaya joins the Om Rise group for knowledge dissemination and new ideas. So now let us see the message from Dr. Chinmay Pandya ji.
Respectful pranams from Shanti Kunj Haridwar, Dev Sanskriti Vishwavidyalaya, India. Dear friends, allow me to start with the recitation of the Gayatri mantra. Gayatri, as you may be aware of, is the center of Vedic philosophy. And it teaches us to walk on the righteous path, the path of Sadgyan, the path of Satkarma, the path of wisdom, the path of pure intellect. And she could be reached with this piece of Vedic mantra. So those of you who can chant the Gayatri mantra, please join me. And those who cannot, please sit erect and feel that with the vibration of each word, each sound, the energy of the rising sun is passing through your consciousness. Gayatri mantra together. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dheyo Yo Nah Prachodaya. In the subtle presence of Puja Gurudev and Vandaniya Mataji, I would like to start by greeting all the dignitaries joining in this wonderful congregation on this wonderful event, and my brothers and sisters and dear friends. On this beautiful occasion of the congregation of the scholars and seekers of world peace, solidarity, and unity, I would like to start my deliberations by sharing a beautiful story that comes in the Upanishads, and a story of a young boy called Shwetaketu. Shwetaketu was a very talented young man who went to one of the pioneering academic institutions of India. And once he completed his studies, he returned back with ego, ahankar, because he topped all the academic disciplines of his university, got the gold medal in every single thing. And his guru realized that now his disciple has got the ego, pride. Aruni Uddalak was the guru. So he, being the wisest, he realized that his disciple, his shishya, needed to be taught one of the most practical lessons of this world, which is not to accumulate the knowledge, but to follow the wisdom. So he called his son and he asked him that now when you have gathered so much of information about God and divine, the Bhagwan, have you really seen him? Have you felt his presence? Can you witness him? And Shvetketu, although was full of ego, was very honest young man. He said that I can cite all the Vedas, all the Richas, all the Shrutis, all the Smritis, where the name of God comes. But I don't have a personal experience of seeing him. So his father then asked him, so my dear son, my dear, disciple, do you want to feel the divine? And then Shvetketu happily gave his consent. And Aruni Uddalak, he got some sugar cubes and a glass of water. And he mixed the sugar inside the water. And then I asked Shvetketu that, where is the sugar now? And Shvetketu said, you mixed it in front of me, I could see it, but I can't see the sugar. So his guru said that, you know it is there, but how would you know that it is in there? So he said, I need to taste the water. The sweetness would tell me that sugar is inside. So Guru said, that is also true for the divine. He said, it is mixed in the air, Vayu. It is also mixed in the prana, inside and outside. And neither of them could be seen, but we cannot survive without them. And he said, divinity is just like that. He said, divine consciousness and us are inseparable. He is there in every single atom, kana, anu, every single dimension. And he said that to feel it, you need to go deep inside. You need to experience it, because divinity is not a science of expression. It's a science of experience, he said. And then said to him, Tattvamasi, that divine is inside you. Soham, also inside me. And then Shvetketu, realizing that he and the divine consciousness are inseparable, he famously uttered, Aham Brahmasmi, I am that divine. There is no other consciousness. And that message of having one and unified and united consciousness is the message of Vedic spirituality, Advaita Vedanta, because they have proclaimed long time ago that we are born divine. We means human beings. And the original sin that we have committed is in believing that I is different than the other, divine consciousness. And moment I created a boundary for myself, I created a boundary for others also. Moment I think that this belongs to me, then I have thought that that belongs to you. And bigger the I, more there is a need to satisfy that I or ego, whether that is money or relationship, position or cars. We then enter into this endless pursuit of satisfying our ego. And like Vedanta says, that can never be fulfilled. We cannot satisfy the fire by placing more ahutis inside. You can only aggravate it. That's why the Vedantic texts like Upanishads, Brahma Sutra, Bhagavad Gita, and three together are called as the Prasthanatrayi. And two verses of the Bhagavad Gita, second chapter, 62nd and 63rd verse, I would like to quote because they are so true. Lord Krishna says, Dhyayato Vishyana Punsha Sangas Teshu Pajayate, Sangas Sanjayate Kamakrodo Vijayate, Krodhat Bhavzi Sammohad Smriti Viprabha, Smriti Vanshu Buddhinasho, Buddhinashat Pranashyate. He says that when we are thinking about an object again and again, then we develop a desire to have it. And moment we have a desire, we develop a expectation or attachment to have it. And whenever there is an expectation, he says, it comes with a fear of rejection. Because I may want something, but that thing may not want me. And this fear of rejection then leads to disharmony. It leads to the fragmentation of the personality. It leads to the conflict. So Bhagavan Krishna, Lord Shri Krishna, has essentially conveyed the fundamentals of human psychology long time ago. And what he conveyed is so true. Imagine for a second that you do not exist. There is no you, no me, no us. And immediately there are no desires, no expectation, no frustrations, no conflict. When the whole world is divine, then there is only one existence. And when there is only one existence, then where is the place for struggle, chaos, strife, and stubbornness? Where is the place for anger? Where is the place for violence and aggression? Fight with whom and why? Then the feeling of Atmavat Sarvabhuteshu takes the precedence. That's why an egoless personality becomes free of conflict. And only a soul of no conflict can provide the direction of peace and harmony to the whole world. And not only to the world, whether it's a governance, whether it's a corporate setting, whether this is a medicine sector or an education or anything, this is the key. To live not for my ego, but for the social upliftment. That is why precisely Lord Buddha, Mahavir, Gurudev, Acharya Shankar, Vivekananda, Swami Ramakrishna Paramhans, personalities like them, they stand like a beacon of hope for humanity because there is no conflict, there is no violence inside them. They are not living with a wild feeling. They are silent like a sea. There is a very famous story of a philosopher that you must have heard, Lao Tzu, from China. And he once told his disciple that I never lost any war in my life. His disciple was confused. He said, you are such a tiny man. How can you never lost? And Lao Tzu said that I never lost because I never wanted to win. And the moment we at least care about winning, or we are at least worried about winning, losing also loses its meaning to us. Then there is no reason to fight, and whole world becomes a stage for peace to appear. And that's what the Vedic spiritual principles talk about. It says, Mahopnishad ayam nijha paroveti kadana lakuchetasam udaracharatanam tu vasudhaiva kutumbakam. This is mine, that is yours. This kind of feeling belongs to the children. For the people, udaracharatanam, who have got compassion in heart, who have got the bigger feelings in heart, for them whole world becomes one single family. And that is the idea. Idea is that whichever capacity we are, wherever we are, and whatever we can do, we should try to bring this concept of solidarity, mitrata, this concept of sadbhav, coexistence in our life. Our Gurudev Pandit Sri Ram Sharma Acharya ji, who founded the entire organization of more than 150 million volunteers in 4,000 centers, a saint, a seer, a philosopher, a divine being. He talked about this revolution from the day he envisioned our organization. And that's why he never called it an organization. He called it a parivar, Gayatri Parivar. He said it's a family. Parivar means family, and it's a family bounded together with a concept of benevolence, respect, admiration for each other. And he talked about 4 principles as the foundation for humanity. Ekata, which means solidarity. Samata, which means equality. Mamata, which means compassion, and Shuchita, which means sacredness. So I'm sure that although today we are just meeting for this congregation, and it seems like a simple idea of actually meeting for one simple cause, academic purpose, but it's a big revolution that can give birth to greater dimensions in future. And like Gurudev said, and I will end by quoting what he said long time ago, he wrote that in 1987. The book is just behind me that he wrote in 1987. It seems like he was writing this morning, and he said that we should not be scared of the current times. They may look dark and gloomy, but they should not bring fear and despair to us. Rather, we should embrace them like a call of action, because this is the first time in the history of the mankind that entire humanity is called together to work like a single family with no concept of any divisions among them. So we should embrace this possibility that we are in a time, precarious times, uncertain times, when even an event like COVID can destroy the foundation of the entire human progress. And in such times when pain, sorrow, strife, and displeasure, they are prevalent, the only concept of humanity and solidarity together, whether that's in the field of governance or in the field of spirituality, can bring a new hope for the generations of tomorrow. My deepest regards to everyone, my pranams to everyone, and again, a very respectful feelings from Haridwar, Shantikunj, Himalayas. Pranam.
So, Banasthali Vidyapith family, thanks Dr. Chinmay Pandya ji for very kindly consenting out of his busy schedule to present this video for all of us. We are really indebted to him, highly grateful to him. And now we move to our next speaker, another bright Banasthalite, Nandini Shekhawat, MBA 2001 batch, and recently featured in top 20 innovative women entrepreneurs. And she is director and co-founder of Ascent Consulting. She is a dynamic and versatile individual with several years of experience in a variety of fields. Nandini is an effective leader with distinguished abilities in end-to-end process management, motivating team members, and resolving a variety of different issues. So let's go to her talk.
To Professor Aditya Sastry sir, Professor Siddharth Sastry sir, Professor Harsh Purohit sir, and to all esteemed guests and delegates at National Conference on Corporate Governance. Hello everyone, I am Nandini Shekhawat and I feel very honored to be part of among all of you here today on this esteemed platform. I want to express my gratitude to Professor Harsh Purohit sir and Banasthali family for giving me this opportunity. I am right now speaking from Toronto and I would have been very happy to be physically part of this conference if not for COVID, but I guess we all are starting to live a new normal life because of this pandemic. I take extreme pride to tell you that I am proud Banasthalite, a part of this incredible community which is filled with bright, young, talented students, faculty, staff, and alumni. I am so proud to be part of Banasthali, which has created change makers, innovators, leaders, and entrepreneurs globally, just like me, all over the world. I carry the values of Banasthali, taught with me by Banasthali with me, wherever I go, I work, or I live. My 2 years at this esteemed organization has really helped me in becoming what I am, both professionally and personally. I have deepest gratitude towards Harsh sir and Banasthali family for shaping me and making me the person I am today. So let's discuss a little bit about myself and my startup fintech company. So I'm going to share your presentation a little bit and then we'll go forward. As you know, I am Nandini Shekhawat. I'm co-founder and director at Ascent Business Technology. I am a board member and I am a risk and resilient professional, which has been certified from DRI and BCI. And you can reach me at nandinishekawat@gmail or nandini.ascent@ascentbusiness.com. So I've started my journey from MBA from Banasthali in 2001, and then I progressed my career starting from Reliance, gradually working in market research company, eValue, and then financial industries, banks like ICICI Bank, American Express Bank, and Deutsche Bank. I learned a lot about finance, fintech, and a little bit of management in this. So the real corporate governance learning started when I started my entrepreneurial stint with Ascent, which is my baby for like 10 to 12 years now. I started it in UAE in 2013 from a coffee shop with only 2 employees. Now I reflect back and I feel really good to see that I have a team of 100+ people working across the globe. I have clients in 11 countries, and we have 3 IP patented exclusive products. And I'm very proud to say that Ascent is an only Indian or Asian company which has been recommended and recognized by giants like Gartner and Forrester. But all these accolades and awards are truly speaking have been achieved because Banasthali has taught me how to advance in this digital and contemporary world without compromising on Indian cultures and values. And this is all about this National Conference on Corporate Governance, which says advance and move forward in this digital world, but we do not give up on ethics and values which has been inculcated by our Indian origin and by our Banasthali family. So when I was an MBA, I also did not have much knowledge or per se even a little knowledge about what good corporate governance could mean or how it would be useful in future life. When I used to learn Indian ethos and business ethics in my management curriculum in Banasthali, I used to wonder how much and how can we effectively implement these things, these values and ethics in real life, in digital world, in competitive world, in global world. But trust me, my friends, these are very much core essential part of a good company nowadays. So let's talk about my little bit practical experience I have as a board member in Ascent. Corporate governance is what it means. Corporate governance, as the word itself explains, how a corporate is being governed. And who governs this corporate? Of course, the fintech industry is regulated and governed by some regulatories, banks, central banks, etc. But every organization also needs to have a board of directors which oversee the right governance, good governance structure. So as my role in corporate governance within my firm, it mandates me to establish a framework that promotes good governance. As a part of this, we implement effective policies, programs, mechanisms to ensure that everything, all the members, all the board works in collaboration. The board members and the management works in collaboration and ensures that company operates ethically and responsibly. How do we do that? At the board level, we have a governance committee which oversees organizations, corporate governance matters, how it conducts its business, and is it conducting the business ethically. And for corporate level, we have divisions like investor relations, board management, board operations, enterprise compliances, and diversity and inclusion, which, by the way, is the real hot topic nowadays and one of my favorites too. Because again, it reminds me of one of the value system which I learned in management at Banasthali. In Sanskrit, it is called as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, means the whole world is our family, and hence everybody should be included and encouraged to participate. And how do we do that? We see that all the stakeholders, not just the majority, minority and majority, both stakeholders, decisions and voices are heard and are encouraged to participate. We at Ascent constantly review relevant policies and practices at least annually so that we enhance our governance structures and practice a culture where corporate governance environment is evolving and changing positively. Further, we also provide comprehensive detailed reports to clients, to shareholders. What this does is it ensures transparency and strong and balanced economic development. This also gives a lot of confidence to all shareholders. So we need to have a structured rule to run a business so that we can mitigate the risk. We need to take interest of all the shareholders irrespective of their majority or minority, and all the board members ensure that every board member and every employee is behaving ethically and has certain integrity to them. So now let's look what are few pillars of corporate governance. Basically, I've classified them into 4 points, which are very self-explanatory. Moral integrity is we encourage that all the employees and board members are honest, sincere, diligent and disciplined. Because what is the purpose of having a good corporate governance? Good corporate governance builds an environment of trust, environment of transparency, environment of accountability, so that we foster long-term investment and financial stability and business integrity, so that we support stronger growth, more inclusiveness and better brand value. So we need to see that everybody who is working in corporate governance board is responsible and accountable to their decisions. And we should include all the shareholders and stakeholders to participate and to make a corporate, an organization, a good brand. By having good corporate governance, one of the biggest benefit, let's see, is having a great brand. Now we see the big brands like Infosys, IBM, Amazon, all these brands are valued and looked up to high, not just because of market capture or valuation, because they have a very good corporate structure which sees that they create such a good and a positive brand. So some other benefits of having a good corporate governance structure is that it ensures corporate success. Of course, that is the prime agenda of any corporate, and it enhances its economic growth. It also maintains investors' confidence, because of which we can raise capital effectively and efficiently. And as we all know, that no corporate can function without capital. If it is a public listed company, the share price values is positively impacted because of good corporate governance practices. And if it is not a public listed company, then private listed company can lower its capital cost by having a good and transparent governance structure. It also minimizes wastage. It also sees that there is no corruption, which we see around us a lot in financial industry. So having a good corporate governance structure is really important if you don't want any corruption. And as mentioned before, it really helps in building a very positive and effective brand. So with this limited time in hand, I would like to sum it up and give a little takeaway that the need of the hour is, for example, leadership and corporate governance with people like you all millennials and Gen X, because you all are approaching leadership positions. So you have to take this journey forward. You, the leaders of tomorrow, who are most likely to belong to this generation, should take note of these trends and prepare accordingly. And I assume and I believe that you have ambition to grow in the corporate sector and become leaders and business leaders of tomorrow. So it makes sense that you keep abreast of all these happenings around you, the latest development around you, and still imbibe an ethical and moral culture not just within you, but the organization you join, the organization you lead, so that you stand apart and create a good corporate structure which in ultimately create a good brand value. You grow with the company grows with you, and so far the economy grows. So to conclude, we shouldn't let a dip in corporate governance happen, which we are seeing a little bit in recent years. It is time for this new generation, people like you, students like you, to take charge and at the same time be guided by age-old morals and ethical norms to present a truly transformative leadership for the future. And with this, I conclude and I thank you for taking out time to attend and listen to me. And I would be more than happy to answer any questions or clarifications. You can drop me an email, nandinishkaut@gmail.com, and I will leave my contact details with Wisdom Banasthali and Harsh sir. So I will be glad to help or answer back and hear you back. And I hope to meet you, Banasthali family, in near future in physical face-to-face world once the new normal goes out and the real normal life comes in. Once again, thank you so much for taking out time.
So thank you very much, Nandini. It was really wonderful to hear from you, and all of us are delighted that you are excelling so well in your domain, and in the future, I'm pretty sure that the things are even brighter. And also appreciate that you have asked everyone here to drop you an email if they have any questions, or of course, the participants can write to us, and we will forward your email to Ms. Nandini for the reply to your questions. So things don't end here. We have a few more very exciting sessions coming up. We have an aviation expert. We have a very creative and you can say a father figure in the Indian ethos and management, Professor Subhash Sharma, his session coming up, and a few more. So stay tuned. Dr. Ankurji, over to you.
Yes, thank you. And now we have a session by Dr. Baba Yeraji, who is a great person who has done tremendous work in the area of management, education, consulting. He's an author, and he has contributed to the large part of his life for welfare of the society, and he contributes to the social well-being of so many people in the academic sector. He has made huge contributions for the social welfare of people from all strata of the society. He has funded scholarships all over the world. He has traveled widely in Dubai, UK, Australia, and so many places, and has also contributed to the development of aviation schools and institutions. And his expertise to Banasthali students has been always available. His guidance to all the people here. So his interaction, now we have his interaction with her, sir. So we will go to the video.
So, namaskar to you, Dr. Baba Yera, and in the aviation industry, having seen the industry at different times in India and abroad. So, sir, my first question to you is that how Indian airlines can catch up with the rest of the world in the terms of corporate governance.
Yes, sir. आपका जो है a very interesting question because it implies straight away that catching up on corporate governance, obviously they are making losses and linked to poor corporate governance. This is how it could be seen clearly, that the reason why the companies are, firstly, they're not making profit, that I think most of the people in India know about, because they are paying their own hard-earned taxes for Air India, which is well known. And the reason why the losses are being accruing is due to poor corporate governance. Now, when it comes to corporate governance, Saab, the industry standards define it as a collection of mechanisms, processes, and relations used by various parties. When you say various parties, I think it is the stakeholders to control, operate a corporation. And it talks about four main areas: the vision, the mission, the goals, and strategy. Now let's look at the airlines, for example, Air India. And I'm very fortunate to talk about this subject because I worked, that was the first airlines, I worked when I was 21 years old. And Air India, I think, is one of the greatest airlines it started in 1930s. It's one of the greatest airlines because of Tata. It was initially the Tata Airlines, where the corporate governance relate to the head of the corporation, J.R.D. Tata, who himself gave an amazing example of corporate governance. He flew his own aircraft. He set up the company, one of the best in the world. And what we're talking now, Emirates and many other airlines on the first and business class, as Tata has done it a long time ago. But from the perspective of corporate governance, is amazing. Tata, because he is the one who flew his aircraft, set his company, and set up the goals of the company to the highest levels. So that's how I look at whereas what happened subsequently is it was such a successful airline that the reason it has gone down the slope is because the government interference. Once the ministry came in and they took him away from looking after the airlines, and since that time the airlines have seen a downfall. If you have any questions, sir, please go ahead. I can address them as we talk.
Now, yes, indeed, sir. I think your perspective, as you mentioned, that it is only the corporate governance which will drive an organization towards profit. And secondly, you mentioned about J.R.D. Tata, that he flew his aircraft and leading by example. So these are the things which are very important as far as the corporate governance are concerned. So if we see the what happened in India as far as the Kingfisher Airlines is concerned and the Jet Airways is concerned, people say that it's a corporate governance failure. So do you agree with this?
Yes, sir. There are two kinds of issues here, sir. One is the low-cost carriers and the full-service carriers. Okay, the low-cost carriers, we have Indigo, which is doing extremely well because their policy, their strategy, and everything was based on unique strategic factor of punctuality. Indigo is one airline, and I've been speaking to the business people in a conference who said, "Sir, if you want to ever travel in India, take Indigo because it's always on time." So they have mentioned, and even if it is 1 minute behind, all the top management would get information. Now, coming back to corporate governments, we will call it as top management. In the airline business, I think it's as simple as top management. And most airlines, like all airlines, are matrix organizations, purely because there are two areas. One is the engineering. In the engineering is one area which is very important because engineering is also looks at the aircraft maintenance and airworthiness of the aircraft. That's very important. Right from 1945 and Chicago Convention, The aviation business always looked at orderliness and safety. Those are the two focal points that we had today. And now coming back to corporate governance, top management, we are matrix. One is engineering, and engineering made, there are two types of, there are A, B, C, D, four types of checks that take place, which is very important. And each airline has their own way of doing their A, B, C, D. And D is the one when, after certain thousands of miles, the entire aircraft ripped off totally and remade. Now, coming back to the matrix organization as an airline, engineering is very important because engineering is more important than even operating from A to B. It's not just a question of operating an aircraft from A to B, but to make sure that the aircraft is properly maintained. And that's where Tata's had a top, top factor. And J.R.D. Tata always made sure that he personally used to go to every toilet in the aircraft to make sure they're into international standards. And of course, Air India, and I have been talking to certain business circles in New York some years ago, who said, sir, if you're going an Air India beyond London, that is New York, London, back to Bombay, you better flow on a business class, but not in an economy, because the toilets will not be good enough for anyone to travel. But again, the toilets are not clean and not well maintained. I would again attribute that to the passengers traveling in the aircraft. The factors, the social factors, I won't put CSR, that is more into corporate, but more into responsibility of individuals. And our own passengers traveling in economy could be one of the reasons why such a thing is accrued upon, sir. Coming back to your question, I'm just looking here, sir. Please tell us globally good practices for airline companies that boosted satisfaction for stakeholders in the world. Of course, I can give two good examples, sir. One is Emirates Airlines, and a company where I worked for more than 20 years. Emirates Airlines continuously made profit, but for the second year of their existence, in 1985, October they started. The second year is the only year they made losses, and when Mr. Flanagan gave this information to the owners of the company, they said very simply, we don't run companies to go at losses. We make companies to go at profits. And Emirates has been doing profit ever since, except last year because of the pandemic. Beyond that, they've been consistently making profits. Okay, Emirates. And I can talk about Emirates because I worked with the company. And for the stakeholders, this is amazing what they have contributed, something which Indian Airlines can always learn from. A. B, we have another airline from Singapore Airlines, which is unique in its own way. Singapore Airlines is financially self-sufficient, and this airline business is financially intensive. Heavy prices for buying the aircraft, even the pilots, all of them cost a lot of money for the company, highly financial intensive company. Whereas Singapore Airlines manage all of their aircraft purchase from their own finances. Financially, they're self-sufficient. They didn't have to depend on a third party, even for leasing. That's an amazing thing. And these are two companies from where Indian Airlines can learn and can catch up. And when you say Indian companies, of course, one exception I give is Indigo. Now, coming back to Jet Airways, it's a very difficult scenario why the company is not done as good as it should be, in spite of having very good leadership. Now, coming back to corporate governance, in airline business, we call it top management. Top management is normally at the headquarters of the company. And as we said, it's a matrix organization, and head office of the company is the one that looks after the interests from various perspectives. Any questions, sir, at this stage?
So I think it's really going on. You mentioned about Indigo that is doing so well. So do you attribute it more to the corporate governance that they have all the success and they have become number one airline in India?
Again, coming to corporate governance, it's basically when you look at corporate governance from industry standards, we're talking about the directors, the board of directors, okay, and the board of directors could be from the government and from the airlines, both. And Air India being a government organization, a government-owned airline, so it has got both in the board of directors. We have people from the government and people purely from the airlines perspective, from airline management.
So that's fantastic, sir. Any other things related to corporate governance in airlines would you like to enlighten us with?
Yeah, now if you're coming back to the Indian Airlines, I feel that, as I said, Indigo, I have worked with them, I've seen their top management, amazing, and their policies have been very simple. I think once the vision, and as many of the top management gurus have indicated, the vision of the company needs to be articulated to the people. Unless the vision is articulated to the people, people working for the organization will not know where they're heading towards.
Very correct. Very correct.
So that is very, very important. The vision, the mission, and Air India, where I work for, I think many people working, even the top management, senior management, not very much aware about these areas. I've seen many of my old colleagues from Air India. Every time they came to UAE, I always try to share with them my knowledge about this country and what it is. But I found very strangely, most of them are not interested in the marketplace. I'm talking about Air India management. My own friends who they seem to be not interested into the market of UAE and what they can contribute. They were more interested in other things, such as shopping, for example, where to shop, what to do, things which are not actually directly involved with Air India management. I hope I am able to express this point clearly. Whereas, because that's what you would expect any airline managers who come into this part of the world to look at the market and how they can make use of the market toward the profitability, to the success of the airline. Whereas I found that not very much exhibited by the Air India managers and my friends who have come posted in this part of the world.
Yes, so thank you very much, sir. This your talk very well answers our questions about the status of corporate governance as far as the Indian Airlines are concerned, and some things that come as the good practices that they can follow in the time to come. And we wish to have your support in our programs and the research on a continued basis. So thank you very much for your talk, sir.
The last but the least up on Air India right now about the sale of Air India. That's a very big question mark because no one knows even till today what would be the platform. How much losses will somebody has to take?
Yes,
unless the Air India is finally sold or privatized or disinvested, we won't know which way we are going.
Right, sir. Right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much on this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ji.
Thank you, sir. So once again, we convey our gratitude to Dr. Baba Yera, and also to mention that he has also established a scholarship program for girls for their career progression. And over the last couple of years and more, he has been supporting with the financial assistance to the needy students. So we highly appreciate his support for the women's education program at Banasthali. Let's move to the next session. Namaste, everyone. Namaste, everyone. We have with us Professor Subhash Sharma, who is Director of Indus Business Academy at Bangalore. And as you may be aware that he is known for his creative and innovative ideas in the area of Indian ethos and management. He's a prolific writer, and you might be aware that he has already authored 6 books in the area of Indian management. And the latest one, this one on Indian management, I had the fortune of getting a few days before, and it has come up so well. So we have requested Professor Sharma to please enlighten the audience with the ideas in Indian ethos for the relevance of corporate governance. So here I start with some of the questions to Professor Sharma. Sir, my first question is that in your books and articles, you have shared various creative and innovative ideas on governance. So to begin this interaction, it will be really great if you share some insights like the 4-lion model.
Okay, thank you, Harshit. It's really nice that you have invited me to share some ideas. So since good corporate governance is closely linked with the idea of ethics, we will begin with the idea of ethics. And here is a definition from the business dictionary: the basic concepts and fundamental principles of decent human conduct. So the key word is the decent human conduct. It includes study of universal values such as essential quality of all men and women, human or natural rights, obedience to the law of land, concern for health and safety, and increasingly also for the natural environment. So this is a very broad definition of ethics. Now, why ethics in management? When we look at the development of management thought, we can identify the 4 eras of this development. The first was the idea of scientific management. Frederick Taylor's book under the same title gave that idea, where the idea was to study the management as a science. Then it took around 50-60 years to develop the what is known as human side of management. And then it took another 20-30 years to come to the recognition of significance of ethics and values in management. And today we are moving towards the idea of spirituality in management, and in future there will be an integration of all these 4 eras in the form of holistic management. So the scientific management was rooted in the engineering and economics. Human side was rooted in psychology, ethics and values rooted in philosophy, and spirituality in management rooted in the idea of spirituality or new concerns of wellness, environment, and inclusive growth. So this is the broad idea about why ethics in management. Now here is what we call the 4 forces model of harmonic globalization. So if we look around the 4 fundamental forces which are influencing human society, nations, and the world, the first one is the force of market. Second is the force of the state or the government. Third is the force of people, or what we also call the capillary action. And fourth is the force of self. So these are the 4 forces which we can see in everyday existence. Now this we can also represent by the 4 lions metaphor of harmonic globalization. These 4 lions is an Indian symbol, the Ashokan lions. So I have given a new interpretation to this because this is fundamental to the good corporate governance. So on the right side, lion represents the force of market, left side lion represents the force of state. The lion looking at us represents the force of people or capillary action, and the hidden lion represents the force of self. So when we represent this in terms of x-axis and y-axis, then x-axis is market and the state, and y-axis is capillary action and the self. So we can consider this as a swastika model of harmonic globalization. If all the 4 forces are in balance, then there will be a proper development. and a harmonic development. If they are out of balance, then there is going to be a chaos in the society. Now, when we look at the concept of management, how it has been changing. So initially we started off with profit maximization concept, then came the value addition concept, and today we are talking about values addition. So that is focus on corporate governance. And then now we are also talking about happiness addition. So this happiness addition is a combination of profit, people and planet. So profit with harmony. So there is a need for a stakeholder happiness index. Now, this is the 4E model from my book, Management Innovate, Western Windows, Eastern Door. Efficiency, equity, social equity or equality, ethics and ecology, all the four have to be in balance. Now, the corporate world, role of corporations has also been changing. So first it all started with maximizing the wealth of shareholders. Then came the idea of responding to multiple stakeholders. Then came the idea of corporate citizenship. And today we are talking of corporates as social institution. And in future, we will be talking about HDM, holistic development and management. So, so these are the basic ideas for the holistic management approach to corporate governance. So what is your next question, Professor Hers? Rohit?
Sir, I'm sure this perspective will help each one here to think in this manner and also feel that individuals have an important role to play in governance, which may not be visible every time. Another point that comes to my mind is about the models of development. Many times, in absence of fundamental research on models of development, we are caught in a trap and keep on following the wrong path. So, what could be a better model of development according to you, sir?
So far, broadly, there have been two models of development. One is the capitalist model of development, and second one is the socialist model of development. And we have seen the problems with both of them. The socialist model has failed. It is all well recognized and well documented. And capitalist model is also failing because all the issues like environmental problems, the well-being problems, social issues, inequality, they are now becoming obvious, which represent the failure of the capitalist model. So there is a need for the third model, which is the Indian model, which is a holistic approach to development. So that is the path forward. And then in the four lions model, there is the hidden lion. Hidden lion is the self. So the focus on the self is very important because it is the self or the leadership which decides what will happen to the society, what will happen to the corporations. So we need to bring that focus on self and self-management. And that's where the idea of Indian management becomes very important, because in Western management focuses on managing others. In Indian management, the focus is on managing self and then managing others.
Yes, indeed, I agree with your views. Truly, this is an interesting and holistic model of development. And it brings us to the next question, that as we talk about businesses, almost everything boils down to the profit. Now, some people, while criticizing the corporate, start criticizing the profit chase, and which is not the right approach. While greed for profit is also dangerous. Therefore, in this backdrop, what could be a balanced approach?
So the profit business has to survive. If it has to survive, then it has to earn profit. So profit should not be treated as a negative word. In Indian context, it was never treated as a negative word. We have the concept of what we call the idea of Shubh Labh, So the labh is shubh. So that is beneficial for the corporation, beneficial for the nation, beneficial for the society. So that is the basic idea. Yes, I agree that when greed takes over, then that results in negative impact on the society. So therefore, we have to understand what we call the 3G model. The G1 represents the greed, G2 represents the goodness, and G3 represents the graceful actions. So we need to move beyond G1 to G2. So goodness, for corporate goodness, for example, corporate social responsibility represents the idea of corporate goodness. And graceful action means the positive action, the ethical actions. So profits earned through ethical action. So that is the idea of the holistic management. Now, for this, we need an Indian model of corporate development. And now on the screen, you can see this Indian model of corporate development. It is not starting with profit. The Western model starts with profit. Here it starts with human welfare, or what we call the Loka Sangraha. That means concern for the humanity, concern for the society. And then this is backed up by the idea of Nishkam Karma, which means unattached action, and the idea of Shubhlabh. I just mentioned about the Shubhlabh. For Niskam Karma to happen, you need the self-development or self-management. For Shubhlabh to take place, you need to treat work as worship. And all this means avoidance of extremes. So you should not go for extreme solutions, but you should always look for middle path solutions somewhere in the middle. And finally, organization as a family, or what we call theory K. K stands for Kutum. So these are the 7 elements of the corporate development. So that is something unique about the Indian model of development.
So, if Shubhlabh is followed, almost all problems related to governance can be addressed. But before we close, I would request you to share some concluding remarks for our participants.
So if the Shubhlabh path is to be followed, we need to follow what I call the development steps. That is given on the last slide. So that is the last slide. So the development steps in this steps model, S stands for the social development, T stands for the technological development, E stands for economic development, P for the political development, S for the spiritual development. Social development is reflected in terms of social harmony in the society and social equality. Technological development in terms of innovations and the new perspectives, new ideas. Economic development, which is reflected in terms of per capita income or the GDP. Political development represented in terms of how democratic institutions are functioning, how democracy is functioning. Spiritual development in terms of the self-evolution. So all these 5 elements of development should be focused. So that is the idea of harmonic development, and also linked with the idea of harmonic globalization, or the 4 forces, or the 4 lions model. Are there any further questions or clarifications?
Yes, I think indeed some new insights that everyone has received today on corporate governance is really very exciting. Sir, do you think that the way the things are functioning right now post the COVID, and as you always maintain that the world is coming towards a consciousness revolution, so do you think that the world is, that is particularly the corporates, are more socially conscious today, and this thing which is good for the welfare of the world is going to continue in the time to come?
COVID has jolted the society and the corporates equally. And corporates are now slowly awakening towards the new social consciousness, and which they need to incorporate in their management style and in their functioning. So that is my concluding comment.
Okay, very right. So thank you very much, sir, from all of us for supporting this webinar on corporate governance.
Thank you very much, and good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So a splendid interaction with Professor Subhash Sharma ji, noted expert in Indian management and ethos. Now let's move to the next session.
Namaskar. Namaskar. Respected dignitaries, Dean Sir, faculty members, and my dear students. Thank you for inviting me to share my research journey as a proud alumnus in this national webinar on corporate governance and business ethics. It's a nostalgic feeling for me to be back to campus and share my journey with all of you. Banasthali recognized the potential in me and has always encouraged me to follow my dreams. The faculty members have always been there for me through my ups and downs. The deep bonds which I share with my mentors are memorable. Being a graduate in commerce, gold medalist in MBA, and a doctorate in the area of corporate governance, I feel humbled and privileged to receive my education from the best schools in the country, which has empowered me to take an unprecedented path of research in the area of corporate governance. My work has been acknowledged and have won accolades for the same. Also, I am a mother of a 2-year-old son. In both my organization, which are the leading B schools in the country, I have been acknowledged as the most research productive faculty and have been acknowledged for the same. I have won Best Innovative Research Award in India Ascent Conference in London. Also have won the Global Innovation Award by Turnitin for the year 2017. My PhD work has received Outstanding Paper Award in Corporate Governance Conferences twice. And my work in the area of ownership structure and financial performance was acknowledged and got an honorable mention in USA in 2010. Let me sum up my research in 5 bullet points. So one of my recent work, which has mapped the field of board diversity, has been published in Journal of Business Research, and it has been acknowledged very well by the research community. Another work which is on the role of institutional investor, where we are looking at shareholder activism and proxy advisors' role, is now being written as a book along with a practitioner in the area. My PhD work dealt upon understanding and giving solution to the endogeneity problem of corporate governance and financial performance. Further, I'm trying to give some more methodological contribution by bringing interdisciplinary work from the area of operations and technology management. I have also created an index for measuring corporate governance and has shown that a bundles approach is also a better measure of corporate governance. And further, I have shown how is it related to performance, and further we have looked at financial disclosures also. Recently, the impact of regulation which came after Companies Act 2013 in the area of CSR as well as in the area of having a woman on the board have been tested in two of my recent papers. One of the papers addressed the issue of how the appointment of female directors take place on the board. Is it just because of human capital or their social capital also matters? Our finding was counterintuitive to the anecdotal evidences which provided evidence for social capital. However, we found that social capital in itself is inadequate for giving appointment of female on the board. A female having adequate social capital along with human capital is usually appointed on Indian boards as an independent director. However, this finding was contradicted in the case of promoter driven firms. This work was acknowledged as the Best Innovative Award in the India Eastern Conference and is published in Equality, Diversity and Inclusion. Finally, one of my recent work is on the understanding that how CSR spend is percolated through multiple directorships or the directors which creates board interlock across industries. And we are looking at the network effect analysis using data for BSc 500 for the 4 years. This work is targeted for NFT journal. These are few of my publications which are in the area of corporate governance. Finally, I am also actively deliberating with the leading industry bodies in corporate governance area as in school representative. I am also working on writing cases on recent governance failures so that our students and next generation has the right material to learn and imbibe the right value system and learn from the past failures. In the academic journals, I am serving as associate editor in one of the leading journals from India. I am also the review board member of select journals in the area of corporate governance and in the area of management. My work has been acknowledged and I have been invited to be the member of scientific committee in global and national conferences. And presently I am mentoring research associates and doctoral candidates in the area of corporate governance. Thank you. Please feel free to contact me on my email ID for any queries or anything which you feel like. Thanks a lot and best of luck for the conference.
So, Dr. Arunima Haldar, you have, after passing MBA in 2006 from Banasthali, you have done so well. And we are also happy that you are one of the emerging star researchers of India in the area of corporate governance. And so nice that she has mentioned about the areas in corporate governance where she has worked and invited all the participants over here, that those of participants who are interested, they can join her in collaborative research. And I'm pretty sure that in the time to come, we have more things which we can do together. Thank you very much, Dr. Arunima.
Namaste to all the members and participants here. I am Ritu Purohit. I am a junior research fellow from the Department of FMS-WISDOM. The topic corporate governance and business ethics in Namaste to all the members and participants here. I am Ritu Purohit. I am a junior research fellow from the Department of FMS-WISDOM. The topic of my presentation will be corporate governance and business ethics in women-led companies. Contents of my presentation will be corporate governance, followed by issues in corporate governance, business ethics, challenges of business ethics, ethics in corporate governance, unethical issues, and at the end, corporate governance in women-led companies. So before I start, we should be clear about what the corporate governance actually is. So corporate governance is a system by which a corporation is structured, operated and controlled with a goal to achieve the enduring objectives and to satisfy its stakeholders like customers, creditors, employees, shareholders and suppliers. It helps in maintaining the balance between its stakeholders and the objectives for which the business is governed. It is actually the procedure by which the decisions are taken and executed in any corporation or company. Coming to the next slide, I will let you all know about the issues in corporate governance. So they are distinguishing the roles of board and management, directors and executive remuneration, disclosure and audit, protection of shareholders' rights and expectations, composition of board and board committees. Looking towards the topic of today's webinar, I will let you all know what the business ethics actually is. So, business ethics is the art and discipline of applying ethical principles to examine and solve complex moral dilemmas. A business is considered to be ethical only if it tries to reach a trade-off between economic objectives and social obligations. It is actually a driving force behind commercial decision making. Challenges of business ethics are false communication, bribery and corruption, insider trading, conflict of interest, discrimination, tone at the top, and organizational structure. Now, we will see how the business ethics and corporate governance are related to each other. Corporate governance is meant to run companies in an ethical manner such that the interest of all the stakeholders is taken care of. As corporate governance is a combination of human nature and legal framework, the concept of ethics plays a crucial role in understanding how a decision is arrived at. Corporations should ensure that confidential information made available in the place of work shouldn't be used for personal benefits. Unethical issues are bribery, coercion, that is forcing people to do things, insider trading, that is misuse of official position, unfair discrimination, false income statements, and political donations and gifts. Coming to the conclusion, I am now ending it with corporate governance in women-led companies. Many researchers in their researches concluded that women can prove themselves more effectively than men in the operational and administrative activities of an organization. Adams and Funk, in one of their researches, concluded that women directors tend to be more focused than their male contemporaries. Their focus largely contributes to the corporate decisions of the company and strategies which affects the interest of stakeholders. They are more concerned about the welfare of their stakeholders. In spite of all the above facts, the representation of women holding seats on the board of directors is generally low, including in developed countries. Mahalakshmi and Reddy studied corporate governance and the extent to which the women talent is required to achieve the objectives of better governance. Their results showed that there are very few number of women who are representing boards, and those who are present on boards are not representing high-profile companies. In spite of having less representation, they proved their competence for good governance around the globe. Thank you so much to all the members and participants present here.
Very good and confident talk by you, Ms. Ritu, and it's very nice that you are doing your PhD in the area of corporate governance, and best wishes from all of us to you from Banasthali, and may you progress and keep going well in all areas. So very nice.
Namaste. Namaste. Good evening to all. I'm really happy to be invited as a participant in today's national webinar on corporate governance and business ethics. It is matter of honor for me to share the platform with so many distinguished speakers across the country. I'm going to share my presentation on the topic, which is also my research interest in PhD. Corporate governance became a pressing issue in United States at the turn of 21st century after fraudulent practices bankrupted high-profile companies such as Enron and WorldCom. What happened at these companies was clearly lack of corporate governance. Now, why I have chosen corporate governance as the topic of my research interest in PhD? Because corporate governance is something which can deliver the long-term success of the company. Corporate governance creates a system of rules, practices, and processes that determine how a company is directed and controlled. Corporate governance mitigates conflicts of interests between stakeholders in corporations, especially the diverging interest between shareholders and upper management, commonly known as principal-agent problem. Corporate governance leads to ethical business practices, which in turn leads to financial viability. Accountability, transparency, fairness, and responsibility. These are the four pillars of corporate governance. Now let's have a look into the history of corporate governance. 1609, this was the year when the first dispute between the shareholders and directors of the Dutch East India Company was recorded on the issue of corporate governance. In 1776, Adam Smith's magnum opus, Wealth of Nations, became a major force for research on corporate governance. 2 centuries after that, the term corporate governance first appeared in the Federal Register. The same year, Jensen and Meckling set the discussion concerning the separation of ownership and control in large organizations. In 1980s, Parma and Jensen established the principal agent problem as a way of understanding corporate governance. And in the recent times, early 2000s, the massive bankruptcies of Enron and WorldCom led to the passage of Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2000. Examples of corporate governance. There are 3 models of corporate governance: Anglo-US model, German model, and Japanese model. Anglo-US model presents that board of directors and shareholders are the 2 controlling parties. Managers and other chief advisors, they are secondary authority. The German model has 2 groups, the executive board and the supervisory council. The executive board is in charge of corporate management. The supervisory council controls the executive board. The Japanese model is the outlier out of the 3. Japanese regulators and officials, they are major stakeholders in Japanese corporations, so they play a large role in corporate policies. Now here, we can see boardroom leadership, the wheel of boardroom leadership. It has been divided into 2 parts, upper half and the lower half. The upper semicircle has 4 segments related to people and behavior, and the lower semicircle has 4 segments related to framework, processes, and structures. Research shows that the real problem never is in the process, system, or structure. It is in board behavior. Board of directors are responsible for the governance of their companies. So, it can be safely said that corporate governance is about what the board of a company does and how it set the values of the company. Now, having talked about corporate governance, I will come to the topic of my research, which is board diversity and performance, a study of Indian banks. So why I chose the topic board diversity? Why we need diverse boards? Diverse boards, They bring enriched skill sets and experiences with them that leads to dynamic and better governance, which in turn reflects into the financial and market performance of a company. The trend toward diversity in the boardroom is essential as boards look to navigate the complex and dynamic issues that companies now face. A diverse board allows to better anticipate and meet the strategic needs of the company. Now, why I chose Indian banking sector? Because banks are special economic units having distinctive role. They have very special role in credit intermediation, which makes banking system more prone to the systemic risk. Banks act as the agent of monetary policy transmission in an economy. One bank failure can spill over to the whole economy. Then very important feature of banks is that they deal with public money. So it becomes imperative to have strong regulatory mechanism and sound corporate governance to boost the public confidence in not just the banking system, but the entire financial system. To protect the interests of large and dispersed bank depositors, boards and senior management of banks have to be sensitive in taking excessive. Now in my study, I have studied quite a few parameters of board diversity, but in this presentation, I will confine myself to the three main parameters of board diversity, namely board size, board independence, and CEO duality. Board size in simple terms is how many number of members are there on the board. Board independence, is there any presence of independent directors on the board or no? CEO duality, roles of CEO and chairman, is it clubbed and given to one person or two persons are handling it? So let us dive deep into these topics. So I will first start with board size and corporate governance. On the basis of size, a board can be broad or small. A broad board is beneficial to mobilize information and capital. But if the size becomes too big, then it produces the challenge of teamwork, control, and stability of decision making. On the other hand, smaller boards, they are expected to have faster decision making, but they are less likely to encounter teamwork and collaboration challenges and benefit from versatility. There is no universal agreement on the optimum size of board of directors. Most of the studies on the subject recommend 10 members as the optimum size of board. In my study of 38 Indian public and private banks, the average size of board is 11. This information is from the review of literature from my study. Here I am showing you the review of those studies which are related to board size, CEO duality, and board independence. Due to the want of the time, I have put them in a table so that I can briefly tell you the findings of the study. So I have divided on the basis of what are their results. This table is showing the studies which are on board size and corporate governance and which have concluded negative relationship between board size and corporate governance. Like you can see in the table, the finding of study, large boards could be less powerful than smaller boards. There is a non-linear correlation between the size and output of the board. Bigger board is less successful in decision making than a smaller group. There is an inverse association between board size and firm performance. Board sizes negatively influence the banking result and board size decreases bank efficiency. Now this table shows a positive, this table shows the finding of those studies which establish positive relationship between board size and corporate governance. More board members benefit the monitoring and advising function and increase governance and bank efficiency. Board size is positively and substantially connected to bank access. After this, let's move to the next parameter, which is board independence. Board independence is a relatively new concept in corporate governance. An independent director, which are sometimes known as outside director as well, is a director on the board who does not have a material or pecuniary relationship with company or related persons except sitting fees. The conflict of interest between shareholders and management, which is principal agent problem, cannot be resolved by executive directors as their interest is not in line with the shareholders' interest. But a board with independent majority is more likely to consider the interests of shareholders. It also is likely to foster independent decision-making and to mitigate conflicts of interest that may arise. Pharma and Jensen in their study has concluded that independent directors are more experienced, thus they bring with them better choices in complex settings. This table again summarizes the findings of the study, which I have included in my review of literature. So this table is highlighting those studies which conclude negative relationship between board independence and corporate governance. There is no association between the makeup of the board and the company performance, as independent directors are not really independent in serving the shareholders' interest. There is no significant association between board independence and firm efficiency. There is no correlation between outside directors and firm success. Growing proportion of independent directors neither contributes value to the business nor reduces the company. Now, these are the studies who have established a positive relationship between board independence and corporate governance. Board independence is positively linked to earnings efficiency. Proportion of independent directors recorded having a substantial effect on bank profitability and asset quality. Recruitment of more autonomous directors increases the efficiency of company. Now let's go to the third parameter, CEO duality. Duality in simple language means two. So where the same person is performing the dual function of CEO and the chairman of the board, that is CEO duality. One of the key functions of board is to efficiently track management decisions and behavior. And this function is played by merging or splitting the two positions of Chief Executive Officer and the Chairman of the Board of Directors. Related to CEO duality, we have two hypotheses, agency theory and stewardship theory. Agency theory calls for the separation of CEO and Chairman of the Board because the CEO duality can impede the board's ability to control management and thereby increase the agency's expense. Stewardship theory suggests that a single person combined role will improve the company's efficiency since it would provide specific command over the firm. This table summarizes those studies who have established a negative relationship between CEO duality and corporate governance. According to these findings, board supervisory capacity is weak when the position of chairman and CEO is merged. CEO and chairman's division will boost the efficiency of company as the board has an independent jurisdiction to monitor the functions of the CEO. Here, in the next table, I have summarized the findings of the study establishing positive relationship between CEO duality and corporate governance. Separation of position of CEO and chairman does not boost firm's efficiency. CEO duality had little impact on firm performance. Duality firms outperform non-duality firms by 3 to 4% as their business landscape improves. And here, I am presenting to you the studies which have been taken specifically in India, the corporate governance practices in India. Balasubramaniam records the case studies on corporate governance activities in India using a survey of 506 companies. The majority of the companies agree with the board independence law. The analysis found a favorable and statistically relevant link between governance practices and high market value. In another study by Rini Adams and Hamid Mehran, they studied variables like sample size and configuration of the management, board operation, pay arrangement, CEO ownership, block ownership. These were evaluated from 35 publicly listed banks. The outcomes of the analysis included board composition, ownership structure, pay structure are interdependent. Banks typically outweigh industrial boards with more external managers. Bank boards with more regular meetings of boards than manufacturing companies. And particularly they found out that governance changes are sector specific. Then in another study by Abhiman Das and Saibal Ghosh, in their study they addressed the topic of corporate governance in India. The research covered the period from 1996 to 2003. The data was collected from the company's audited annual report, and it was concluded that CEO turnover is smaller in companies which have stronger performance. Larger and higher level companies, they have lower CEO turnover. Here are a couple of more studies on corporate governance practices in India. V. Subbalakshmi, she published a book in which she defined the 10 corporate governance commandments to guarantee sound banking governance. Board composition and board effectiveness are mentioned among others to achieve high governance levels. In the literature analysis of Indian companies, Rajesh Chakrabarty, William Megginson, and Pradeep Yadav have carried out comprehensive corporate governance activities. While the Indian legal system promises some of the world's greatest investor security, but there are problems like long and overburdened courts which hinder the enforcement of law and regulation. And it was also concluded that in India, the banking sector has one of the lowest outcomes. After discussing the review of literature, now I will go into the methodology. For my study, I have taken a sample size of 38 Indian public sector and private sector commercial banks. I am studying their data for a period of 10 financial years from 2006 and 7 to 2015 and 16. This period is crucial as liberalization and other reforms that took place during this period. I'm resorting to secondary data, which I have collected from the annual reports of these banks, respective banks' websites, and corporate governance report. Corporate governance variables have been taken as independent variables, whereas performance variables have been taken as dependent variables. And the panel data will be analyzed through startup software by using descriptive statistics and econometrics model. I still have not completed the data analysis and interpretation, so I am presenting in front of you the expected or tentative outcomes of my study. The primary tentative outcome of my study would be to identify the influence of boardroom heterogeneity and diversity on the financial and market performance of banks. Out of all the parameters of diversity, mostly I am focusing on 5: the board size, board independence, CEO duality, directorship in other companies, and the number of the meetings held in 1 year. Future scope of study. I would say this study has immense future scope. Further, the latest financial crisis of 2007 and 2008 demands further improvement in regulatory and supervisory framework with respect to corporate governance of banks and sought the government intervention worldwide. Here I would like to mention about the report of Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, which says that effective corporate governance practices are essential in achieving and maintaining public interest and confidence in the banking system, which are critical to the proper functioning of banking sector, especially and economy as a whole. This study is expected to be relevant for the banks by outlining the relationship of diversity and performance. The research can be extended to examine the impact of diversity on cooperative banks or micro-saving banks. Comparative study can also be carried out to analyze the relationship between board diversity and company performance in non-banking sectors as well. So now I come to the conclusion. Among the different governance mechanisms, board plays an essential role in corporate governance, and board of directors are considered as the linchpin of corporate governance. With fiduciary obligation to shareholders as well as depositors, board of directors are responsible to give advices and strategic directions for effectively monitoring the firm. Thus, the board acts as the both monitor and advisor to the management. I would like to conclude by quoting the OECD principle of corporate governance, which states that the corporate governance framework should ensure the strategic guidance of the company, the effective monitoring of management by the board, and the board's accountability to the company and the shareholders. Thank you.
So really appreciate you, Ms. Shweta Duggal, For the benefit of all the audience, Shweta is residing in the UAE right now and doing research on the theme that she has mentioned. And she has about 19 years of experience, out of which 4 years in the banking industry and 15 years as an academician. So all of us at Banasthali wish you the best.
So if any student would like to, if they would like to share anything, or then we can have a few, 1 or 2 students who would like to share anything.
So anyone would like to share how did they feel in this webinar? It was a marathon run with 100-meter speed.
So if there is, yeah, please go ahead.
Good evening, sir. Sai Kirti this side. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Sir, the whole session was really insightful and we came to know about many new things. I have a little question that one of our subject is IMS and CG, that is corporate governance. So I would like to know that how our scriptures will be able to help in the corporates and us in future when we will be working as future managers.
So I think today's session was all on this only. So if you can summarize the topics of today's lectures and various presenters from academia and corporate, so you will feel you will get the answer to this question. And when you will fill the feedback form, so there is one section in which you have to summarize the session. So go through the schedule once again, and if you will write this answer, I think you will get to this point.
Okay, sir.
And particularly, Ms. Kirti, I would suggest you to see the session by Dr. Priyanka Dutt and also by Professor Subhash Sharma ji. I think you will get a lot of views from that. And I think, in the terms of what we should be doing for improving our human quality, there are a lot of insights in our ancient literature that's going to help us, which carry us in the terms of the words by Professor Subhash Sharma to HOP, hope, that is higher order purpose of existence. So the moment we do that and we imbibe some sattvikta in ourselves, then we are going to make the decisions which are going to be of interest to not just the shareholders or the employees, but for everyone. And that's how a company can become a very good global citizen.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Namaste, sir. May I speak something?
Please, Pallavi, go ahead.
That was a very enlightening session. Since morning, I have attended all the sessions, and one thing which I could insert from all the sessions was that when we talk about good governance in corporates or in any sort of organization, the thing is that there was in most of the sessions that the comparison between the legal enforcement and the voluntary governance practices ensured by the corporates. One thing which I just got out in my mind that Indian scriptures and Indian culture has already provided a lot of direction for every individual to follow good values, moral values, so that there remains no scope for that legal obligations. And in every session, be it women representative at the board, or the importance of natural human instincts to cope away with this VUCA world, importance of holistic management, that how Indian practices can be adopted in the management field, or be it governance practices. And so it was at the last, it was really a thought-provoking session, and I'm very much thankful to Banasthali Vidyapith and you to allow me being a part of this webinar. Thank you, sir.
All right. So, Ankurji, I request you that now we can play the valedictory address by Dr. Kapil Sharma, who is Associate Professor at Institute of Management Studies, Devi Ahilya University, person with about 2 decades of experience as an academician, as a researcher, and has provided consultancy on various issues to the corporate as well. And we are quite fortunate that he agreed to deliver the valedictory address. So, Dr. Ankur Joshi ji, I request you to please play it.
Namaskar. नमस्कार। सर्वप्रथम मैं बनस्थली विद्यापीठ के यशस्वी कुलपति प्रोफेसर आदित्य शास्त्री जी, उपाध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर सिद्धार्थ शास्त्री, विजडम के डीन और मेरे अनन्य मित्र प्रोफेसर हर्ष पुरोहित जी, विद्यापीठ के समस्त शिक्षक शिक्षिकाओं, विद्यार्थियों एवं कर्मचारियों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं और साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने आज ये 1 दिवसीय वेबिनार कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस एंड बिजनेस एथिक्स पर आयोजन किया। मैं आप सभी को धन्यवाद भी देना चाहता हूं कि आपने वैलिडिटरी फंक्शन में मुझे अपने संबोधन के लिए आमंत्रित किया। बनस्थली से मेरा रिश्ता बहुत पुराना है और मैंने इस विश्वविद्यालय की माटी में जो मूल तत्व, मूल्य शिक्षा को देखा है, वैसा मैंने कहीं नहीं देखा। आज इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर, कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस बिजनेस एथिक्स पर ये जो कार्यशाला आयोजित की गई है, यह बहुत ही उचित समय पर की गई हुई है। फ्रेंड्स, दिस कंट्री नीड्स कॉर्पोरेट एथिक्स एंड बिजनेस वैल्यूज टुडे more than at any point of time in future or in past, if I would say. The concept of business ethics and corporate governance is not new to this country. The terminologies are Western, but the concept is age-old concept embodied in the Indian civilization and culture. Although this concept was propagated as dharma, philanthropic activities, and was largely advocated by people from all sectors of the society. If you read the Arth Kautilya Arthashastra, there are separate chapters about what is the responsibility of a king towards his society, what is the responsibility of businessmen towards his society, and that is where the emphasis of corporate governance and business ethics comes. Another important source of business ethics, which dates back to even Arthashastra, is the conversation between Bhishma Pitamaha and Yudhishthir. The war has ended. And what is happening? Lord Krishna says to Yudhishthir, go and seek the wisdom from the dying Bhishma about how a king should behave. And that conversation in the 11th Adhyay is a wonderful conversation, and if we read it, we'll get all the basic components and principles of the modern day business ethics and corporate governance. Well, we have called it corporate governance, but it was governance in general, incorporating even the business. Friends, we all know about Bhama Shah, who donated his entire wealth for the welfare of the society. The roots of corporate governance lied in smaller activities across all the countries. People used to open places where you could drink water in the times of summers. You had dharmshalas, you had ashrams, and all these were somewhere a part of business ethics and corporate governance, the responsibility of the business towards the society. And we all know that these were done by primarily the so-called the Nagar Seth or Dhana Seths of a particular area. Over the period of time, corporatization has changed the way and the nature of corporate governance. But the basic spirit of returning back to the society, what the society has given, had never died. It was there in our culture. How can we forget the contribution of Tatas and Birlas in developing this society, contributing towards the society? Although in modern days, corporate governance as business ethics has become more of a PR activity. We have seen a large number of corporates in their ads showing about corporate governance activities, and then we find that they all have been indulged into a large number of malpractices. And the focus here is on how we can reduce these malpractices, how we can motivate corporates to be more ethical in their approach. It's time for a new approach to be thought. We have tried and tested the regulatory method, where we imposed huge regulations. We imposed upon a number of acts so that the corporates or the business houses can do or return back to the society. But what we found, it did not work. Then what we did, we propagated the concept of self-regulation and self-motivation. Although it has also not delivered the right fruits and results. It is a time that we think of some new concept which can propagate the concept of business ethics and corporate governance, and governance in all aspects, governance towards our society at large, towards the shareholders, towards the creditors, towards the government, and towards the most downtrodden, the last man in the chain of society. Friends, Banasthali, by organizing this one-day webinar, I presume that a large number of discussions would have taken place during the course of the day, and many new ideas would have come across. And I'm happy. I know the culture and tradition of Banasthali, that it does not believe in just doing webinars and seminars for the sake of doing. At the end of the day, there is knowledge creation, and that is what is the essence of the society. The Panchmukhi Shiksha embedded in the culture of Banasthali, holistic culture, which was laid back in 1935, is also an example of corporate governance. Being a deemed university, the amount of contribution the university is doing towards the society, and in particular education for girls, is commendable. In the end, I once again thank you all, and I congratulate the entire team Banasthali for organizing this one-day webinar, and my all good wishes, and I look forward that this COVID pandemic ends and we all meet together and do some wonderful academic activities. Thank you. Jai Hind. Dhanyavad.
So gratitude from all of us at Banasthali to Dr. Kapil Sharma ji for such a wonderful valedictory address. And we are sure that the deliberations out of this webinar would be of use to all the stakeholders. I'm extremely thankful to National Foundation for Corporate Governance that has supported this program, and all the speakers who kindly consented to deliver their wonderful talks. And as I mentioned, that these all discussions will be available on the YouTube and forever, and thereby you can imagine the number of people that would see and benefit from the discussions. So, and also thanks to the members of the advisory board of the National Center for Corporate Governance, Ms. Monica Halanji, Dr. Sagarika Ghoshalji, and highly appreciate the support of all members of Banasthali family, and also how to forget Dr. Ankur Joshi, who right from the beginning, right from the scratch, has been doing the things for the success of this webinar. And it was so nice in the morning that we were joined by Professor Siddharth Shastriji, our Vice President, and we have the wishes of our Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Hina Shastriji, who was very kind to depute the doctoral researchers in music for the Saraswati Vandana in the morning, and also Professor Aditya Shastriji, the Vice Chancellor, Banasthali Vidyapith, for his always support. And also would thank Ms. Ritu Purohit and Ms. Alka, the doctoral scholars who are very nicely managing the things at the backdrop, and everyone who has contributed, our office and all others, for the success of this program. So with this, we end the program, and let's hope that we carry the good memories and implement the best things that we have learned. And we started the program with the Saraswati Vandana and remembering Bhagwan Ganesh ji. Let us close the program with the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhurbhuvat Swaha, Om Tat Saviturvarenyam, Om Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi, Om Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya.